space is here and it's now. And if we want to get there in the year 2075, if we don't take actions now, what does that look like? And who will step up to take these actions? So we really have 3 goals. As I mentioned, to accelerate near-term space infrastructure development through education, connection, and urgency. Also to be a credible and essential resource for the space industry and for us, for our community, for individuals, organizations, companies. We really want this to be a place for doers and shakers like us to connect and have this shared vision and have fun. And that being said, please, at all times, feel free to make comments and share in the links. If you have a question, feel free to raise your hand. We'll get to it as soon as we can. Really want this to be a discussion, so please feel free to jump in and raise your hand if you have questions. We also have one more objective. As we convene and share this information, we're compiling it. So we are developing case studies upon case studies for why space infrastructure is relevant and important for security, for jobs. And this information we plan to use to help support our Space Act initiative in the 117th Congress. So Tim Chrisman, our founder, will be discussing that in just a minute. So that will be exciting to learn more about. And this really takes all of us. We can't do it alone, and your support really makes a difference and helps us and also the greater story. So we're always seeking high caliber speakers to enrich this content. If you know anyone that you feel could contribute to this discussion, please let us know. Volunteers, this takes a lot of time and energy to host these events, and a big thanks to all of you who do. And of course, to keep this event free for everybody, we're always seeking sponsors and donors. And if nothing else, please share, tell your friends, post on social media. All of that is greatly appreciated. So if you have any insights into that, you can reach out to us via bluemarbleweek.space. And also, while you're there, you can check out the full lineup for today. All the speakers and also links to the live streams are there. So again, thank you all for attending. Our co-host today is the Space Force Association, so I want to give them a big thanks and appreciate all the support. Enjoy the event.
Thanks, Lila. Tim, you got any comments? Wait. Let me flop that around a little bit. Because you're going to give us an update. Bill, I want to say thanks very much to the Space Force Association. The the effort that y'all have put into this particular event about strategic space has been really helpful. As we discussed yesterday, strategic space has a lot of different definitions. It's workforce development, it's industrial base, it's economics and economy, and of course it's defense. And so the effort that y'all and you and your team put out, I'm very grateful. So thank you very much for that.
You bet, Michael. SFA really does appreciate the opportunity to partner with the Foundation for the Future and with Blue Marble Week, and to help get the word out about what's going on in space, not just industry, but in defense and academia, and get the information out so people can have the discussions that need to be had. And Lila, you already said it this morning, that we just need to continue to have these discussions. Interviews I've had with the Space Force leadership, they're all saying the same thing. We just need to keep having these discussions. So the more events that we have like this, the more opportunity we have to speak about what is going on in the space domain, the better it is for everybody, so that we don't have to rely on Netflix series, and we can actually get information to the American people and to our international partners about what's going on in the space domain. So a big thank you from the Space Force Association To Foundation for the Future founder, Tim Chrisman, thank you so much. And Lila and Michael, thanks for reaching out and letting us help co-host this phenomenal event. Thank you. And we're looking forward to a great day. I'm looking forward to Rob Adams talking this morning, and we've got Eric Sundby from our board of directors, just a young professional out of Texas who got his master's at Glasgow University in space studies. And then Mike Martindale, our Space Education Committee Director, PhD, is going to talk about the importance of wargaming. And then we've got, I know Floyd Kerr is talking from Red Space because we talked a little bit about it yesterday, but we don't really know what would happen if a potential adversary in the space domain were to take out some of our capabilities. And he's going to talk a little bit about what that potential impact is. I do want to remind everybody that whoever's speaking today is speaking on behalf of themselves. It's their own personal opinion. It's not the views or sanctioned by the Space Force. So I just want to clarify that today as we begin our speaking engagement for the day. But then another one, kind of a follow-up from the last month, is the point-to-point discussion. So we're going to have a lieutenant colonel from the Air Force talking about how Transcom is looking at how to get cargo from point A to point B as quickly as possible. This is something that Elon Musk has been talking about for a while. And Matt Anderson, our director of outreach, has been gracious enough to put together a panel discussion to have that talk and what Transcom, Transportation Command, is doing to try to foster and facilitate that continued discussion. So again, on behalf of the entire SFA, thank you so much for putting this event on and looking forward to today. And if people are really wondering about the schedule, at the very end of the day, keynote speaker is Lieutenant General Chance Salzman, the Chief Operating Officer for the Space Force, a good friend and phenomenal professional. And he's going to be speaking about what's going on in the Space Force today. So thanks again, and looking forward to a great day.
I'm super excited. I want to just kind of like let two things percolate for a second. First of all, how cool is it that we have a Chief Operations Officer of Space Force? Just like pause on that for a second and say, wow, that's pretty neat, I think. And then, I'm going to actually play favorites. I liked all of our speakers yesterday. There were some amazing stuff, really good, interesting stuff I'm looking forward to today. But as a former Marine, the idea of using rocketry to put folks where they need to be, when they need to be, that is literally the stuff of dreams. I have a whole bookshelf of science fiction over here, and the idea of a drop Marine is pretty damned exciting to me. So looking forward to Lieutenant Colonel Lad's conversation, as well as Lieutenant General Salzman's conversation. So thanks a lot. Tim, it's over to you to talk about the Space Act.
All righty. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I want to echo Michael's comment about the presentation from Lad on point-to-point suborbital. I am almost more excited for that talk than our keynote for a very personal reason. I used to be a member of Task Force 160, an element in the U.S. military's essentially rapid response force. It was our mission to be anywhere in the world, wheels up within hours, with helicopters, crew. We were Team America, so to speak. And the idea that Team America now gets to look into a future where they are strapped onto a rocket, or their equipment is really cool, and a really exciting thing to look forward to. And making that reality possible is one of the missions here at the Foundation for the Future. So this presentation is very similar to most of the pitches we give regarding our proposal to the 117th Congress for the Space Corporation, which is a public-private infrastructure development corporation. And we see the need for this because where someone sits is where their priorities lie. And so NASA is looking out, looking beyond, looking for the new. As we'll hear today a lot, Space Force is not focused out and beyond. They're focused on defending us, on preventing conflict, on securing the space lanes. And the private sector is doing its best to innovate faster than any of us can keep up. But without some sort of coordinating element or glue that holds all of this together, there are seams that our adversaries can exploit. There are tasks left undone or done poorly, because as I've seen in the military, you give an enlisted soldier a job, and if they don't have the tools, they'll figure it out, but it's not going to be pretty. And you're going to have to repaint the rocks after they did it with a toothbrush because you didn't give them a paintbrush. And so our proposal is creating something to fill that gap, to be the specialized tool that enables NASA's mission, Space Force's mission, and smooths the innovation that the private sector is already doing. These graphs are probably no surprise to any of you who have read anything about early adoption or marketing cycles. And I sort of put this at the beginning to orient all of us to where are we? First thing those of us with military experience are ever told is orient your map and then figure out where you're going. And so here is our orientation. We are pretty close to the bad part of this map in terms of the space economy. There's a lot of excitement around new, exciting developments, but there's a gap between what we're doing now and where customers are, between what we plan and what we need. And I have the logos of NASA and Space Force here, not as anything other than to remind us that they have very specific roles. And I want to go into what they're mandated to do. And in some cases, that may be a surprise. I, being new to the space sort of world in the past 3 or 4 years, had always associated NASA with everything space. If it's in space, oh, NASA's got that. They must have this like cell of smart nerds that are like coordinating everything. And as I've first with the CIA and their space department and now with the foundation have become more and more integrated in the space community, I've realized that NASA's been just the public face of a labyrinth of agencies and organizations working in space. And NASA's role truly is pushing that frontier. We saw over the last year the sort of excitement that built around Space Force and the hope and aspiration from many within the community that Space Force was going to accelerate the government's sort of innovation cycle in space and help be another vehicle for space investment. And I think ultimately that is what will play out. And absent any other action, they will fill any role that is needed. I don't know that that is what we want as a country, And I don't think that's what even many in Space Force would say they need. Dwight Eisenhower famously took a 62-day trip across the US. That was how long it took him to make it across the US, and what spurred the development of the interstate highway system. He made the trip as essentially a publicity stunt to show that it was virtually impossible for the military to move equipment and personnel around just America, much less abroad, and how there was a stark need for a backbone of infrastructure to support our national security and economic growth. And I think in the same way, Space Force, as they are building out their capability, would benefit from the sort of backbone infrastructure to, from, and through space, because that's one less thing they have to build, maintain, or equip. And that's where our proposal fits. Our proposal for the Space Corporation, modeled after ComSat from 1960, with a mandate to make space real, to build the boring backbone infrastructure, to enable operations by our guardians, to propel NASA further and faster, and smooth the rough edges and instability in the space financial markets by helping buy down the risk for patient capital that funds the majority of infrastructure development in every other domain humans live and work in. And so ultimately, the value proposition of this new organization is making space fade into the background. We talked yesterday about labels for space, whether it's new space, old space, safe space, risk space. Ultimately, Space Corporation's goal is to make space what happens after what you do. You are a manufacturing company, comma, in space, to give you a zip code on the moon, so to speak. And they'll do that through, as we've said, the space infrastructure, expanding a workforce, and smoothing capital. So Space Corporation, as proposed right now, and as a result of a lot of feedback from many on Capitol Hill, would take the form of a publicly traded, federally chartered corporation. So Congress, through an act of law, would incorporate this company. The company would list on a stock exchange, be authorized to issue bonds and other financing vehicles, operating similar to In-Q-Tel in how it would buy down risk, bundle investments, and take an expansive view of what success looks like. Success for Space Corporation would not be exits where they fund the next Starlink or Facebook. Instead, success is customers like Space Force utilizing the technology or the infrastructure developed. And that's a very different model from traditional VC, and why there has been such support within the financial community for a model like this. Instead of crowding out other investment tools, this is additive, and in many cases provides the sort of exponential boost that In-Q-Tel does here on the ground. There's a handful of slides here on the different types of investments that we have proposed for Space Corporation. Many of these are based on conversations with people like you, leaders, intellectuals, and professionals in the space community, as well as DoD, NASA, and other administration officials discussing the sorts of things that would be nice to have. And I say nice to have because we will make it eventually, we as Americans. But if we're already landing on the moon, what would benefit the NASA Artemis program if it was ready ahead of time or as a stay behind? Or what sorts of things would help insert name of company here? And that's where these projects and proposals sort of were crowdsourced, packaged together. We did some initial economic analysis and now have been presenting this to Congress. And as you'll see, whether it's the access investments here, where we are proposing to, from, and through, with an emphasis really on the from, because many other organizations and entities are looking at getting to or through space. And we want to raise awareness for bringing benefits back home. With sustainment investments, it's about making a space to live and work. My daughter wants to go to space, but she doesn't want to become an astronaut. And she told the Surgeon General of the US this on a flight back home a couple months ago. And he said, well, why don't you want to be an astronaut? You're wearing a NASA hoodie. I thought you would want to be an astronaut. She said, I don't want to get shots. And I have never seen someone laugh so hard on an airplane. And it was absolutely hilarious to see the same person who gives COVID-19 briefings in the press room be told by an 8-year-old, nah, I don't want to do something that probably most kids are supposed to say they do want to do because I don't like a needle. So thanks, but no thanks. And so these investments around sustainment are about making sure she can get to space and live there without needing a lot of shots. And then for those of us who are staying on the ground, how can the space economy work for us? How can there be sustainable pathways to employment? How can the jobs that are needed and the tools we create in space be brought back down to benefit the rest of us? And that's what the support investments are about. I'm going to end here for questions. And there's a very similar pitch from yesterday about how you can be involved. I presented this yesterday talking about we're looking for a broad coalition, looking for partners and donors. And what happened in the background between yesterday and today is, after discussions with several of you, we reached out to legislative offices in your districts and were able to point to whether it was introductions provided, letters signed, or just name recognition, and say, we were just talking to this individual, here's our proposal, are you interested? And in a matter of 24 hours, those open doors and have got at least 3 more representatives in the House and a senator talking about our proposal, considering it, asking for additional information. And so that's the sort of impact that you can have with something as simple as signing a template letter to your congressperson. So yeah, it is sometimes that easy.
Terrific. Tim, thank you so much. It's really exciting to know that these Blue Marble Week events are having that almost immediate feedback. So that's fantastic. We don't actually have time for questions, so I apologize, Inara, but we're thankful that you want to help. So thank you. We'll talk to you after this. We are moving on to Dr. Rob Adams.
Hey, thank you, Michael. Be happy.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. This is Jordan Day. I am a director from the board on Foundation for the Future. I am a friend and colleague of Tim Chrisman. We both served in the Army together. And even then, I thought Tim thought differently. And when he invited me to be in the board of Foundation for the Future, I wasn't surprised because it's Tim Chrisman. I would expect him to dream and think big. Then occasionally I get the distinct pleasure to introduce these incredibly smart people that are leading the frontier for space. So the next person I get to introduce today is a Dr. Rob Adams. He's an advanced propulsion technologist at NASA. Throughout his 2-decade career at NASA, Dr. Adams led several high-profile projects and studies with a number of NASA centers, government organizations, industry groups, and also academia. His PhD is in mechanical engineering and it's from the University of Alabama in Huntsville. Dr. Adams is also the founder and CEO of Paratus Systems, which develops mobile spacecraft simulators for fun and education. Dr. Adams, welcome, and also War Eagle.
Well, thank you very much. Of course, I went to UAB and UAH, so I'll have to respond with a good Go Blazers. But one of the folks at Auburn was on my committee, so I got a fondness for Auburn anyways. So today I'm going to talk about the Oracle's program. And can everyone see my screen? Okay, good. So let me just get right into it. There we go. So, oh no. Sorry about that. I keep forgetting that I have recorded some stuff. Let me just work from the non-expanded view here. So Space Futures Workshop, the Air Force Space Command at the time, now, part of the Space Force, hosted the Space Futures Workshop several years ago. Had 100 people there, and basically they were exploring, what can we expect over the next 40 years in terms of space. They came up with 8 different possible outcomes, everything from a Star Trek utopian type of environment where the United States and its allies were the dominant players in both population, economy, and influence in the space domain, and that the space domain was maintained as free and open for everybody, kind of like how the U.S. Navy, consistently maintains free and open access to the waters today. And of course, there were, more negative outcomes where space was not free and open access for everybody, and that it had, major repercussions on the U.S. economy and whatnot. And so those are some of the less happy options here. So I was at a conference where Joel Moser, the chief scientist for the Space Force, presented this, and I got pretty excited about it. He and I sat down and talked about it, talked about building a model to look for those inflection points. What are the decisions that need to be made now to ensure that we have the Star Trek future and not the dark skies future? So that was about 1.5 years ago, and off and on we've been working on this new project. So we set ourselves the goal that we were going to be able to estimate the political and the social, economic, technological, military futures, consequences based on the decisions that we were making in terms of what technological research we're going into, governmental policies, missions, and infrastructure development. And then we were going to create this overreaching program that was going to go through all of the different options and use probabilistic methods to look for those inflection points, those decisions that we can make that's going to give us the best outcomes. And we were going to design this in such a way that we could, it would be a total constant improvement process where we would constantly have subject matter experts bringing in new options to be evaluated against the existing database to see, hey, have we come up with something new here that has promise? So as you can imagine, this is a pretty far-reaching and ambitious project here. We sat down last September and started developing the front end of the program. So basically the user interface, so that we could define what inputs we were looking for and define what outputs we were going to measure against. And so, of course, we sat down and started writing code. We had to come up with a name for the project. And so my team of interns, having worked at NASA now, knew that we had to have a kick-ass acronym. So this is what we came up with. Optimized Rational Algorithm for Conjecture of Long-Term Exploration of Space. So oracles. So it's a mouthful, but I'm pretty happy with it. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to show you guys a little bit at the end what this program looks like from the front end. But what we haven't done yet is built the back end. And so what I'm saying here is the program as it exists right now is this big, beautiful castle. And if you walk around to the back side, it's a big piece of cardboard with a wooden strut holding it up. There's no code behind doing any calculations. That's what we're working on right now. And the reason we did it that way is we wanted to go out to the community and say, hey, are we asking for the right inputs? Are we measuring the right outputs? We want this to be something where, we're constantly going out to the community and getting feedback. And so, I'm really excited to be talking today because I'm hoping that I'll get a lot of comments and questions and thoughts that will help us develop this. Okay, so the first thing that we needed to do is define how we were going to measure population, economy, and influence, those three categories that the Space Futures Workshop came from. And there's a lot to cover here, so I won't go into too much detail. Population was the easiest to quantify. We're just going to track how many people who are permanently or long-term living in space. So we're not looking at missions. So if we go land on Mars and turn around and bring those guys right back and there's no infrastructure in place, then we don't count them. But we do count the folks at ISS because they're there, permanently. Or somebody is there permanently. Economy is really the most complicated and kind of the one that's most out of my bailiwick, actually. So, my degrees are in engineering. So learning about economy has been very interesting and a lot of fun, but I'll certainly admit that I'm a neophyte there. That's a highly complex calculation there, and there's a lot of data, but we know it's incomplete. So later on, I'll show you all the master's theses topics that we've anticipated we're going to be, firing off to get this going. However, to quantify economy, we're going right now. We're looking at the total gross domestic product that's space related, and that gives us an idea of how strong a particular country's influence or economy is space related. And then the purchasing power parity per capita tells us that's space related, tells us how much space is improving the lives of the individual citizens inside that country. And then just tracking imports and exports that are space related lets us know how the different players are interacting with one another. And then finally, influence. And so we sat down and scratched our head, how do we measure influence? We decided we were going to break it into soft influence and hard influence. And soft influence is basically, how is everybody outside of your country impressed with you based on your space activities? And hard is, your ability to defend your assets and project force to areas where other people's assets are. So we sat down and started thinking about what we wanted in terms of, or what we would need to track to figure out these different parameters and whatnot. So we came up with the idea that we were going to track policies, technologies, infrastructure, and missions. And noting that, the technologies feed what available infrastructure is there. And the policies also decide, how easy or hard it is to build infrastructure. And then, of course, as Tim pointed out, infrastructure is this huge block here because it's not the sexy part, but it's the part that, gets the job done. And of course, the infrastructure enables the missions, and infrastructure and missions feed into the population, economy, and influence. And really, the missions really just kind of, as we're describing them, really just impact soft influence or hard influence. So going from there, we started breaking down what we were talking about in terms of different types of infrastructure or different infrastructure capabilities. And so, this is a constant influx. And so I'm more than happy for anybody to throw rocks at any of this. But frankly, I was finishing this part up last night. So, and we broke this down into, infrastructure's ability to provide habitation, to produce products and services, the launch capability to get from the ground to low Earth orbit, the ability to move things around once you've achieved low Earth orbit in the in-space vehicles, the ability to both communicate, bandwidth and sensing, and then there is just kind of a general military capability as well. Now over here on the left, you'll see that I've broken technologies down into a bunch of different categories, and I won't go through each one of those. But this follows the 2020 NASA technology taxonomy. And so, basically the Office of the Chief Technologist has broken down anything that we would want to develop in technologies into these 20 different groups. And then I just tacked on at the end military specific technologies that, as the Space Force grows and develops, there's going to be things, the beamed lasers and the ray guns and whatnot that we're going to have to develop that NASA doesn't have a great, interest in, but the Space Force will. Okay, so now this becomes a bit of an eye chart, right? So now we're trying to break down those high-level, quantifiable measures that feed into these different infrastructure capabilities and how those are going to flow into population, economy, and influence. And so I didn't do this, but you can imagine the policies and the technologies flowing into the first buttons, if you will, in the infrastructure categories, saying, hey, if I develop this propulsion system, this is what it's going to do to improve my in-space vehicle production tempo or R&D cost, or if I produce this new ECLS system, this is what's going to change the ECLS recycling factor, so on and so forth. So at this point, what we would do is if somebody, a subject matter expert came to us and said, you've got to include my concept into your thing, whether that be a new technology or that be a new piece of infrastructure or a new mission, then we can kind of pull this up and say, okay, well, how are you changing these top level factors, and how is that, and then we can integrate that into the program and let that flow down to see what that's going to change in terms of population, economy, and influence. Okay, so what I would love to do is spend a couple hours going through this in detail and getting lots of comments, but I won't bore you guys. Having said that, I'm very interested in talking to anybody who wants to dig into this with us. So here is the, I'm going to go through a few screenshots of oracles now. All of this was developed in the Unity game engine, so we have a lot of power to do really cool, graphics and whatnot. And not because we want to make a game, but because we're trying to visualize some very complex information. And frankly, if you go look at a lot of the more complex games, the 4X games and whatnot, they've done a lot in visualizing information because they had, an economic motive to do so. And so we've tried to learn from all that. It doesn't hurt that everybody who's writing code with me is a gamer, like I am. Here we're visualizing the solar system. The idea here is that you would, during the simulation, you would be cycling through every year, making budgetary decisions, and then seeing how that was going to affect the decisions you've made in terms of your budget that you're assigning to develop particular technologies, building infrastructure, doing missions, and setting policies. We envision 3 different modes when we use the program. One is the aforementioned, hey, we're going to allow subject matter experts to just input options and whatnot. And so we have basically the ability to input into the database. And then we have 2 options that are represented here. One is where we could run a simulation with humans in the loop, making decisions for particular entities, players in the game. And so you can see a lot of the different space agencies and major companies and whatnot listed here. And then we can also assign AI to each one of those, or at least we expect to once we build the back end. Remember, we still have just this cardboard front here. And we can assign to those AI, basically, their strategy would be what part of the population economy and influence they're most going for. So if they're visionary like SpaceX, they may be going for soft influence. They may be going for the big, cool missions more than anything else. If they're, the Space Force, they're obviously going to be more of a defensive posture, so on and so forth. With that said, so we can run in this mode where we have humans and AI operating together, and then eventually, after we've put on all the data, we've tested the data, we've tested it with humans and whatnot, then we would go all AI and let the AI run through every perturbation and look for those influence points that we could then report up to the top level management at the Space Force, at NASA, even Congress, and say, hey, here's what we're seeing is the big inflection point, the thing where you really need to go after to make sure that the U.S. grows quickly and efficiently in space. So we want to be able to visualize all the things that are going on in space as we go through the simulation. So we've set up the ability to do a lot of orbits and whatnot, be able to zoom in and out on the solar system, even to the point where we can indicate by various different entities, what asset, what piece of infrastructure is sitting there in space or on the ground, and indicate each one of them by their particular logo and whatnot. When we have the subject matter experts come talk to us, we're having them, or when we start doing that, we haven't done that yet, we would have them give us a great deal of information on whatever piece that they're suggesting. Here, we're using the example of a solar thermal orbital transfer vehicle. And so we would collect a lot of information from the SMEs about their expectations and how it changes these capabilities that we were talking about, infrastructure capabilities, where this asset would be located, costs and timelines for development of first, second, and third units, and the expectations on potential outcomes that we could integrate into our program. Similarly, on policy, policymakers could come and say, here's a potential policy that should be considered in the trade space. Here we're talking about, again, a partnership program to develop a solar thermal OTV, where you would see the NASA and Space Force putting in a fair amount of money for, first unit and access. SpaceX helping develop with some of their own funding so that they could produce additional units down the road, and our European and Canadian allies helping out so that they would have transport rights for their own astronauts to the lunar base that this OTB would support. I mentioned before the breaking down of the technology taxonomy. So this screen right here allows you to drill down into the details of the taxonomy. So here we've got propulsion systems selected, and then you would select the other propulsion systems, and you'd start seeing some of the very advanced propulsion systems, which is what I do during the day when I'm not playing with oracles. And that once you've picked a particular technology, here again we're looking at solar thermal, we have this visualization of the pathways that would be used to develop a particular technology from a TRL-1 back of the envelope, napkin sketch to a TRL-7. Hey, it's been demonstrated in space and we're ready to go forward and integrate it into a mission. All these different boxes are basically, what needs to be done to move a particular piece of the technology up one TRL level for one of the different types of solar thermal options and whatnot. And so, we imagine that a fully fleshed out version of this would allow a user to, map out their development program for particular technology. Once decisions are made on policy, the user would be able to, see how its potential to be actually passed by the appropriate governing body. So here we're kind of modeling the U.S. House and Senate for it, and of course, for other entities, we would have a totally different governmental structure, say for China or the governmental structure of a private company. Sorry, I'm going a little fast here, but I think, yeah. Yeah. So one thing I haven't talked about all here, and I'll kind of go back to our breakout, is how budget integrates with all of this. And so we're still kind of working those details out, but we've got budget for the next cycle, the next year after you've made decisions for a year, cycling through where population, economy, and influence feeds back into the budget that you have for the next year, and that budget is being used to fund new technologies, new infrastructure, and new missions. And so in the program, you have, this budgetary final screen here that is going to show you what projects you invested in this year, how far you got versus how far you thought you were going to get, because everything is evaluated probabilistically, and then allows you to kind of balance your portfolio, canceling projects and starting new projects, so that you can continue to optimize your development process. So I want to leave a little time for talking and whatnot. I've kind of covered this. I think it's it's well made that, this is a very ambitious project. So, all models are wrong, but some are useful. I very much believe that if we end up with answers that are just so wide in scope because we're so uncertain about the data, that in itself is an important answer to be heard. And, I'm less concerned about getting, an accurate answer the first time out than for this program to, and this whole project to be a way to organize all of our thoughts as we discuss all of the different options and work together to figure. So along those lines, getting in there and developing all of these, different algorithms that would be needed on the back end to do these calculations, I started sitting down last night and writing, a lot of, what I'm calling master's theses, where we would, probably have an intern just tackle one of these little projects. A lot of these that you see listed here are frankly things that have been covered, at some level, but needs updating, needs to be cleaned up, needs to be, brought into, a predictive methodology that we could put into oracles and whatnot. So, I feel like this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's going to be hundreds of these before they're over. I've also got some engineering master's theses going on as well here. So I think I'm out of time, so I better just, I want to leave time for questions. So I was going to leave this screen up for questions, but I tell you what, I'll leave the economics one up and I'll just shut up and see if we have a little bit of talk time.
Thanks, Dr. Adams. As we've watched this kind of evolve, it's kind of inspiring, right? We only have moments to chat, but I want you to tell us what about the conversation you had with the chief economist of NASA, right? So you and I talked about that, but I would like you to kind of share what he said about the complexity of this system.
I'm sorry, you cut out there for.
Oh, sorry.
Of the system?
Yeah, this is a complex system. What did the chief economist of NASA tell you about the scope of this project?
He thought it was so ambitious that it would be hard to quantify, which is kind of what I'm addressing here. But he was very interested in seeing some of these master's theses that we might partner on. And honestly, I think there's I think this is one of those things where you're going to have to start producing results before you're going to win everybody over, and so we're moving down that road.
Yeah, absolutely. So
there's certainly a lot of strong interest on the Space Force side, and there is some interest on the NASA side. I do have some funding on the NASA side, so and I'm working on more. Not to allude too much to what Tim was saying earlier, NASA is very risk adverse.
Absolutely. But let's pause and let this sink in for a second. So you've got the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force and the chief economist of NASA both paying attention to this. I refer to this as crystallology, right? This is this is hard to do,
right?
And it may not even be possible, but just the effort is worth the effort, right?
That's exactly. I think we will get. I think we will get useful results. But I admit the possibility that those results may be so disparate that the useful result is, wow, we have no idea.
Right. Yeah. I think there's more.
It really comes down to how big the error bands are on our predictive methodologies. But you know what? Like I said, if it did nothing but organized, if we had one-stop shop where all of the different options could be seen, right? All of the different infrastructure options, all the different technology options that are being discussed. I would think that there's going to be a lot of value, even if we couldn't say, we couldn't narrow down the options more than the top 900. I think if we eliminate the next 900, that's value, right?
Right.
So we give ourselves, there are definitely orders of value that this thing could produce. Ideally, we would run through this whole thing. We would do this for a couple years. We'd get lots of input from a lot of different SMEs. We would vet this thing up one side, down the other, and we would run the AI through, and it'd say, oh my gosh, you got to develop peanut butter rockets. That's the way you got to go. It's the thing. Peanut butter is storable, and it gives you a great ISP and blah blah blah. And if you develop a peanut butter rocket, boom, you are going to populate the solar system in 10 years. You know, that's probably not going to happen, but, but yeah, so.
Well, Dr. Adams, always a pleasure to have you here. Looking forward to the next update. We are going to shift it over to Jordan to bring on next speaker. Thanks a lot, Rob.
All right,
Appreciate
thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning again. Our next speaker is Mr. Eric Sundby. He serves as a member of the board of directors at the Space Force Association, or SFA, which is a non-profit, nonpartisan organization dedicated to advocating for a robust space force to secure space superiority for our future development and exploration. Eric's primary focus and expertise centers on public and commercial space exploration and development, with particular interest in the future use of space resources for industrial development from a business and policy perspective. When he's not driving bipartisan support, he enjoys living at his ranch in the Texas Hill Country with his wife and 2 dogs. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we can get going here. All right, so again, thank you very much for having me. It's really exciting to be here at Blue Marble Week and supporting our strategic space sponsorship from SFA. Today, I'm going to be talking about innovating the forest. That's a really broad title, really broad topic. But I'm pretty much going to be going through what I had discovered in my master's thesis that I conducted and that I researched at the University of Glasgow in 2018. And from there, I'm going to highlight pretty much where we are today from what I researched, but also some of the things that I've been working at SFA, some of the outreach and some of the government relations that we've been doing that definitely are going to be helping the Space Force flourish in the future. So here you can see, I'm going to briefly talk about this. This is kind of where the Space Force originated from. Most people don't talk about this, but the revolution in military affairs is a military theory that posits that organizational change and technological innovation leads to carrying out a strategy in a more effective manner. And particularly, this was originally theorized by Marshal Nikolai Ogarkov, as you can see on the right, of the Soviet Union and all of his communistic glory. And in the left, Andrew Marshall, who is more respectfully named Yoda by his followers, who was the director of the Office of Net Assessment in the Department of Defense from 1973, and was there for almost around 40 years, where he really took RMA, the Revolution in Military Affairs, and expanded it. Now, in the center, that is Major General Chen Zhao of the People's Liberation Army Academy of Military Sciences. And the reason I put him in there was it's really interesting to note that he and others at the Military Academy of Sciences actually took a lot of what Andrew Marshall theorized and wrote about and implemented it in Chinese military strategy, particularly in their organization. So the reason I bring this up is in 2016, the Chinese government decided to establish the Strategic Support Force under the People's Liberation Army. The Strategic Support Force doesn't necessarily sound like it deals too much with space, but that's exactly what it deals with. It focuses in cyber and space operations. And not only that, I think an interesting fact is actually the Strategic Support Force is the home for the astronaut corps of the Chinese National Space Agency. So while they do have a civilian agency, their astronaut corps reports directly to the Strategic Support Force, which is kind of de facto in charge of a lot of the strategies dealing in space. So we go on, let's see if this can, there we go. Now we move on to the world's first space war. The reason I bring this up is simply to kind of set the precedent of where we're going, how the Space Force comes about. I think this is really important for everyone in the space industry, and particularly in the public, to really understand how we're getting to the creation of a Space Force and why it exists. Some consider the first Gulf War, Operation Desert Storm, to be the first space war. This was when space operations was widely used to assist in ground and air operations, and which led to a very low casualty and fatality rate and a rather quick success in this operation compared to what had been planned for. From that, in 2000, then Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld established the Rumsfeld Commission. As a very long name, it was generally the commission to assess the organization and management of national security space. And from that, they actually, one of their conclusions was that a Space Corps should be established. This, again, was in 2001 when this was published in about January. Clearly, that strategy, that policy recommendation was not able to come to fruition, namely due to 9/11 and our change in attention in the Department of Defense. And nevertheless, it's important to note that this idea for the very first time from government officials was suggested 20 years ago, not a few years ago, like many have come to believe. Again, in about 2007, then Senator Wayne Allard of Colorado had an independent review from the Institute of Defense Analyses that again suggested the creation, the establishment of a organization to deal with space operations. They didn't necessarily title it the Space Corps. Nevertheless, their language clearly noted that they believed that a military branch should come about in some form or fashion at some point in time. Now, the reason I bring all of that up is really to give a very quick background and overview of how we got to the Space Force. And obviously, we have the Space Force. That's why SFA exists. But nevertheless, there are still going to be some challenges that this branch will face. And we at SFA are able to tackle some of those head on and early. So obviously, most people have probably seen or heard of Space Force on Netflix. I want to preface everything that I'm going to say here that this is my personal opinion. This does not represent the views of the Department of Defense. And I can provide sources for all of the photographs and information that I have cited on this presentation. So some of the challenges that I actually highlighted during my research in my master's thesis just a few years ago have pretty much it seems that they've come to fruition over the years and still pertain directly to some of the issues that the Space Force is dealing with and will continue to deal with in the future. So first, obviously, it was created in a system that's highly skeptical of new organizations. Kind of straightforward as to why. But more importantly, in my view, I think that next two are a little bit, have more importance. So it was created in a politically polarized environment. I think most of us can agree that that's just a fact. And many in the public, the media, and the government don't really fully understand its mission. So the reason I bring this up is because there have been many articles that have been published, generally opinion-based, but nevertheless sometimes editorials, that have been published about the Space Force with misleading information or, frankly, completely false information. And that's a serious problem when we're dealing with the creation and this advancement of our newest military branch. We need as much public support as possible, and we also need our public and our government officials to understand what the Space Force does, why it exists, and how it pertains to our daily lives. And that's something that I think everybody on this call, everybody on this this conference is going to be able to step away from understanding that outside of our space bubble, our community of people interested in space, there is a large portion of society that doesn't really understand what we're doing in space, and not just militarily, but commercially and in our civilian exploration programs. And so that, in my view, is probably the primary challenge that the Space Force is going to deal with. And it's not something that the Space Force asked for. And it's not going to be something that's going to be too easy to overcome, but it is going to take every person possible. It's going to be an all hands on deck kind of mission to push forward, and that includes all of us. Engaging with people who aren't too educated or understanding about space issues is something that really needs to happen in these coming decades as we want to push further into space with our development and our advancement. That is going to need the full support of our society, and not just the handful of people in our bubble. And I shouldn't say handful, I mean, there are a lot, but compared to the rest of society, their level of education on space topics is extremely low compared to the people within the space industry itself. And then lastly, distinct culture. The Space Force clearly needs its own culture. It's working on this. It's not something that you can do overnight. Any type of criticism I ever have is constructive. It's never, I want to have a robust Space Force, but it does need to distinguish itself from the other branches. And there are a few ways that it can do that. There are some opportunities it has had to do that, and it has not done so well on. But that's not necessarily their lack of leadership or anything like that. They have good leadership. They have the understanding that they need to distinguish themselves. It is just hard going from one organization to another. And that is a challenge that RMA, the Revolution of Military Affairs, actually presents to military services and to ministries and departments of defense, is actually having to reorganize your forces can create its own challenges. But in the end, it's worth all of the trial tribulations you put your organizations through. So clearly today, I'm not really talking too much about the sexy technological innovations. I'm going to give a shout out to a colleague of mine, Matt Anderson. He's going to be talking about some really cool point-to-point cargo transport right after this. So please, if you can stick around for that. I know it's going to be an awesome talk. But nevertheless, these things are really important. As we move forward with this new branch, we need to make sure that the public, but not just the public, ourselves in the industry, are able to be good advocates, not just for the Space Force, but for national space policy and for humanity. For instance, we have the Artemis Accords. And that's something that we need to educate people on. People need to be understanding of why we have these accords, why do we have new organizations, and what are the advancements that we're working towards within the space industry, and how it can benefit all of humanity in the long run. Now, this is something that everybody here already knows. So I apologize if I'm beating a dead horse here, but it's something that I think we should all take to heart, and particularly with the Space Force, given that it has some unique challenges that other entities in the space industry does not. It's definitely something that we can all work on to make sure that those both within industry and in the general public are understanding. So that goes on to some of the work that I've been doing here at the Space Force Association, generally with public and government engagement. Before I joined the board of directors, I worked very hard with a few colleagues of mine in the establishment of the Space Force Caucus, which I'll get to in just a moment. But before that, I kind of wanted to give just a little plug. I know they've already done this to you today, but the Space Force Association obviously was our first step in getting that public and government engagement with the branch and supporting its mission. in its entirety. And we set up in October of 2019, very similar to how the Air Force Association was created shortly before the establishment of the Air Force in 1947. You can obviously visit us at that link there. But another thing that I would like to point out is the interesting development of our launch of the Space Force Journal. Now, the Space Force Journal is an independent journal that transcends political affiliations. And it allows to be a medium and a forum for different opinions about how we are able to develop space. And if that's from a diplomatic, an information, a military, or an economic standpoint, that is the premier forum to do so. And so you can read the first publication that came out last week at spaceforcejournal.org. It is free for the whole world to read, and I definitely think that most everyone here is going to find some of the articles there to be very interesting. But now I really want to talk about how we got to the creation of the Space Force Caucus. And that was my primary job over the last year here at the Space Force Association. So going back to around March or April, discussions with some of my colleagues, namely Nick Cartwright, who helped me day in and day out to get this established. We had a lot of discussions about how can we get a lot of bipartisan support for this newest branch. And that was a problem, clearly, because of the political realities of the situation. The branch was becoming a kind of a political football. It was clear that there were some that were more supportive than others, and we needed to make sure that that would not persist over time. So some of the ideas that we came up with were a conference, but very quickly we settled on a caucus. Now, what a caucus is it's an organization within the United States Congress, either within the House or the Senate. They're technically separate caucuses, that are a group of representatives or senators that are interested in a topic, they support an issue, and they want to band together to try to advocate and push for legislation of support for that particular issue. We knew that there's the Air Force Caucus, there's a Air Tankers Caucus. There are many caucuses that are out there. In fact, there's a whiskey caucus as well. And so we thought, why can't there be a Space Force Caucus? And I think this is actually a really important endeavor that we undertook, because as we come forward to the past few weeks, there's been a lot of news about what is the Biden administration going to do about the Space Force? And to be perfectly honest, it's kind of disheartening to see journalists asking that type of question when that shows me that they clearly don't understand how Washington even works. And if they're working in Washington, it's concerning to me of what information they're putting out to the public, because the Biden administration, no matter what administration is in the White House, they do not have the ability to do away with a military branch. That is a decision that needs to take place under Congress, and it needs to be passed through an act. Generally, it goes through the National Defense Authorization Act, which is the establishing document of the Space Force. Yes, it can be supported or not supported by an administration, which not being supported would clearly be an issue because it would politically polarize the Department of Defense. But they do not have the ability to do away with or keep. And that was something that I think a lot of people were very confused about. The general public thought that the White House could do away with something like this, and that's just not the case. And so what we did was to make sure that we would be able to educate others in Washington, whether that be in the executive branch or the legislative branch. The best thing we could do is to get the strongest bipartisan caucus created as possible. And so as you can see, the House currently is led by Doug Lamborn, Jason Crow, Brian Babin, Michael Waltz, and Charlie Crist. Kendra Horn did sit on the caucus as a co-chair. She did lose her re-election race, and so she is no longer on the leadership of that caucus, obviously. And same thing in the Senate, we have Kirsten Sinema, Kevin Kramer, and Martin Heinrich, and Cory Gardner had led that charge as well, and he as well lost his re-election race. However, I'm very pleased to let everybody know that the House caucus at least has expanded to over 20 members, and seeks to have over 40 members of the House from both parties by roughly March or April. And I think that that's a really great achievement that SFA can place on our wall, essentially. We did not, I want to stress this, no money was used in this process. It was completely voluntary. We acted as simply an organization that was willing to advocate and educate on the topic of why a Space Force caucus is needed and why support needs to be had for a Space Force. So this was of no instance did lobbying take place or anything like that. It's merely what can we do to get the government engaged, both with the public and within itself, to foster that support. There are many members of Congress that have said certain things about the Space Force, and clearly they're uneducated about the topic. And that is why we believed that a caucus would be perfect to have to kind of counter that negativity, but also educate them on the realities of our space operations. And also to work as a medium in which they can communicate with the White House on the importance of space operations and policy. So I put two quotes right there at the bottom. It kind of goes over, it's from, obviously one Democrat and one Republican, one member of the Senate and one member of the House, as to why they believed that the Space Force caucus was an important step in the right direction for support of our newest military branch. So that is pretty much my talk today. I wanted to go as quickly as possible. So if anybody does have questions, comments, that we can have that discussion. I put here at the very end just a picture of the latest National Space Council. The reason I put that there is I think that it is important to have these bodies that are focused on our national space policy. And I would like to see that continue, make sure that it's a robust and effective council. And nevertheless, no matter what we do, space is bipartisan, and it needs full support across the spectrum, from the military to commercial entities and from our civilian agencies. But most importantly, we need the public support, not just for the Space Force, but for space in general, if we are to continue with our development.
Eric, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. That's a necessary overview, and certainly it echoes many of my own thoughts. So that's really terrific. I'd like to know a little bit about how receptive were the various members when you reached out to them about the caucus. That is a kind of a recurring theme within the Foundation for the Future. That's what they're trying to accomplish. So, yeah, how did it go?
It went perfectly. In all honesty, it was funny. We reached out to Cory Gardner's office, and by the end of the day, I was speaking to Senator Gardner himself. So they were very receptive of the idea. In fact, to be perfectly honest, there were multiple members of the House kind of rushing to get a caucus created at the same time. Good. So, the support is there, and it is bipartisan, regardless of what you read in whatever, news source you're reading. I don't want to be too critical of the news media, but in all honesty, they have dropped the ball on this one. And I think that that's something that they can do better at, and honestly, they can communicate with these members of Congress more to kind of get the word out of really how bipartisan the support is.
On a personal note, I teach at International Space University a couple times a year, and one of my classes, one of my lectures, is about the creation of the Space Force. So I'm going to ask for some of your slides, because there are some pieces in there I didn't even know. I knew most of it, but I didn't know all of it.
Well, yeah, my research went a little way back. So
yeah, it did. That was great.
But that's something that we don't discuss much.
When I show this, I actually show President France's President Macron, and his rollout, because his rollout of their Space Force is pretty professional. And our rollout of our Space Force was, let's say, ad-libbed in the beginning, right? And I think that really contributed to a lot of the misunderstanding and the misinterpretation of what this thing is. So I think it's fair that the public doesn't understand. I think it's fair that that Netflix has the trademark on Space Force, right? So
I wouldn't deny any of that.
Right.
I think that it's just important, from going forward to make sure that we don't, I'm at dinners sometimes with my family or friends, and I can overhear people saying things about this. I'm not even joking. The other day, this happened last week.
Yeah.
They clearly don't know anything about it.
No.
And, some people are like, oh, well, they don't know anything. But that's not the mentality you should have. It should be, how can I make sure they understand what we're doing?
Exactly. Part of my conversation with Wolf yesterday, Bill Wolf, one of our sponsors, was exactly that everybody can point to. In my case, my mom and my dad were in the Army. My grandparents were in the Navy and the Army. We all understand the roles and missions of the other forces, but Space Force is still somewhat mysterious.
Yes.
So I really love that you're showcasing this, and I do think I have a friend of mine who has said that it's a, quote, dumpster fire of missed opportunities from both the Space Force and Netflix, right? That they both could have done a lot to
I agree. There's a moment in sorry if I interrupted, but there's
please.
a moment in the Space Force Netflix show in which General Naird is speaking to Congress. He's being questioned, and
I love that show.
He's not the most communicative individual, and he had to look over to John Malkovich. I forgot his character's name, to kind of say something, and he gives this great speech. I mean, honestly, he gives a very good speech that is very pro Space Force. I mean, it explains why we're doing what we're doing and why this isn't some crazy, endeavor to put nukes in orbit or something like that.
Yeah.
And I really liked that. And I think that if there is possibility, at least in the future, for the Space Force and Netflix to work a little bit more closely to kind of say, hey, let's make a comedy out of this. Sure. Like, let's make it funny, get people to watch it, but put some stuff in there that really get it across to people as to what we're doing. And that is really good. And I don't mean to take up too much more time, but there was an individual, I believe Inara Tabir, commented and said, if the Space Force were to sponsor a scouting or ROTC type organization, that was something I was going to talk about very shortly. Is one of the ways I think that we can really foster this support. I was in Air Force Junior ROTC in high school. I learned a lot about how the Air Force operated, what the operations that the Air Force took part in, and a lot of the history behind aviation. And so I honestly believe wholeheartedly that we need a Space Force Junior ROTC. Honestly, that's a national security endeavor, I think, in my mind, that we need it. And not just to educate people about the Space Force, but to educate people of all economic and social strata about what space means to our species and how we are going to develop space in a peaceful endeavor, and how the Space Force actually takes part in that. And so I just wanted to give that last kind of recommendation that we can all kind of work towards. Write your congressman, do what you can to advocate for that.
Absolutely. As a former Sea Cadet that channeled me into the Marine Corps, those things work. Those programs matter. So thanks a lot, Eric. Really appreciate. Again, we want to stress these are your personal comments, not an official position of the various militaries. We're going to be making that disclaimer many times over the course of the day. We are going to swap over to Jordan and Matt to welcome on Lieutenant Colonel Lad. I'm out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. And by the way, bundle up. That Arctic blast is coming for us in Texas. I'm your neighbor in Georgetown here, so we're not too far apart.
Yes, it is. It's going to be an interesting week.
Yeah.
Thank you all for having me.
Absolutely. Our next topic is rocket cargo point-to-point space transport. This discussion is going to be led by Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Nirav Lad, a 15-year Air Force veteran with rich experience in logistics, materials, and supply chain management. He's also the principal investigator for Space Transportation Cooperative Research and Development Agreements with U.S. Transcom. Lieutenant Colonel Ladd serves as Chief Airlift Branch, U.S. Transportation Command. In this role, he supports Transcom's airlift and sealift emergency preparedness programs to ensure mobility, capacity, and capability. Additionally, Lieutenant Colonel Ladd coordinates and interfaces with joint interagency and commercial partners to manage airlift policy and programs. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Matt Anderson. I'm also the Director of Outreach at the Space Force Association. I'm going to be tag teaming this with Lieutenant Colonel Ladd and Eric Sundby. Thanks for that great lead in to our topic today. And that is, the Space Force is, yes, slightly misunderstood by some. However, all the branches of the military will and currently do rely on space capabilities. And what we're going to discuss today is a really fascinating one for many of us that have been in the logistics business or flying airplanes for many years. And part of that education is, I'm going to share a screen. This is kind of a global view of the way the Department of Defense looks at the world. And if you look at the different colors and the locations on this map, starting on the right-hand side with the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. So there is a 4-star general or admiral in charge of every one of these geographic areas of the world. So if there's a conflict or a situation, could be a humanitarian relief support effort in Japan. If you think back to when they had the nuclear mishap over there, there is a 4-star Navy admiral that would be in charge of that. And then the other services, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, and now the Space Force, they provide the people to support that commander. For the last 20 years or so, if you look at the center of the chart there, U.S. Central Command, we think Iraq, Afghanistan, that's kind of been what we've been talking about for years. And even us, as we sit here in the United States, we fall under United States Northern Command. That was established right after 9/11. And if you look at Northern Command in the upper left, and then just appropriately off the white part, but out into space, is United States Space Command. That is often confused with the United States Space Force. So that was stood up in the summer of 2019, months before the Space Force. And the reason it's sitting out there in space is it is also a geographic combatant command, just like the other ones, European Command, Africa Command, and Space Command. Space Command is uniquely in charge of everything 100 kilometers and higher from a Department of Defense perspective. So like I said before, you can have a Navy admiral, you can have a Army general, an Air Force general, a Marine 4-star general in charge of any one of these combatant commands. So imagine what service is currently the commander of United States Space Command. Most of you would probably assume it's a Space Force general, or at least an Air Force general. Ironically, he's an Army 4-star general. And he took over from General Raymond, who's now the chief of space operations, who for a while was dual-hatted in that role. But this just shows that it is a joint effort for military operations across the globe. And what we're going to be talking about today is, if you look in the purple on the left-hand side, there are also functional combatant commands. So these are not geographic in nature. Exactly as the word says, it's functional. So you've got Special Operations Command, Transportation Command, Strategic Command, so you think nuclear weapons on that one, and of course, United States Cyber Command. But the second one there is where Lieutenant Colonel Ladd works, and that's United States Transportation Command. So to make it simple, if the commander of United States European Command tells the Army four-star general in charge of U.S. Transportation Command that the Secretary of Defense has authorized movements of troops. And I need you to move one. The United States Transportation Command's job is to get troops and cargo to all those other geographic combatant commands. Now, it was very intentionally done that United States Space Command was not put as a functional combatant command. It is defined as a geographic. So the commander of United States Space Command could one day ask United States Transportation Command to provide that transport to the space domain, 100 kilometers and above. But what we're going to talk about today is a very unique capability that the commander of United States Transportation Command highlighted in October of this last year at the NDTA conference on October 7th. And that is, just like as the introduction was, it's United States Transportation Command's strategic vision for point-to-point space transport. So I'd like to welcome Lieutenant Colonel Ladd, and I'll stop sharing the screen to turn it over to you. And Colonel Ladd, do you mind just giving us a brief overview to start with this vision that General Lyons announced? And then before it's all over, we're definitely going to open it up to questions from the audience. Colonel Ladd.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate you going over the geographic combatant commands and the difference between them and the functional combatant commands. As you stated, U.S. Transcom, really what we're responsible for is conducting globally integrated mobility operations through all modes. Right now, a mode that we don't have, obviously, is space, and that is something that we are definitely looking into. One thing that is appealing to U.S. Transportation Command as it relates to point-to-point transportation is really the convergence of what we're seeing as four factors. Now, the fact is that the DoD writ large has been looking at space transportation, I think since about the 1950s or 1960s, but the reason that it has not become a capability that's been useful for terrestrial logistics is because it hasn't been able to converge on what I think are really four factors: cost, capability, cost, capacity, speed, and access. So we've always had the speed of the capability itself. Obviously, there's the onload and offload part of it, which takes some time and is definitely a factor in our decision in terms of what mode that you would want to transport material with. Access is definitely an issue that is very appealing to U.S. Transportation Command. As the world becomes, I would say, more contested, it is more and more difficult to move those items. In that example that Matt had given, to support the commander of U.S. European Command, whether it's restrictions on airspace that we can overfly to move cargo, or just other access issues. The fact that you can potentially go vertically up and vertically down removes a lot of barriers for U.S. Transportation Command. The second is, the last is cost and capacity. So until now, the capacity available from launch has really been very minimal, at least as it relates to supporting joint logistics, or just something that is useful to move, whether it's personnel or cargo. Obviously, moving satellites into space, that is appropriately sized for the current set of launch vehicles that are out there. And obviously, if they become bigger, then you would want that capacity to increase. And the last is cost. With the expendable launch vehicles that we've been using for such a long time, U.S. Transportation Command would never want to pay for a brand new airplane that you would use once and then throw it away. That would be very cost ineffective, not just for U.S. Transportation Command, but for the taxpayer as well. So as these reusable launch vehicles begin to come online, we're seeing the cost starting to come down to a place where it potentially could be cost effective and increase the decision space for not just our leaders in the DoD, but really for our national level leadership in order to support national security needs. I'll pause there for a moment.
Yeah, thanks, Colonel Ladd. And you mentioned access, basing, and overflight challenges. When we looked at that globe, how can you better describe that to the audience? What is General Lyons often talks about that at Transportation Command, how this point-to-point space transport, the vision of this could eliminate some of those challenges. What are some of the everyday challenges as Transportation Command is trying to move troops or cargo around the world? And I think it's an important note, even though we looked at that map of all those headquarters, if you can imagine where the headquarters of United States Africa Command is, it's in Germany. The headquarters for the United States Central Command is in Tampa, Florida. So while we have these headquarters, and you may have heard about that in the last few months, of the location of United States Space Command was in the news a lot. Really, what they're talking about is about 1,400 people in a staff job. No different than where is Starbucks headquarters located. It's in Seattle, but Starbucks is a global company. So if 85% of the United States fighting force, the men and women of the armed services, are located in the United States, and a conflict looks like it could begin somewhere else in the world, it's really the adversary looking at the United States' ability to mobilize that 85% of the force, if you think back to 1990, 1991, and to move that force somewhere else in the world. That's a huge opportunity for the enemy to have a vote. And if they can disrupt that logistics trail, it's important. So the access, basing, and overflight, again, Colonel Lad, can you just give us some examples of, in your career, or just some things that might be a challenge to the logistics network?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, as an example, just I guess from a personal standpoint, supporting U.S. Transportation Command as an airlift pilot, you know, attempting to move cargo within just the U.S. Indo-PACOM theater, you know, you can't overfly areas such as China or Vietnam without special diplomatic clearances. This potentially allows you to circumvent some of those restrictions and really meet that immediacy of need for the not just the warfighter, but really just anybody that requires support of U.S. Transportation Command. And I do want to highlight the fact that we do support more than just the DoD. We also support other interagency partners. Does that answer your question as a sufficient example?
Yeah, it sure does. And I think one other interesting, if you think of supporting the other interagency partners, one of those that this capability comes to mind is often every year the National Science Foundation, to air quotes, it rents Department of Defense cargo aircraft, C-17s, to move troops, not troops, but personnel, mostly scientists and their cargo, to Antarctica. It's called Operation Deep Freeze. And it is incredibly complicated when you think about the weather, the changing weather down in Antarctica. Most of the airplanes take off usually from New Zealand. And, you know, it's about a 5.5-hour flight from New Zealand down to Antarctica to an ice runway with not a lot of divert options down there, that part of the world. So, you know, the goal of this when General Lyons rolled it out in October was imagine a C-17 amount of cargo. So about 160,000 pounds of cargo to be delivered anywhere in the world within 1 hour. And then as industry got on board, they said, actually, most places are within 30 minutes. But when you start talking about the most difficult places, it could take up to an hour. So Colonel Lad, can you tell us where Transcom is with this right now? And it's been in the news, it's publicly stated that there is a relationship with SpaceX. And SpaceX is always in the news, especially with some recent tests that they've had that they couldn't stick the landing real well. But can you tell us where that relationship's at with SpaceX?
Yeah, so we have a cooperative research and development agreement. It is just that, cooperative, and there are no transfer of funds associated with it. We are simply exchanging information to better understand how to use a potential capability in the future. As far as where we are at U.S. Transportation Command, I will state that though we do have an agreement with SpaceX, we are truly interested in any commercial provider that is capable of providing a capability that kind of converges on those four factors that we stated. One thing that I don't think we highlighted at the beginning is we are interested in a commercial capability. You know, as you look at research and development, you know, since the 50s or 60s, you know, DoD and the federal government was initially the largest funder of funding source rather of research and development. And that has obviously flipped now. It is business and commercial industry that is leading that charge. And so we're being very intelligent about this, and the fact that we're trying to partner with industry at the right time and insert our requirements at the right place. So that way, if a capability does come online, we don't need to reconfigure portions of it just to meet DoD specific needs. In terms of how we would use it at U.S. Transportation Command, obviously you stated, you know, moving into Antarctica, where there is just no logistics train that goes really all the way there. Other areas where you would potentially want to use this for humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, or somewhere out in the Pacific, or even somewhere out in Africa, where just to get there in that hour of need, especially for humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, is truly essential.
Yeah, thanks for that, Colonel Lad. I think Eric mentioned instruments of national power in his last briefing. I'm going to share screen again. Just to kind of, this is review for a lot of people. However, you know, this is how various administrations can look at how to influence other nations and how to kind of establish their way in the world. And if you look across these, when you look at the diplomatic column, resupplying embassies, recognition, negotiations, treaties, policies, international forums. And then we slide over to the I with informational. This could be public diplomacy. You know, this could be the military side, as in the military operations, where you could, in theory, you could put troops and cargo to get to a certain place in time very quickly. And at the very last bullet there, the size and composition of the force would have to be appropriate for a rocket, SpaceX or whatever company it happens to be. And I imagine that similar to cargo aircraft, where we've got a C-5, which is the largest cargo aircraft, a C-17, C-130. You know, there may be a need for different types of cargo or troop transport that is point-to-point space transport. But finally, the economic one, the trade policies. So I think this point-to-point space transport has much more than military capabilities, which is what Colonel Lad was talking about. And that's where the Department of Defense and Transcom, if I hear you right, is just, hey, what can we piggyback on that the commercial world is already using? And various administrations like to pull different levers in this acronym. You know, we saw the previous administration really, if you're applying sanctions to different countries for whatever reason, but you can imagine a country in a time of need that needs quick humanitarian relief, whether that's medical, or you have a typhoon in the Philippines. There's just a number of scenarios where we need to get stuff to a country that whatever has happened, it's preventing airports from being open, ports being open, railways, so on and so forth. This thing has an amazing capability beyond the military. Just wanted to share that real quick. Colonel Lad, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. And, you know, to the dime piece that you brought up, there's and to the fact that we're looking to piggyback, really to make this capability useful for U.S. Transportation Command and the DoD writ large, is we don't want to be the primary customer of this capability. We want to be among the users of it, because if the DoD is the primary user, it creates a couple of issues. One, obviously, is cost, if we're the only ones paying for it. But the second is, what is this rocket that's going up and coming back down doing? You know, nobody thinks twice when we charter an aircraft with FedEx or UPS, because that is what U.S. Transportation Command does. We move about 40% of our cargo and 90% of our personnel on commercial services. And then if you think about, 40% of our air cargo, but we also move quite a bit more via sea lift, just because you can get quite a bit more throughput, and that is commercial sea lift. And that's very important to note in the fact that, you know, nobody thinks twice about us moving that cargo on commercial means. If you're seeing a rocket go up and come back down and you know it is purely for DoD purposes, that becomes an issue for us at the DoD in terms of that access point that we had discussed earlier. To our allies, you know, as hopefully commercial ports begin to become constructed or modified, if in the case of modifying existing airports or seaports to support point-to-point space transportation, that is also potentially an assurance for our allies that we can truly be there at a moment's notice to provide assistance in whatever form that they may require. And that doesn't necessarily mean, you know, Starship Troopers of folks coming down and starting to engage in operations. It may just mean a movement of force from one location to another. As Matt had discussed, you know, over 80% of the force is in the United States. So to be able to move them, I guess if you were to conceptualize it, it'd almost be like a teleporter. The fact that I can teleport forces from one part of the world to another complicates a lot of issues for our adversaries, and it also assures a lot of our allies. So it's more than just the fact, and I'm sorry, and and it also provides a large informational advantage in the fact that we could get there in any way that we wanted to, whether it's via sea lift or airlift. But the fact that we used a rocket to transport yourself sends quite a large message as well.
Absolutely. Just a month after the Space Force was formed, we saw in the beginning of 2020 the interesting developments that were going on with the country between the relationships United States and Iran, and the killing of Soleimani and Iran's response to that, to our troops in Iraq. And we saw the Department of Defense build up very quickly. In fact, Transportation Command moved about 800 troops within the first 18 hours. And I think it was Tim earlier on this morning that was talking about that immediate response force that he was actually part of early in his career. So that immediate response force was moved, 800 of them moved in the first 18 hours after the Secretary of Defense gave the go ahead. And then 3,000 personnel within the next 5.5 days over to the Central Command area of responsibility. You can just imagine what a point-to-point space transport years down the road for simply deterrence. You can just send a message and say, hey, we want peace. The goal is peace, and simply continue to deter adversaries from forces or from actions that you don't want them to do. And I think that is the goal of United States Transportation Command. That's to project the joint force. So all the services, when we say joint, on a global scale, at the time and place of our elected leaders choosing. When a president says we need to move people, we need to have the freedom to do that. And this capability, still a vision. It's still a vision right now, but we're hoping it becomes a reality. It also presents dilemmas to the enemy that Colonel Ladd is talking about. Hey, maybe we don't want to do that, because simply having the capability can present so many multiple dilemmas that you prevent that action from happening. But Michael, I think Colonel Ladd and I are looking at the time, we're going to stop there, but we'd be happy to take any questions from the audience.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I really want to stress some of the things that Wolf said yesterday. Nobody wants a war in space, right? We've talked about kind of some of the public perception problems, but the capabilities of the Department of Defense writ large are pretty remarkable. I wrote in the chat, I personally would love to see, not wishing anything bad on Haiti, but when they were basically crippled by an earthquake a bunch of years ago, when Puerto Rico was basically crippled by a hurricane not that long ago, crippled is the right word. They lost phones, they lost telephone systems, they lost computers, they lost power. Basically, they were dropped back into the Stone Age in about 24 hours. So what kind of capabilities does this sort of technology provide to folks in need?
Colonel Ladd, I'll give that to you.
Yeah. Really, it's just the immediacy of being able to provide that aid. One thing that we're obviously going to have to work through is how do you onload and offload cargo? How do you land in areas that you may not be able to test whether it's able to support the structure that is landing there. Obviously, that is for commercial industry to figure out, and as they attempt to build vehicles that can land on the moon or Mars, those are austere environments. So those are the same kind of environments, obviously on a different planet, when we try and land them on Earth to support disaster relief operations. So in terms of what we provide, it would, medicine, food, hopefully personnel at some point, to be able to get to the point of need that is required. And it's interesting to think about in the fact that when you're talking about these sorts of scenarios, we only need to get there fast. We can come back very slowly. So just because you launch a rocket there doesn't mean the rocket needs to launch back. We can bring it back slowly, potentially, if the structure, obviously, in terms of the locations that you're landing in, would allow. Otherwise, you would more than likely have to launch it back out. But to be able to meet that immediacy is really probably the most important part.
Well, as a long ago 0431 embarkation specialist as a corporal, the idea of getting stuff from where it is to where it needs to be is pretty darned important. So I'm certainly saluting your efforts. What kind of pushback, what kind of resistance have you gotten from this idea, and especially the commercial, right? You stressed we don't think twice about using commercial planes to move folks around. We don't think twice about moving via ship. What kind of resistance have you got from the idea, and then from the idea by doing it commercial?
From the idea, we haven't actually gotten a lot of pushback. I think there are a lot of naysayers in the fact they just don't think it can occur. Of course,
They're
that
wrong.
is not our piece to work. That is on industry to determine. And I'd like to think they're working their way there, whether it's Blue Origin or SpaceX or United Launch Alliance. That is their piece to work on it. In terms of, I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
Well, the commercialization piece of it. I mean, that is really, it's one thing, it's revolutionary to be able to point-to-point rocketry, bring anything you need, but then let's go to the commercial sector and source it from folks like Blue Origin or SpaceX or somebody.
We haven't really received too much pushback on that section of it. I will say that, the national space policy does direct us to utilize commercial assets for space launch as it is right now. So we do need to follow national policy in that respect. And there is no organic, and when I say organic, I suppose I mean there is no DoD unique space launch vehicle. We always go to commercial. So this would not be a departure from the way in which we currently execute space launch.
Terrific. Do you, and I don't, sorry, what?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a piece there. One of the highlights that the 4-star in charge of U.S. Transportation Command highlighted in his annual speech in October was a number that might shock a few people, but DoD spends $7 billion a year on transportation services. So as Colonel Ladd was saying,
wow,
when you're paying commercial ships, rail, or aircraft, it's not cheap. And I think it would fall in this category. Of course, it would have to be a prioritization on how quickly do you need to get it there? Is it a national, when we go back to that dime, how important is this to message either bringing goodwill or a show of force to a potential adversary? But I think $7 billion a year is not a small number that we spend on transportation services alone on the commercial side. That's not military ships and airplanes. Just thought I'd throw that out.
Well, I mean, actually, I didn't know that. That's actually a really interesting piece of news to me. What is that? That's a quarter of NASA's entire budget, just to put that in perspective, right? And the Space Force's new budget, it's only double that, right? So that 7 billion pushes everybody wherever they need to go for the entire DoD, but that's only that's half of the Space Force's current budget, and that's a quarter of NASA's current budget. So that's a really big number. I had no idea it was that large. That's amazing.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the importance of logistics when you think about a national and a global force. The United States is a transportation command, is a global command. And when you add a new combatant command, so that's essentially a new customer. You have a new combatant command that's 100 kilometers and above over the entire surface. That's huge. So, if this vision becomes a reality, that number may grow on what we spend annually. But I think Colonel Ladd did a good job of describing that these are not, it's not going to say United States Air Force on it. These are commercial options. It's in line with space policy, and I think it's a fantastic option.
Well, we're certainly looking forward to hearing more. Colonel Ladd, really appreciate your comments and frankly your vision. And Matt, really appreciate you coming on board and bringing this to our event. We are going to switch over. can you just answer some crystal ball question? Do you think this is going to happen anytime soon? And define soon? And we have to move on. So fast answer, please.
Okay. I think in terms of a capability that's capable of going up and back down to support point-to-point space transportation, I would like to think it would at least occur sometime in the next 5 years. Now, whether that's going to be something that is going to normalize in frequency, so that way it's something similar to what you're seeing with international air travel, I think that's something that's going to take a little bit longer. And that's really where U.S. Transportation Command wants to fit in, is when it becomes more normalized, because it meets a lot of our needs in terms of cost, capacity, speed, and access.
Terrific. Thank you all very much, gentlemen. Really appreciate it. Jordan, we're going to take it over to you. Thank you. Bye, all.
Yeah. Thank you very much. As a former Army Ranger, I used to be cargo in the back of those C-5s and C-17s for many flights over to Germany. Any efficiency in that process is much appreciated. Our next topic is industrial base of space. Miss Casey Anglada DeRaad is the CEO of New Space, New Mexico. She is an energetic builder of partnerships and growth strategies to help all stakeholders succeed. She has over 30 years of leadership experience in space technology, business development, investment leveraging, technology engagement transfer, strategic planning work. There's a long list of things she's very good at. Casey is a 10th generation New Mexican who has promoted opportunities for New Mexico students and industries for her entire career. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi, everyone. And I want to just thank Michael with Liftport for inviting me, and great to see Matt and Bill from the Space Force Association. Happy to provide you all a little bit of information with what we've been going through with the state of the space industrial base. I thought I would start first with giving a little information on New Space New Mexico, which has been hosting a lot of the efforts with the state of the space industrial base. And so I thought I would share some slides, if y'all don't mind. I think I am able to, right? Let's see, share. Anyways, I go full. So I hope y'all are having fun. There's lots of exciting topics. I can't believe you guys are doing this every month. You must be crazy. I've been doing some webinars. We're on our 5th webinar. I'll talk about it a little bit. But we're on the 5th week of doing one a week, and I'm kind of tired from it. So I'm just amazed at you all. Okay, so just a little bit about New Space New Mexico. I know you heard my bio, but I had a long career with the Air Force. In the latter part of it working, I worked on space systems with the Air Force and NASA. But the latter part of my career was working partnerships, and just saw that there was a need when I did pulled an early retirement, and saw a need to put an organization together that just really helps connect and partnering the DoD that I knew very well, and other organizations in New Mexico like Sandia and Lanel, but really try and figure out how to partner up these federal resources to help the growth of the space industry. And so we say it's new space. We're really trying to tap into this new space era, new space race. And from New Mexico, we just have a lot. We were a leader back in the first space age, and we have a lot of assets to bring to bear in helping the space industry. So our vision is to grow the space industry from New Mexico for the nation. So we're here for the nation, but we're doing it from New Mexico, the place that we love. And so our mission, though, is to accelerate the pace of innovation by providing our partners with direct and faster access to the right connections, resources, and customers. So being that universal voice to unite and ignite. And so a lot of what I'm going to talk to you about today is part of doing that, is uniting the right thought leaders to discuss some very important areas. Before we go on, we do have, we've been establishing our New Space Alliance, and all of you, I have our website is newspacenm.org if you want to go look. the membership doesn't cost, but we're trying to, the buy-in is that you provide a little information about your company, your space company, and your space organization. Right now it's an organizational membership, but we're about to move it to have individual levels too. So the New Space Alliance, though, is aligned to advocate, collaborate, and communicate strategically with industry, government, and academia. And so we're using it to share information, sort of that universal voice to unite and ignite legislative advocacy and collaboration and networking. Another main effort that we have going on with New Space New Mexico is we're establishing an innovation and commercialization hub to facilitate collaboration with industry, government, and academic partners. And so there's a number of efforts we're doing with that, with the stakeholders, trying to connect resources, set up collaborative workspace programs, maybe some kind of a demonstration program for companies to be able to demonstrate their technologies, and then do some space workforce development. But so that was just a little bit about New Space New Mexico and what we're about. But I am here to tell you about what's been going on with the state of the space industrial base. So back in April, May, when we were planning this in March to actually, let me go back. So in 2019, a few folks got together to assess where we are with the state of the space industrial base. And that workshop was March of 2019. And what it mainly did was just sort of document the challenges for the space industrial base. And so last year we thought, okay, that talked about the challenges, but where do we start putting some recommendations for solutions? So we were planning to do it live. As we all know, we got everything shut down. And so New Space New Mexico ended up partnering with the U.S. Space Force and Defense Innovation Unit and the Air Force Research Lab. And so they were key partners, but we wanted to host this workshop. And so we were one of the first virtual workshops, which I have to tell you was quite scary for myself, having our New Space New Mexico name in front of, like, hopefully, it's going to work. We had actual parallel sessions, which now, most of these organizations, like you guys are, that's no big deal. But, when I finally made it through the first day, it was when I could finally sleep after 2 weeks of worrying how it was going to go off. But it was really good. And I think a lot of the leaders saw that this, using some form of the virtual and live hybrid is a good way to go from now on. We got excellent speakers because they just had to go dedicate maybe an hour and a half to their half-hour presentation instead of 3 days with travel and so on. So, and a lot of folks talked about how it just really lowered the playing field. So, we ended up with about 150 thought leaders, and they were from, the Executive Office of the President, the Department of Defense, NASA, Commerce, and, we set up 6 working groups, which these are the topic areas that I'm showing in the slide. And folks, we had parallel sessions, but folks really just rolled up their sleeves and, openly discussed what the problems were and what the solutions were. So it was space policy and finance tools, space information services, space transportation and logistics, human presence in space, and then space power. And then space manufacturing and resource extraction. So for me, my background had been in working as far as space and electronic systems for, satellites. So it was really great to just hear, especially the space policy and finance tools. I mean, it was just an unknown universe for myself to be learning about, the problems and issues and how commerce needs to come forward and so on. And also just the space manufacturing and resource extraction. That was really cool to see, like, space is going to be a big resource. We need to be thinking forward. So anyways, basically what came out of it were, for the government, there was some industry recommendations as well, but what came out of it from these 6 areas, that they analyzed the current state, the challenges, and the inflection points. And they came up with these 6 recommendations that I'll go through kind of quick. So that we promulgate a whole of government North Star top level vision and strategy for space industrial development. So this is, if we want to keep our technological dominance, we have to be a leader in the state of the art space technologies like robotics, resource extraction, small satellites, hybrid architectures. And the national defense needs to pay attention to this relentless pace of innovation and remove barriers. A lot of talk, we had a lot of talk about we need to be able to set up these public-private partnerships, and the government has to be a more stable customer. It needs to communicate clear value functions. So, example, it was in 3 years, we need ABC, and we're gonna have this kind of funding for it. And this helps the commercial companies and the private funders to be able to plan and deliver. DoD develops plan to protect and support and leverage commerce in space. So there's a lot of discussion in how the U.S. economic growth has to happen. When you look at like the American Industrial Revolution, that was greatly enabled by the Transcontinental Railroad. There's a lot of discussion in that about how the government stepped in some public-private funding schemes and was able to open up access to California other than, horse and boat. And so this just really opened up and mobilized the economy. So Bezos has talked about how he wants to support this infrastructure to the moon so that, we easily access to the moon, be able to do more from space, from the moon. And so the government, again, can step in like Lincoln did back in the 1800s and to develop that needed infrastructure and access to the moon and beyond. We'd be able to get to on-orbit servicing, communication, navigation. It'd be, and will it be us and our allies in an open and free way? Or, we can figure that out. So the third one is works to economically stimulate the industry tools. So we need to, bring all the tools in the toolbox to this effort. And one of the main quotes came from our NRO friend Jeremy Bannock, where he was saying, the NRO's been looking at like we need to. Where is my little thing? We want to buy what we can and build only what we must. So the space economy is nascent. So we need to use all these tools. So was discussion of the space commodities exchange and bonds, which are very important to transition these space companies from early investment. But when you're bringing those, that there's set norms and rules and, peaceful use. There's insurance. There's no normalized insurance for space companies that are supported by the market. We need to really work on these different tools. So next is develop the framework for creating wealth and security. We must not become China to lead. We need to continue doing what we are good at. We're innovators, we're open, we're fair. If the US wants to maintain leadership, it must provide that leadership. And we must be this convening platform for our partners and allies to just really not so much move fast, but as my friend Eric Felt says, we need to move with high velocity, which is not just moving fast, but in a good direction. And finally, US government supplies the workforce necessary to fill more than 10,000 science STEM jobs. So Doug Lavero was a presenter and talked about the Artemis program trying to get back to the moon by 2024. And he talked about how they have figured out they have a need for 10,000 STEM professionals to be able to be able to make that goal. We talked about the different issues with STEM, where one, there's a STEM flips where the STEM student starts out in a STEM field but flips shortly after into other career fields and does not finish getting their degree. There's not enough not enough and not enough diversity entering the STEM fields in the first place. So we need to, there's a lack of inspiration in the K through 12. And then a good percentage of teachers are not certified to teach math, science, physics. So there are a number of programs that they talked about where, you know, possible internships, apprenticeships, was brought up to do something like a STEM ROTC, where, you know, the military pays for the education of the person, and then they go on to work in the military. We could do something similar where we pay for that STEM professional schooling and then have a good professional career path for them as soon as they graduate. As far as inspiration, you know, space is exciting. You know, the Launch America, I think, was watched by so many million people. Let's use this time to try to inspire our K through 12. And then finally, you know, for the teachers is to maybe do some kind of certification. We're hoping to try some kind of a pilot program here where the engineering school gives a certification to some of the math and science teachers, but then also it comes with some added pay. So we're looking at some things like that. Finally, the U.S. Space Force works closely with space industry entrepreneurs. You know, the end state is we want to get to a robust commercial space entrepreneurial culture. And it greatly depends on these public-private partnerships. And again, the government being a good customer and being able to send the right demand signals. So many of the above recommendations made in that workshop report came from the Space Policies and Finance Working Group. So after the workshop and the publication of the report from that workshop, Bruce Kahan and Mir Sadat continued to research and document the space policies and challenges. And they recently released the space policies for the new space age, competing on the final frontier. And so New Space New Mexico had partnered with them to release that important report, and also to host 5 webinars that breaks the report down. And so anyway, so next I wanted to tell you about these webinars. They've been really, really great. We've had some great participation in them. And so the first one is the great game of economics afoot in space. So this framed our current circumstances in a historical concept as the great game between the competing systems. The second was positioning U.S. companies to compete in the economic great game of space. And this one discussed how to position U.S. companies to best compete in the great game in order to gain and maintain a comparative advantage. So finally, educating and retraining human talent to compete in the economic great game of space. And this one, Michael joined us. We had a great webinar, and that covered the first of 2 critical capabilities to enable space success in space, and that's educating and training human talent. And then finally, last week, we've been having them every Thursday. So last week was innovation is a critical capability in the great power competition. So this covered the second of 2 critical capabilities to enable success in space, and that was innovation. And so this week, you all can join us. If you want to go newspacenm.org, if you go to the State of the Space Industrial Base tab, that page has the registration links for our final webinar this week, but it also has the information for the State of the Space Industrial Base and report that I had spoken about earlier. But so this week is pragmatic space engagements with China for United States, its allies and other partners. And so that's this Thursday, 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern time. And again, if you go to our website, you could find the registration link. So we hope you could join us on that. For New Space New Mexico, our next our next steps with regard to the state of the space is we want to, one, support the key recommendation that came out of the State of the Space Industrial Base 2020, as well as the Space Policies Report. And that's that North Star Space Vision for Long-Term Leadership, all of government and industry strategy for the development of the STEM workforce. So we will be working, there we go. We will be working on some of this STEM workforce initiatives. We also are planning to partner with the Space Force Defense Innovation Unit and Air Force Research Lab again to do the State of the Space Industrial Base 2021. We're looking at what are the next steps to really, where are we with these recommendations? Have we made any progress in the last year? And then where are some specific steps to engage the legislative, executive, industrial folks to be able to really start working on these recommendations. And then New Space New Mexico is also working on some of our, to push some of these DoD industry partnerships. And then of course we want to continue the dialogue. So again, New Space New Mexico is here to ignite these visions from New Mexico for the nation. And that's all I have. Here's our website. There's our founding sponsors. And I think I'll stop sharing and see. So I know that we could talk about other areas, but I kind of wanted, Michael wanted to give me, wanted me to give sort of a feel for what all's been going on in the last year to really figure out how to help our space industrial base. So that's what I have. Back to you, Michael.
Thank you. No. Stick with us. Stick with us. So in case anybody didn't see, I posted, Casey, I posted the 2 reports.
Okay.
And earlier today, I posted, or I had our team post the report from Rob Adams. So both those things will be on the website in a matter of minutes. The Space Futures document, the industrial base one, and then the most recent one from Mir and Bruce. They'll all be on our website, and I've posted them in the chat here. They're terrific reports. I confess I am biased because I have been a part of them, all 3 of those kind of being crafted. So, admitting my own bias here, but really, the event that you hosted last May, Casey, hats off to you. It's one of the inspirations for why we're doing this here now, right? I wanted to drive to Albuquerque and have the damn meeting. I didn't want to do it digitally. I almost told Dr. Mosier, the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force, I almost told him no, because I didn't want to just be glued to my computer for 3 days straight. So, so I'm super glad I went because it was great.
It was kind of fun because I think the year before they had done 2 full days, and we were saying there's no reason to do 2 full days. Let's do them shorter days because who wants to sit in front of their computer? So we ended up sort of doing shorter days, but over 4 days. So
it was rough. Candidly, it was rough, but you have inspired this event because of your, kind of being first to do it last year. So, really looking forward to the event that you're going to host. Basically the same thing, but maybe a little bigger, maybe a little bit different. Do you have dates for that yet, or is it too soon?
No, we're looking at April, but we're supposed to have a planning meeting. I told them, let me get through this week, and then we're supposed to set up a planning meeting the next week or the next.
So
we'll take suggestions on, what should we do next? Because we don't want to keep meeting to talk about what the issues are, the recommendations. We want to get to, okay, what, we could keep looking at, that bigger vision. And like the space policies report talks about a 2060 vision, and same with the futures meeting that Joel Mosier hosted, I think last year or the year before, or the end of the year before, is, we're not looking at 2060 because we're not going to do much to then, but we have to, if you look at China's Belt and Road Initiative, they have a full plan, but yet you're doing a lot of great things. So we want to see that vision, that far out point, and we know we need to, we've done this where we look at what are the challenges and what are the recommendations, but really now, how do we start putting initiatives or efforts together that's going to make a difference and really start pulling that all of government strategy together.
Yeah, it's so important. I mean, that was one of the key ideas, this whole of government. It's amazing that here we are in 2020 and 2021, and we've never really had that kind of whole of government approach to building out space. We just kind of take it for granted that there is an industrial base, but when it was threatened by COVID, all of a sudden we saw just how shaky that industrial base is and how many partners are necessary to keep that thing that we all depend on, to keep that thing going. So hats off to you for leading that charge.
Also whole of government. I mean, like I said, I came out of DoD, so that was my world. And what I thought was really cool is, we had worked with NASA quite a bit, but just to have like Department of Commerce leaders and, FAA and just different groups coming in and talking about it from their perspective. So we want that whole of government, but we also need these strategies to transcend the administration changes. I think we're making some progress. We have a new administration, and we're really hoping that they hold to some of the progress we made, and we need to have these strategies where it doesn't matter as the administrations change. And that's where we need that further out view.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk a lot here about a more near-term vision. 2035 is kind of the end box that we put this conversation in. But we will look at, what can we do now and next year to make 2025 and then 2035 better. So this kind of actionable report that came out of your team and all the other folks that were on that, that meeting, that's really powerful. It has a lot of influence. By my guess, it's just a guess, there's been 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 maybe official policy documents that came out of that meeting. So super influential. Everything from 2, maybe 3 policy documents on nuke power in space. So that's a big deal. The new era document that I reference a lot is hugely important. And then those were actually pretty non-controversial. Those were pretty easy to get past the administration and into the National Space Council. But then the more, I would say, forward-looking things like the exchange, the commodities exchange for space. I mean, that is a vitally useful tool. Still hasn't gotten all the support that we wanted to have. But do you have any updates on that, or is it still kind of in policy limbo?
In policy discussion.
Discussion.
I think there's more and more. I think when Bruce first brought it up, I know for me, I was like, okay, well, what is that? I'm like Googling commodities exchange. I'm just an engineer, right? And but I think it's getting more and more positive feedback, and I think that we will be able to do it. And even my own delegation has asked me, like, oh, how do we start doing some of these things? So I think we need to, like, next level is be able to get to legislative decision makers, executive decision makers, and be able to start, like, okay, how about we start with this? DIU SMC and AFRL have been discussing setting up.
Defense Innovation Unit, Air Force Research Lab. Yeah, I just
And
want
they're starting to talk like, how do we set up, like a bond or be able to put, a chunk of money that has like these set goals so that it's not this funding that changes with the, the 5-year, whatever, 5-year defense budget.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things I'm responding to Inara in the chat. We talked about how do we make this budget bulletproof. The pushback was, if we start a 5-year planned economy, we are doing the Chinese dance. And that's actually not how the United States typically works. So we have to create market incentives and market controls to incentivize the kinds of behaviors that we want. We can't do a command and control structure. So
right.
Yeah.
Well, I think you should invite Bruce Cahan one of these times to give a little. Like I said, I'm just barely starting to understand it and how we would do it, but definitely would want my buddy Bruce.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to move on to the next speaker, but I've asked Mir, and Bruce was a part of one of our events really early on, the precursor of this back in September. So great to have
you guys are doing a great job. Thank you for the invite, and thank you for being able to participate. And also we were just really honored to be able to do this with the Space Force and Defense Innovation Unit and Air Force Research Lab. So it's been fun.
Right on. All right. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Oops. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Bye-bye. We're going to move on. Jordan, is this your last intro today? Are we saying goodbye to you after this? Well, thank you very much, Jordan. Appreciate your MC duties today. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's been my pleasure. I thoroughly enjoy these conversations. Our next topic is China perspectives. Dr. Namrata Goswami is an independent scholar on space policy, great power politics, and ethnic conflicts. She's a subject matter expert in international affairs with the Futures Laboratory in Alabama and guest lecturer at Emory University. In 2012, she was selected as a Jennings Randolph Senior Fellow at the United States Institute of Peace and was awarded a Fulbright Senior Fellowship that same year. Dr. Namrata established her own strategy and policy consulting in 2016. She has earned numerous awards and won several grants supporting her research. Dr. Namrata is widely published across academic books, magazines, and news sources. Thank you so much for joining us today, Dr. Namrata. Over to you.
Thank you, Jordan, and thank you for having me. Let me just share my screen. I have a...
Nami, you're a little quiet. Can you speak a little closer to the microphone?
Sure. Can you hear me better now?
A little bit better.
All right. Let me remove the headphone. I have like a... So that might be the problem. Just give me a minute.
Nope. You're gone.
Oh, can you hear me?
Much better. That's good.
Okay. All right.
Thank
so
you.
I think it was the... Thank you. Well, so what I'm going to do today is talk a bit about China's, a perspective on China's space goals. And so one of the way I think it is interesting to start is to understand what we mean by China's concept of space power, because within the Chinese grand strategic perspective, space is viewed as a part of their national comprehensive power. So if you look at one of the very interesting books that came out a few years ago called The China Dream, which was published by a retired People's Liberation Army colonel, Lu Mingfu, he gives us a very, very fascinating discourse into how China views the world and how space fits into that particular construct. So in that, what I could glean from that book is that space power is the ability to persuade or coerce countries to behave in a manner in space that is beneficial to the country yielding that particular space power. So in their conceptualization, space power consists of an ability to demonstrate space presence, independently launch to orbit and beyond, project and maintain space power in terms of actually showcasing sustainable presence. And very important from the Chinese perspective is to enable access to key zones in space. And from China's perspective, it is the moon and the Lagrange points and beyond. Now, one of the concepts that comes out of the China Dream concept, which has also been given in speeches by President Xi Jinping, is that to gain advantage without fighting. So in their grand strategic thinking, the moment you have a particular strategy descend to war, it's no longer a strategy or no longer the way of a superior civilization. So they really believe in peacetime offensive and defensive capabilities to ensure that China's power increases. Now, in that concept, so what are some of China's grand strategic focus? So one is to focus on maintaining access and use, which I mentioned, space command and control. Now, the second important grand strategic thinking is that they see space as an economic zone. So, for example, one of their foremost thinkers, Bao Weiming, who is actually a part of their missile defense program and space program, argues that the return of investment, for example, just from China's investment in the Earth-Moon zone is going to be about $10 trillion annually. And by that, he includes resources on the moon like water ice, helium-3, titanium, platinum, and so forth. Now, the third important grand strategic goal is to have power to write the rules of space commerce. So international legal regulations on who has access and how. Now, the China Space Dream has become a part of the Communist Party of China Constitution since 2017, and it's a very important part of their national development goals. In fact, while the world was watching the lunar landing of China, there was another event that was happening, which is that the National People's Congress passed a new national defense law, which makes it mandatory for all Chinese private entities, including space startups, to actually work for the national defense. And if it's become law, so if you do not do that, you might be tried and even put in jail. So it's a very strict law that President Xi has actually passed, and it came into effect on January 1st, 2021. And that law, the description of that law is available if you look online. The other important grand strategic goal for China is that space is seen as a very critical component of civil-military integration. And this also you can see in some of their documents for the private space sector, which is one of the documents is document 60, that says that if you want to invest in space and develop technology, it has to be a part of civil-military integration. Very critically, space is equated to the spirit of the Long March of the 1940s that established the People's Republic of China. And then the exploration of space is not only about science and discovery, but it's actually with a very clear articulated economic purpose, which is exploitation and utilization. The Chinese white paper that came out in 2016 on space, and we are awaiting the new one, talks about utilization of use of space resources. Now, so the critical point in terms of understanding China's space strategy is to look at it from the point of view of Chinese strategic culture. So continuing with their grand strategic thinking, there are different streams of thought in China in terms of how a state needs to behave, including in a domain like space. So there is the realist school, which is actually the legalist school in China, that argues that space power is critical for showcasing China's overall national power and influencing power. But then you also have a very small school, which is the globalist school, which argues that space is part of the common heritage of mankind. So if you talk to space scientists and space policy makers in China, there are divergent views. Space scientists tend to be more of the globalist school, but they are a minority. And since China's space program is led and directed by the State Administration for Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense, they argue that space is for enhancing Chinese grand strategic power. Now, the other critical concept which comes out of China's behavior here on Earth is that the Chinese grand strategic thinking really prioritizes who goes somewhere first. So you can see that behavior in the South China Sea, you can see that behavior in Tibet, is that if China goes somewhere first on the moon, it becomes a critical component of how they are going to behave later. So you can see this in this particular statements coming out of some of their very senior space thinkers and space scientists. One of them is Ye Pei Yang, who's the head of China's lunar mission. And in one of the interviews to the People Liberation Army Daily, which is a outlet that is read across China, he argues that the universe is an ocean. The moon is the Diaoyu Island, which is disputed between China and Japan. The Mars is the Huangang Island, which is the South China Sea. And this is a very critical component coming out from the head of China's lunar mission, that if we do not go there now, we will be blamed by our descendants. So it's very critical that that is the reason why we are investing in space. Now, Ouyang Xiang, the man behind China's Moon and Mars program, points out that China's long-term aim and task is to set up basically a program for the moon that wants to tap into its rich resources. So the moon could serve as a tremendous supplier of energy and resources. And then again, a restatement of their first concept, strategic culture. Whoever conquers the moon first will benefit first. And this particular point of view was echoed by Luang Engshi, who was at that time the director of the China National Space Administration, which is equivalent to NASA. He argued that the purpose for going to the moon is the development and utilization of lunar resources. And don't forget that these particular statements and conceptualization was forwarded for support at the time when China did not have a lunar program. So they actually conceptualized the goal of why they want to go to the moon. So it's not about a human landing for China. It's about developing core capacities, including advanced robotics, 3D printing for long-term permanent presence. Now, what are some of China's strategic culture-based investment in terms of capability? One, of course, is the capacity to send humans to the moon, not for showcasing technology or for going somewhere first for the sake of it, for symbolic purposes, but actually to be able to sustain that human presence for a permanent point of view. Second, they want to develop their capacity to go to cislunar space, which is the space between the Earth and the moon. So one of the foremost senior generals from the Strategic Support Force, Zhang Yuling, pointed out that China's investment in space is not about actually going to Mars. That's one thing. It's not about actually science. It's actually about dominating cislunar space, which is the space between the Earth and the moon, because that's where access is going to be critical. They also are investing in anti-satellite weapons, a permanent space station. China will be trying to launch their own space station this year, and they will actually have 12 launches to complete it. A Mars mission. Tomorrow, China should be entering Mars orbit, the first independent mission from their point of view. And I'll talk a bit about that later. And also developing deep space. And there is something that has changed in China in terms of how space is viewed from a policy perspective. So from China's perspective, space is part of their new infrastructure. And this is actually documented by the very powerful National Development and Reform Commission since April 2020. And by that, I mean it will be prioritized and there will be long-term investment of resources. Now, these are some of the goals that come out from their state space organizations and also policy document. So in the long term, China's goals between 2002 and 2049 has been to invest in space-based solar power, lunar and asteroid mining, establish permanent presence for access, deep space probes, and very critically, they do not believe in showcasing something in the next 1 year or 2 years. So their Mars mission was in the planning for the last 20 years. What we are seeing today is the end goal of 20 years of investment. The lunar mission is about 15 years of planning. So they believe in a very long-term strategy of space development. Now, these are some of the future timelines for space-based solar power. So the first time they talked about space-based solar power in a policy point of view was in 2010, when the China Academy of Space Technology forwarded a concept design. By 2019, they stated that they would establish a space-based solar power plant on Earth. And actually in 2019, the first state-funded solar power plant in Asia was established in Chongqing. And as you can see from the deadline, from the timelines, 2020, the to finish industrial level testing here on Earth to showcase a prototype of in-orbit construction, wireless transmission of power, which is critical for space-based solar power. And then by 2050, they want to actually accomplish the first commercial level SPS system from GEO. Now, one of the biggest advocates for space-based solar power in China is Professor Wang Shiji. So Professor Wang Shiji is the chief designer of China's orbital rockets, the Long March. Now, China's focus on the moon, as I mentioned before, it's not about showing human presence for a short term, it's about long-term capability. They're very proud that last year they became the only second nation to plant a flag on the moon through their Chang'e 5 mission. And it was all done autonomous. So the flag is a fabric flag. They spent a year designing this. And if you look at the conversations coming out of Chinese media, they say that the Chinese lunar flag actually is the flag that should be the icon for the 21st century. Apollo was about showcasing human presence symbolically for a day or two. It was not about extracting resources. It was not about establishing long-term capability, but the Chinese flag actually heralds the era of Chang'e, which is the era of long-term presence and extraction of lunar resources. Now, these are some of the missions that they have already accomplished, and this audience knows it very well. The latest was the Chang'e 5, which was the lunar sample return mission. The Chang'e 4 mission, China is very proud of because that's the first human mission to the far side of the moon. And it's actually still active, about 2 years, the longest active mission for humanity on the moon. These are some of the plans for lunar exploration. So the Chang'e 6 is going to launch in 2024. That is aimed at bringing back samples from the South Pole. The Chang'e 7 is going to conduct a survey of the South Pole for evaluating its composition. And then by 2035, they plan to actually test key technologies like 3D printing to lay the groundwork for lunar-based construction. And the first manned mission is planned for 2036. And this particular timeline was offered to us by the China National Space Administration in 2019. Now, China's Mars mission, as we know, this is the first picture that has come back yesterday of their Mars probe. They're about to enter Mars orbit tomorrow. And for China, they're planning 3 missions at the same time. The landing, entering orbit, landing, and then sending out a rover. So they're actually hoping that they achieve that because that'll bring them at par with US Mars missions. They also have a plan to do asteroid mining. And I can talk a bit about that in the question answer since we have about 10 minutes. So there are civilian space capacities that China are developing. One is, of course, the Long March 5, which is the rocket that has launched their Mars mission, their lunar sample return mission, and the permanent space station. They're also working on reusability. This year, one of their companies, iSpace, hopes to send up a very small rocket, which is going to be reusable. The China Academy of Space Technology and the China Academy of Launch Vehicle Technology are working on reusability, but they're also working on autonomous rockets. But their timeline is 2030. So 2030 is also the year that they are planning to send up the Long March 9, which is going to be their heaviest rocket, capable of lifting about 140 metric tons to low Earth orbit. China also is investing in military space capacity. So some of their interesting capacities are, of course, their ASAT weapon, which they tested in 2007. They have also demonstrated a robotic arm in 2013 that can capture another satellite. For example, debris removal is their goal. But the concern is that that can also be used for grabbing an adversary satellite in case there is conflict in which space is involved. They also have one of the world's most advanced quantum satellites, and again, showcasing their capability. And actually, before the United States established the US Space Force, China was the first country to actually establish an independent service, which is the People's Liberation Army Strategic Support Force. As mentioned before by Casey, they are very critical in using space for diplomatic efforts through the Belt and Road Initiative. The Belt and Road Initiative, as of February 2021 has 140 countries as members. And some of the countries in Europe like Italy, Austria, Luxembourg are members of the Belt and Road Initiative. And the important point is that once you sign on to the Belt and Road Initiative, China actually then invests through the China Bank into your space economy, including your space startups. And this is something that the European Space Agency is actually hoping to also collaborate with China for the requirement that there is need for investment in their own new space sector. Now, before I end, I'll quickly say that China is not just about state-funded and state-owned space organizations. They also have commercial entities. Some of them are Link Space, X Space, One Space, Land Space, and iSpace. Link Space in 2019 demonstrated China's first reusable rocket. I think it went up to about 20 meters and landed back. And then this year, iSpace is going to attempt their first reusable rocket to orbit. There is a lack of US-China space cooperation, since this is always of importance and we talk about it. Of course, as we know, they are debarred from taking part in the International Space Station as per a 2011 US congressional legislation. The other important point is that for China and the US, space does not exist by itself. It is connected to other issues. So for example, China's aggressive behavior with regard to Taiwan. Space is utilized for that kind of deployment. Hong Kong with the National Security Act, the human rights of the Uyghurs, the South China Sea, and the East China Sea. And in fact, during President Biden's inaugural ceremony, the US did something that it had not done since 1979, since Jimmy Carter. The Taiwan de facto diplomat was invited to the inauguration ceremony. So in that sense, China sees Taiwan as a core issue. And so any kind of space cooperation will have conditions laid down by China that closer relationship with Taiwan cannot happen. The other important point is that according to President Xi and his China dream, it's very clear. So in 2049, China will be celebrating the 100th year anniversary of its establishment as a communist country. And President Xi wants to use space to make China the lead nation in space by 2045. So the argument coming out of China is that we are very happy to collaborate with the US, but it has to be an order where China has the lead influence in terms of constructing the rules and norms of how do we engage, because they view space from an economic perspective. The return of investment is in the trillions of dollars. So some of the future timelines for China in terms of its investment, of course, is a 2022 permanent space station. Between 2022 and 2034, they want to invest in asteroid exploration. As I mentioned, Mars probe. I talked about the lunar bases and lunar missions. But what is interesting is that they're also investing in nuclear propulsion. So from what I hear from Chinese scientists working on this is that they believe that if you want to become a truly spacefaring civilization, propulsion and speed is key. And so for them, 2040 is the year where they hope to showcase their nuclear fleet of carrier rockets and reusability. Should we take these timelines seriously? So one thing that I did is to see whether they have met past timelines. So since I've been following China for the last 27 years, I would say that everything that China puts out in terms of space, including their mission to low Earth orbit, including the Chang'e 4 landing, these are, as I stated, plans that were articulated 20 years ago. So what I did was that I kind of tried to study whether they had met their goals. And at least still the Mars mission, they have met their goals in terms of meeting things on time or missing a deadline by a year or so because a rocket did not work, like the Long March 5. But at least they have kept to their goals that they have stated. So I'll end by saying that why did I say talk about China's perspective to this audience is because, first of all, there is a great scramble for resources, especially from the Chinese perspective. Chinese lead space scientists and thinkers view space from an economic perspective. They argue that there are trillions of dollars to be had, and they're very clear that it's very critical for China to get somewhere first. For example, they believe that you can actually establish norms and regulations that can benefit Chinese citizens. And you can see such behavior in the South China Sea very clearly. And since space law is not very developed today to deal with that kind of future, China wants to play a big role in ensuring that norms and regulations are such that they benefit the most. Michael, I'll end there, and any questions I'm very happy to take. Thank you so much.
Terrific. Thank you, Dr. Goswami. That was, as always, very enlightening. There's a lot to unpack there. I want to talk about how they use kind of strategic points, right? So we talked about the L points. We've talked about they have an active rover on the far side of the moon. I don't know yet if they are considering Mars a strategic point, but they might someday. So can you kind of elaborate on using their history, using their examples, what can we expect from their relationship to the moon, like near term?
Sure, absolutely. So it's very clear from Chinese strategic thinking is that if you want to ensure that the lunar base is something that can be used for advancing other goals. So this is how they are thinking. So Li Ming, who is one of the key actors in the China Academy of Space Technology, argues it very well, I think. He says that if you want to actually establish sustainable development of capability and not episodic changes of missions and changes of plans, this is what we need to do. First, we need to go to low Earth orbit, which they have done. Second, we need to establish a permanent space station, which they already did with their temporary stations, the Tiangong 1 and 2. And now the Tiangong space station is going to be their permanent space station. But the important point for him is that if you really want to take advantage of lunar gravity, which is less than Earth, that will enable you to launch from a base on the moon with much more efficient cost benefits. So his argument is that if you actually want to go to Mars much easier to establish yourself in that particular realm, establishing a base on the moon is critical from Chinese perspective. And from their point of view, L4, L5, L2 becomes critical. So L2, of course, they already have a relay satellite there that is helping them to communicate with their far side of the moon with Chang'e 4. And then the other point is that if you really want to then invest in goals like space-based solar power, from their perspective, it's much more efficient to use resources from the lunar surface to construct satellites instead of trying to lift a 10,000 ton satellite from Earth. So it's a very strategic thinking. And this is what I find interesting when I listen to their documents, or including during my field work in China, is that they are not thinking about rushing to a particular end goal within the next 2 years. They are thinking long-term in terms of 2049, 2050. And so the question I made is that what happens if the US lands, say, on the moon by 2024? So the argument is that the difference between us and the US is that we are actually really thinking about advancing sustainable presence, and we are investing in such capacity. And so, and they're also very critical that first presence is key. And so the Chang'e 4 for them is a critical goal because it was the first mission to go to the far side. They actually want to be the first to actually start prospecting for resources on the South Pole as well. So it's very critical from their point of view.
So, from national perspectives, I hate to characterize it, but I think it's accurate like this. We went for flags and footprints. We went for national pride. We did a lot with propaganda. We used it as a tool for soft power around the world for years. I think, my own personal opinion, we rested on those laurels for a very long time. They're definitely using it for soft power. For sure they are. The Belt and Roads program is an amazing propaganda tool that they're using quite effectively. But their focus is not on the propaganda. Their focus is on the economic return on investment, right? Can you describe the difference in their mindset to us a little bit so we can understand that a little bit better?
Sure, because if you look at the discourse coming out of the US, space is still seen as something of a great inspiration. It's seen as something advancing our understanding of Earth, the solar system, discovery, exploration. And so the Apollo mission is taken as that particular view, that this inspired people. But I think people also forget that the Apollo mission was also a very ideological mission. It was about beating the Soviet Union to the moon. So it actually was a mission about showcasing which is more attractive, but yet it remained in the exploration phase. If you listen to Chinese space thinkers and philosophers, including Wang Shiji, who actually is the biggest influence on their space program, they see space as not just somewhere you go for inspiration or for exploration, but you actually seriously invest in capability for utilization. So they have actually, within their own analysis, realized that if you in fact invest in, say, asteroid mining, say a small asteroid like 3554 Amun, and the capability to extract resources, the return of investment is much more than the $1 billion that you might put in. The return is $1 trillion. So in their argument, the return of investment long-term is extremely high. And you could see this with their justification for their own global positioning system as well. So we think it's all about defeating the US in terms of military command and control, independent military command and control, precision. But if you look at the analysis coming out of their navigation center, the argument made was that if we invest, say, 9 billion as a first investment to build that system up, the return of investment is $59 billion. So it's a very economic cost benefit analysis that I see in their investment to space. And don't forget, from the Chinese strategic culture, a strong economy, an integrated economy to the world means that it enhances and increases China's national power. So it's very much about the ability to demonstrate their power.
Well, thank you very much. Super, very, very thought-provoking. I've been watching it for a little while, but every time I talk to you, I learn 10 new topics. So thank you very much, Dr. Goswami. We're going to turn it over to Ed. Ed, thank you very much. Bye, Nami. We'll talk soon.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks again for that riveting topic. Our next topic is Wargaming Space Power, and our next speaker to cover this topic is Michael, aka Ludes Martindale. He is the director of the Space Education Committee at the Space Force Association. He's an Air Force veteran who culminated his military career as an assistant professor of military and strategic studies at the United States Air Force Academy. Ludes has a diverse academic background with a Master's of Space Studies from the University of North Dakota, a Master's of Logistics Management from the Air Force Institute of Technology, and a doctorate of philosophy in political science from the University of South Carolina. Let's all please welcome Mr. Martindale.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully all are well and enjoying this event as much as I am. So what we're going to talk about today, obviously, is Wargaming Space Power. And I'd like to do that by first approaching some definitions and talk a little bit about wargaming in general. And then about what you can do analytically with wargaming, along with a specific example, and then talk about how we can apply that within the space domain and how important that is. And then I'm going to actually draw from one of the previous discussions by Dr. Adams, who was kind enough to share one of his slides with me and to kind of use it as a framework for talking about what can be done for the space domain and how we could apply this wargaming method as an analytical method to help push forward the things that we're talking about today. So first off, space power. I like the definition of space power. Here, this is a space-aware audience, but still it's nice to have common definitions, and I prefer the definition of space power from the 2020 Defense Space Strategy. And it defines space power as the sum of a nation's capabilities to leverage space for diplomatic, information, military, and economic activities in peace or war in order to attain military objectives. In order to attain national objectives. So I like that definition because it encompasses all aspects of national power. It is not a military focused definition of power. And that's very important because most of what we do in space today and most of what we hope to do in space, based on previous presentations and discussions and what's in the literature and in the press, is not military focused. And even for the Space Force, focusing on how to support a much broader effort than what the Space Force will put together is an important aspect of defining how best to continue to build and organize the Space Force. Okay, so there's the definition of space power. So wargaming, it is an analytical method. It's broadly probably misunderstood. Usually when you think of wargaming, most folks, if they're younger, they think of playing first-person shooter video games. That's not wargaming because it's not analytical. It's while you learn how to play a video game, it's not necessarily educational either. The other thing that brings to mind when you talk about wargaming are people standing around it. I looked at showing some pictures from wargaming that you can find on the internet, and they all are basically the same. A group of individuals either sitting at computer terminals or sitting at a desk with a map on the desk or standing on top of a map that's spread out over the floor, pushing tanks or ships around on the board. Doesn't exactly imply a lot of action, not an interesting image. So I chose not to show one of those, but this definition is specifically mine. And just as a bit more background, professionally, in addition to the work I do with the Space Force Association, I do work with a company, with a government organization designing war games focused on logistics and sustainment analysis. So this is my definition of wargaming, and it's broadly based on others that I've read, but it's the one I like. Wargaming is the creation of an abstracted environment to inform and challenge human decision-making under stress without the risk of consequence. So let me break that out a little bit. So an abstracted environment, the idea is to create an environment where the decision maker, the human decision maker, has enough information to understand the situation they're supposed to be dealing with and to make informed decisions. It's not a exercise in the military way of when we do exercises, we have, for example, if a pilot is involved with a military exercise, they're actually flying their aircraft. There's actual functions that they need to do and perform well tasks that they were trained to do. A war game isn't that. It's a very artificial environment, and the idea is to provide the human decision maker the opportunity to wrestle with concepts, wrestle with ideas, wrestle with the challenge without actually being at risk of personal harm or harm to their equipment or the people that they work with. So what can you do with wargaming? First off, wargaming inspires the idea that we're talking strictly about war, but really we're talking about competition also. So there's one scholar who uses wargaming in his classroom is Phil Sabin, and he prefers the term conflict simulation, which I actually prefer to wargaming. I'll continue to use wargaming here because it's a more commonly understood term. But what conflict simulation allows as a term is it allows it more intellectual expansion beyond just conflict and war to competition, economic competition, military competition short of combat, things of this nature, which are also areas where wargaming can be applied. Okay, so what conflict simulation can do, help analysts do, is one, you can determine what your organization can and cannot do. So by being presented with a situation, it forces those participants in the war game to sort through what you're actually capable of doing based on the capabilities that your organization possesses, both in technology and human capability, and the capacity in which you have those capabilities. So to use a war example, if I know part of my solution probably will involve the B-21, how many of those, having one is important, but how many I have also helps define what I'm capable of doing and what I can't do if I'm looking at using that type of capability to achieve my objectives. Second thing you can do is determine what the competition can and cannot do. So Dr. Goswami just gave us a great presentation on what China is looking at doing strategically and what they have done, and that helps you. That sort of information would be a great feeder into a conflict simulation in which the participants would be trying to sort out where the strategic advantage is with regards to competition with China, also with the idea of keeping it short of kinetic conflict in space. So defining what both you and your competitor can do and cannot do. Next, it can help you identify what the key variables are in the decisions that you have to make when presented with the situation. So again, going back to Dr. Goswami's presentation, she discussed the Lagrange points in the moon and the importance of those in the Chinese published strategy. If you look at things that have come out of scholars in the United States, those are also key features, geographic features in space for any approach where you're going to explore extensively in space and extract resources. So wargaming will help you continue to identify aspects such as those and other variables such as lift capacity, the cost of lift capacity, things of that nature. So that's identifying the variables which most influence the probability of success for what you're trying to achieve. Next, wargaming can help you comprehend where the strategic advantage exists. Previously, Mr. Sundby discussed Andy Marshall and the Office of Net Assessment. Wargaming was a key feature of their analytical process to identify where the United States would have strategic advantage over the Soviet Union, and wargaming and the analysis that came out of multiple war games helped develop the concepts and ideas of the revolution in military affairs that Eric referenced, and the U.S. response to create those strategic advantages. Okay, so those are some four big things that wargaming can do. Determine what you can do, what you can't do, your competitor can and can't do, the key variables in the situation, and where strategic advantage lies. Now, those four things can combined to collectively provide, assuming that you conduct enough war games on the same or similar scenario, to create what I call organizational iteration, and can help you identify areas for further analysis. So out of a war game, you would want to identify, for example, if you identified a key variable in the situation, but you maybe didn't understand that variable as well as you'd like to, this would be a situation where you might apply modeling and simulation, those sorts of analytical concepts in order to better understand that variable. All right, so that's what wargaming can help you do. One thing I have to say, otherwise I'll lose all credibility in the wargaming community, which I'd prefer not to do, is say that one thing that wargaming cannot do for you is tell you what the answer is, the capital T, the answer. It helps you understand where the answer might lie and key aspects of the answer, but it doesn't give you the singular answer. Think of it, if you have a background in quantitative research. In quantitative research, your N, the number of samples that you have, is very important in order to get validity for your analysis. Well, a war game is an N of 1. So every time you iterate the same war game, you increase your N, but to get to a high enough N to get to that quantitative surety or validity in your analysis is very difficult to do. Okay, so that's what wargaming can help you with as an analytical method. So let's specifically take that and apply it to military wargaming. So during the interwar period for the United States between World War I and World War II, and I know I'm going way back, but that was a profound period of innovation, both technological and organizational innovation, and a key historical case study for wargaming is the Naval War College and their use of wargaming over the course of over a decade during that period to look at how to fight a Navy, specifically how to use the US Navy most effectively, and specifically in the Pacific, and even more specifically as they developed the concepts for how to use the aircraft carrier, which was a combination of several new technologies, the aircraft and the ability to launch and land aircraft off of a ship in reasonably large numbers. And what resulted from their iterative wargaming over decades is they developed their strategy for this Pacific. And despite the initial surprise of Pearl Harbor, most of the strategic concepts for how to use the aircraft carrier were already developed by the start of the war. And the transition from, because in World War I, the concept was that the battleship with the big guns was the key feature of the Navy. That thinking transitioned in the US Navy to placing the aircraft carrier at the center of the fleet and using it as the primary method for projecting force against another fleet. That all developed during the interwar period. So from a strategic standpoint, that was a major change in how the Navy fought. Along with that, they also looked at how to conduct logistics and sustainment to support that strategy. Which infrastructure was required? Where was it needed? What were the sea lines of communication that were most important to protect in order to support the strategy? What prepositioning was required? What were the key geographical features? In this case, the key islands, which needed to be held and maintained in order to support the strategy, or in many cases, islands that needed to be captured. So that's an aspect. I already talked about the aircraft and the aircraft carrier, but there were sub-studies on that today we call science and technology war games, where you're assessing the future value of emerging technologies. So, which can help you decide. The Navy was at a point where it had to decide: do I invest more in better battleships, or do I invest in this new technology of the aircraft carrier and the aircraft? And the war games allowed them to identify the strategic advantage and then decide where to spend the government funds on ships. Because if they hadn't done it then, they wouldn't have the carrier force that won the naval war in the Pacific in the 40s, if they hadn't invested in the 30s on that. And finally, I'm calling it education and experience. So over the course of 2 decades, it wasn't just one officer or 2 officers who went to these war games and participated and learned from them. It was most of the officer corps that led the effort in the naval fight in the Pacific had participated in one or more of these war games. So while one individual only got one snapshot, maybe 2 of a war game, so they got that one look at those key variables, that one look at potential options for strategies and how to sustain them and which technologies to leverage. As an organization, the United States Navy and the Pacific Fleet had a profound level of experience fighting in the Pacific based on all of the individuals having participated in these war games, though each of them was a little bit different. It provided what I'm calling organizational iteration. And with that, also on the individual and organizational level, leadership development. So developing your leaders and their thinking to support how you're going to go into the future. Okay, so for the space domain then, certainly industry has some areas where they could leverage wargaming to decide where they want to compete with other corporations in a democratic capitalist system such as our own, or if they wanted to compete with companies from other nations, such as those that Dr. Goswami mentioned in her presentation. In academia, wargaming is a great educational tool. At the Air Force Academy, I created a course to teach cadets wargame design, but I also use wargames in the classroom to teach specific concepts, strategic concepts along the way. So it's a tool there, but where I want to focus is on the Space Force and U.S. Space Command. So when we think of the example of the Naval War College in World War II, and the aircraft carrier and the aircraft, what you have is the Navy had an opportunity based on new technology to change their organizational structure, to change their strategies, invest differently in technology, and then leverage that technology to serve the strategy in their organizational structure, which gave the strategic advantage to win the naval fight in the Pacific. The Space Force and its partner, U.S. Space Command, can leverage wargaming for the same types of things. The idea of conflict in space, whether it be kinetic or non-kinetic, is still fairly new. And so using wargaming as a tool to explore what you can actually do, what you cannot do based on the technologies and the capabilities, the capacities that you have. The same for potential adversaries or competitors. What can they do? What can they not do? Where does your strategic advantage lie? These are the things that the Space Force and U.S. Space Command should be looking at through their war games. And they do have war games that they conduct, but they're not very frequent. And so there's potential to really leverage wargaming as an analytical tool to improve and refine the thinking for both the Space Force and U.S. Space Command. And it includes looking at logistics and sustainment. You know, the Space Force in its capstone doctrine document that it published back in August has the Space Mobility and Logistics Mission. And when you go back to Matt Anderson and Lieutenant Colonel Ladd's comments, that's really what they're talking about is space mobility and logistics. So, well, a portion of it, not the entire thing, but this is a brand new mission area that needs to be explored in order to guide investment and operations and organizational structures to do it well. So big opportunities for the U.S. Space Force and U.S. Spacecom. So now I'd like to just briefly, I'm going to bring up one of the slides from Dr. Adams' brief, because as he was discussing this, it really brought home the ideas that I'm talking about for me. So this structure that he shows with the policies, technologies, infrastructure, missions, influence, economy, and population, this is actually a construct that you could use to design a war game to help inform this oracle's effort. Dr. Adams explained that the oracles right now is kind of the, it looks like a castle, but if you walk behind, it's really a beautifully painted piece of cardboard with a 2x4 holding it up. And that's good to acknowledge. To build the analytical and cognitive infrastructure behind the visualization that currently it provides, wargaming can help you identify where key variables are by bringing in experts with broad backgrounds, but some common understanding of the situation that you are coping with, to help build the structures and identify which variables need to be included in each of these areas and how those variables interact so that they can be better modeled in a software tool such as this. And that's a challenging process. So I applaud the work that's going on here. And I understand, because the company that I do work for is primarily a software company. I'm kind of a one-off as a conflict simulation expert. So this is an interesting concept and an example, along with the competition with China, the development of concepts and doctrine for U.S. Space Force and U.S. Space Command, in which wargaming could serve as one of several analytical tools, which when combined can really help you better understand your situation and how to find that strategic advantage in order to achieve, in the case of the nation, national objectives, in the case of Oracle, organizational or organizational objectives for building out a modeling and simulation tool, which would inform further analysis. So that was a lot. So I'm going to break here and stop sharing.
Roger that. Dr. Martindale, thank you so much for this. I keep saying it to all of our speakers because it's true. I'm really grateful that y'all are here and providing this kind of insight. I posted the capstone document that you just referenced in the chat. I don't see you. Are you still here?
I am.
Oh, there you are. Okay, good. We have a lot of participants. This is actually near a record for us. They're all on this at the same time, and I couldn't find you all of a sudden. That was very.
That's all right.
All right, good. I grew up in Bremerton, Washington. We have a whole lot of aircraft carriers and battleships that used to go through there, especially during the days that you were talking about, World War II and prior. So I'm very aware that the expectation was you would use the battleships as your primary, and then those guys who are flying, we'll worry about them later, right? But those aircraft carriers, we'll see what happens. We'll see. My grandfather would have a lot of stories about the differences between battleships and aircraft carriers. It's fascinating to hear that the Naval War College did all of those simulations, those wargaming tools beforehand. I didn't know that. That was really interesting. So now let's take us to where we are today. We don't really have the cadence and I would say the thoroughness of what a Space Force is able to do, capable of doing. We heard today that there's some new capabilities that might come online. I don't have a clearance. I know that my stuff has been submitted for some wargaming exercises, but I've never known the result of those. I'm super curious, but I don't want to have a clearance. So those war games are kind of necessary in that calm period between World War I and World War II. And I would argue that they are necessary now while we are in a calm period. We haven't had a space war, and we don't want one, but we need to be planning for what does that look like. So how do we start getting this conflict simulation cadence built? How do we start doing that? And who needs to participate in that? Okay.
So if you want to talk specifically for the military services, the Space Force and U.S. Space Command, from the war games that they do, they have the Space Flag, which is kind of war game, kind of exercise. It gets iterated more often. You have the Schriever war game, which is roughly annual. If you want to, because of the effort required to do more frequent war games, you need either a physical or virtual environment with a known structure for the game, and then experts set in place to build the scenario and build what we call the injects, which are changes to the scenario.
Okay.
As a baseline, so you don't have to create those things every time. And then what that allows you to do is capture intellectual capital of individuals. So with this group, I would want to take, just looking at the faces on the screen, I would want to capture you to represent maybe the civilian thinking on, US civilian thinking on space operations. I would want to use Dr. Goswami as a member of the Red Force, which represents the competitor.
The bad guys, right?
Well, the competitors aren't always bad.
Okay.
Right? The competitors are sometimes someone you work with sometimes and you compete with at other times, and that's the way it is. And that's the way it is with China. We agree with them on many things, and some things we don't. So, and then I would take General De Palmer, who his name is on the screen, and I'd want him on the Blue Force because of his background in operational military planning and his knowledge and previous participation in those same space war games that I just mentioned. And by providing a known infrastructure, which is what the Naval War College did, they had a team of experts who their job was to run the war game. And then adding on the intellectual expertise in the different areas where you need it to address the situation, and then having a known structured reporting format to get to not just senior leaders who need it to help make decisions, but to participants and those who may be interested in the outcomes so that they can also learn.
Terrific. I could have this conversation, delay our entire day. I'm super interested in it, but we have to move on. I do want, if you don't mind, I'd like you to post your LinkedIn connections over here. There's several people that would like to connect with y'all. Some of them, Guy Thomas in particular, was an early war college professional. So just please connect with some of these folks. There's some very interesting folks on our call right now. Swapping over fast. Sorry for the delay, Ed. Take it away. Thanks a lot, Dr. Martindale.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks again, Dr. Martindale. Okay, so our next topic for the afternoon is space battle management. And our next speaker for this afternoon is Mr. Floyd Kerr, AKA Shock. He is a retired U.S. Air Force officer and prior enlisted airman. He spent the first decade of his career in Air Combat Command as an enlisted air crew operator aboard the AWACS surveillance, warning, and C-2 aircraft. After earning a commission, he entered U.S. Space Command and served as an operator, instructor, engineer, and graduate of the U.S. Air Force Weapons School. Since his retirement in 2017, he has worked on teams for Space Flag, the National Space Defense Center, DARPA, Air Force Research Labs, and Space Delta II. He's the owner of K4 Active Defense and founder of Red Space. Welcome to Blue Marble Week, Mr. Kerr.
Shock, are you having technical difficulties? Okay. Ludes, are you still around while we try to figure out what's going on with Floyd Kerr?
I am.
Okay, so let's keep chatting. we will try on the back end to figure out what is going on with Shuck. Can somebody please ping him? So when we start talking about wargaming, so you've got participants and you've got, I think you said the words was injects. That's a new that's a new term to me. And so you're iterating off of whatever you learned last time. Is that the base? Is that how you start?
You can. So there's a lot of different ways to do wargaming. So you can take the outcome of a previous game and use that as the entering conditions for the next game. You can create new scenarios every time. It kind of depends on what your analytical objectives for the game are. Often what you'll see is boutique war games where it's going to be run once and that's it. And it's archived and then you create a new game. But depending on your analytical objectives. So in the case of the Naval War College, they had an analytical objective of sorting out what naval warfare is going to look like in the future. And that requires the iteration. And so for what I would envision for the Space Force and for U.S. Space Command is, in addition to the boutique Schriever war game where you have this profoundly massive scenario, you're including very senior leaders in the process, is creating something that's more iterative, where you're just making minor changes to the scenario as you learn and go, and including that in a professional development type platform, so that participants can come in, they can be dedicated to it for a little while, they go away, new participants can come in, maybe change it a little bit, maybe you don't, because, and then you continue to generate not just those layers of expertise in your force and your leader development, but you also get the layers and the different views and experiences layered on top of the situation, which allows you to better do those things that I talked about, the identifying what you can and cannot do, the identifying what your adversary can and cannot do, what the key variables are and how to define those within the game, and so on. So that's where you get the iteration.
Thank you. Thanks for kind of that ad hoc moment. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Let's swap over to Ed and Floyd Kerr. Kerr, are you able to hear us now?
Yeah, how's my comm? You got me?
Terrific. Yep. Sorry for that technical bobble there. Please, let's get into your conversation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hey, thanks everybody. I'm sorry I missed the intro. I've had this meeting up all day and I'm kind of working a few jobs, so I have like 3 comms going on. So not quite sure what was said. So I'll kind of I'll start off here. I think I need to share a screen.
Terrific. You're able to do that. You have that capability.
Also, give me just 1 second here. And I think I, like a few others, I like Zoom and these technologies, but when I go into presentation mode, things get all screwy with multiple screens. So I'm going to leave this slide up here.
That's exactly how I did it yesterday, because I had the same problem. So just be comfortable. Work well. Thanks.
All right, thanks. So I'm not an astronaut, not a PhD. I'm not a pole mill expert. I'm not a math expert or an orbital analyst expert. So as we're checking off the things I'm not good at, I am good at being an operator. And based on my past, I kind of became a big picture guy. And I was blessed to have the kind of experiences through my career that have allowed me to, even now that I've retired, still maintain a network and have conversations with folks like you all that seem to be pretty interested in parts of space that I didn't even know was out there. So so far, the bits I've been able to hear about this has been it's been really cool. I'm honored to be able to be invited to talk here. I do want to thank Hippie out at the Space Force Association and Blue Marble Week and the Foundation for Future. Like I said, it's exciting to be part of these unique discussions. So what does K4 Active Defense bring to Blue Marble? Well, I bring what I believe is red space operations, and that's really kind of a threat-focused planning. And a lot of the discussions I've heard just recently from Ludes and some of the previous speakers is this is not a topic that's new to even those that aren't familiar with military space operations. It is difficult not getting any feedback from anybody, not seeing faces. When Hippie tasked me to come do this, I didn't know, as a retired guy owning my own company, having like 10 jobs, I could be tasked by a retired colonel, but it still happens. So I didn't know what to expect. I thought it might be a back and forth discussion, Q&A. And as I learned about it, I put some slides together. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go kind of quick through them. So mainly, I guess, Mike or Hip or anybody else out there has a good idea that maybe I can get some questions back and to have a discussion about some topics with the time that we have left there. Just a real brief background on why you see a lot of red on all my slides. So I started off my career as AWACS. I did a bunch of command and control jobs there, surveillance technician, weapons and tactics. But I got to be a radar controller, which was, for those of you who don't know, I got to basically play like the bad guy and talk to the bad guy aircraft to go fight blue. And when you play the bad guy, you get to break all the rules because red doesn't really follow the rules within a box. Anyway, I had a lot of fun doing that. That's where I got my first little hook there. After I commissioned and went over to the officer side, started working in Space Command, then I got a chance to do some opposition force work for a deployed unit where we just did some exercises out in the woods with, I got to use my truck and again, play the bad guy driving down the road and pulling the e-brake slide in the dirt while this big semi truck stopped and these guys got out with their, fake guns and started shooting at us. And I mean, like some people say that some guys don't grow above the age of 12 or 15. And I'm probably one of those guys because that kind of stuff, even in my, older days is a lot of fun and exciting. So again, it's still sticking with me, this opposition force through my career. Then I get to do some space range and some weapons officer type assignments where my eyes really opened up to a lot of different ways of integrating capabilities. And I got to go do some OPFOR work up on the North Nellis ranges where they, put you out in the woods and they have a guy there who's to make sure I don't get bit by a snake or fall down and really break my leg. But other than that, he just stands there and watches me. And I'm to play the role of a downed pilot or someone who's been, lost out in the woods and has to use a radio and get back in touch with civilization using space technologies and those things. So again, playing Survivor out there. Sorry, I kind of blended stories. So I got to play Survivor out there. While that wasn't OPFOR, it was still the same kind of flavor of being on the ground and being involved in that tactical kind of a fight. We did get to go out and be OPFOR where it was nighttime and they brought like helicopters came in, and as an air crew member and as a space operator, you didn't get a lot of like military like combat feeling like you see in the movies. But whenever we did these exercises, it was extremely intense and very exciting. Anyway, so that's why when I got toward my end of my career, I started thinking, what am I going to do when I get out? I didn't want to stand forever. What kind of things would I be interested in? And those were the things that stood in my head. And in addition to that, I also knew that when I was in Space Command, we didn't get a chance during our exercises to play and fight against an adversary that was realistic, because most of our adversary, anything was all classified. And while a lot of that is still true, there's a lot of basic fundamental things that are not classified anymore. So to be able to have a basic blocking and tackling maneuver warfare kind of a discussion is now possible in an environment like this, where I have to assume that one of these screens over here that says a name is probably some spy or some threat to the United States in some manner. And no offense to Blue Marble, I'm sure that's probably not the case, but I think you see my point why I'm getting at that. So I think that kind of covers up the background of why you'll see a lot of red in the slide and why I have chose this route. So when I got out, I didn't know it was going to be called Red Space. I started a company called K4 Active Defense, which is basically like a consulting company, and got to go do some work. I'd always had the red opposition force kind of passion, but it's hard to find a customer who's asking for that capability. Finally, I did get a chance, and DARPA reached out and found me for a program they were working called Hallmark, and they were working on indications and warning, course of action development, and space situational awareness tools that would all work together to provide the future of what we think will be needed for our infrastructure. In addition to that, they were also working on slimming down the acquisition timeline in a they called it a zero integrator approach, but it was just a new way of doing acquisitions in a very agile sense. So when they brought me in to work that program, it was kind of a home run for Red Space, because they asked me, hey, can you go do that Red Space campaign plan and create us a bad guy plan that we can have our tools fight against? And I said, well, with pleasure. That's kind of what I've always wanted to do. So we compromised on a 70-day exercise or a 70-day scenario, which my whole time in Space Command, I only got to do like 3 days here, 4 days here, maybe a 2-week exercise, which was really like a 7-day exercise split over the weekend, but never anything that really accurately represented a space campaign conflict. And so it was difficult to do that, but the 70 days was built, and we were able to find the little niches where the crews would come in and get briefed on what has happened, what you're up against, what you're expected to do. Then it would work for, 10, 15 minutes, do a little problem, work on some briefings, maybe an hour or two worth of, console time. And they did that a few times to work through those 70 days of threat campaigning. So that brings me to, I guess, the rest of the presentation of what is Red Space now that I've kind of given you the background. I didn't want to give one of my past briefs or presentations because they all seem kind of unique to the audience. So over the last few days, I put this together. So it's kind of rudimentary. I think it'd be a great briefing for like a high school crowd. This is the type of style I think I shine to the most, just based on the simplicity of where I'm trying to go. So Blue Marble Week, what I'm showing here is what I think you think your AOR is. And so while this is a 2D PowerPoint slide, I hope you can see this moving. Yeah. This is just basically the first thing I heard Mike say was that his AOR, his box is from the surface of the moon, or the surface of the Earth, which I'm trying to point at, to the surface of the moon. And I said, that's great. That's specific. I like specifics. But I would say now, looking at this picture that we're all sharing, I would say that he was maybe a little off in that, sure, from the surface of the Earth, but I bet he wants to go beyond the surface of the moon, because we've already talked about L2. So when it comes to, let's say, policy or workforce development, real world technologies, and we start talking about specifics, why Red Space is beneficial is because we use pictures to talk to. So I do know that we are speaking about the same exact thing. And that's just an example of why we've used these type of technologies. So I've made an acronym out of the Red Space. The first one obviously was RED. And next we'll talk a little bit about education. I've mentioned briefly that I like to educate toward the folks I shine toward, and that high school age with simplicity of language, even younger. I heard the Space Gala yesterday, and I had not heard of that yet. And I was really excited to hear that kind of education going on at those young ages. Because when I've talked to my friends about, hey, check out these satellites I made, they would be able to teach kids. And I don't know if you can see this picture here, but these are satellites we've used at Red Space to teach, where you've got faces. Now, if I got a satellite talking to me, I'm interested in a different perspective, and maybe that's not for your PhD audience, but as we work toward getting our younger folks on there, these are things that Pixar hasn't really done a good job yet. getting out there. And then on the other side of the coin, we go into those same models we use for the children. Inside of those models, if you were to open them up, you would see, which is on the right, which is your more specific, detailed, advanced education type of a breakdown, but all in the same type of structure. I'll leave that for there. Doctrine, when we worked with the Hallmark program, we got a chance to experiment with some doctrine. What doctrine would Red use in the future? So there's a bunch of ways to do it, and I'm not here to tell anybody which is the right way. It's about the process of figuring out what that doctrine is going to be for your adversary. And again, I'd say adversary, and for a lot of the business folks out there, it may just be competitors. That's a world I'm still kind of transitioning into. These documents here, I just wanted to highlight them. These are open source, I guess. I'm not sure if that's the right word now, but they're out there every year. They're released. There's space threat assessments, and these are great places to go to get a glimpse as to what the adversary is doing at the unclassified. Pretty much everybody knows about it level. Establishing new norms of communication for new business terrain. I think that bottom line there is, as we move forward on these policy and on international partnerships, there's a lot of different ways to say the same thing in space. So I hear in the government side, they work on brevity. I'm sure they're working on that in the commercial side as well, and in the civilian industry side. So that's an area where Red Space is trying to pave some ground as far as coming up with some common terms. Spectrum. The new cross-reality technologies are enabling the kind of education that I went through in my career to take place so much faster when it comes to explaining how the spectrum works. All these things, these advanced technologies are ways for us to learn about space faster than we ever have before, and more interesting with more colors than we've seen before. So getting our youth interested, these are all things that we focus on. Talk just a second about partners. When I was in the military, some of my best times out there were working with our international partners, but a lot of frustration came when I got into space because we were sharing a lot less because of those classification boundaries. And we've all heard, most of us probably heard our senior leaders say, hey, we're trying to push those down. And so are we. The sooner we can get those pushed down, the easier we'll be able to work across international lines the same way we do with our commercial partners now that we work with, where you have common terminology, common language, and the ability to move quickly. All that drives from having a common foundation and starting off the same way, which is what our Red Space concepts are designed to do, is bring us at. That brings us to the A in Red Space. We start off with red, and we're going to do it twice because it's just another way to say threat focused, right? So adversary. The basic blocking and tackling of space maneuver warfare is not something that we have had a chance to chat around the water cooler about a whole bunch. That's one of the things that we want to do. And these kind of diagrams where we have 3D models where we can now share a picture and say, hey, what happens if I move this guy in here to closer a bit? Well, all of a sudden now that makes sense. And never in a world in space could I say, hey, what if I move that guy closer a bit? People would look at me like, get out of the room. But there's a way to make it simpler, and that's where we're trying to get. So now maybe not as simple as I may be, but definitely more simple than we are now. So cyberspace, another key component of Red Space. One of the things that I dealt with in my career in Space Command is that Space Command always seemed to think it was different than cyber, and they still do. And I just don't. I think that you don't have space without cyber. So how can you have two separate things? But there's folks out there that know more than I do. And that's not really worth arguing about, but I don't think I can do space without cyber. So when I see cyberspace, I think of, I got to be able to do artificial intelligence, machine learning, and visualizations, meaning there's so much stuff out there. Someone else has to sort through and sift the cream of the crop data to the top so I can see it. And that's the only way to do space. So we're inherently tied to cyber. So the E in red space is experimentation, research, development, those kind of trying new things, being outside the box. That's I think why we felt like we hit a home run with DARPA and getting to work with them is because the kind of flexibility to try new things was there, and we really learned a lot. Felt like we learned a lot and got to show Space Force and Space Command. We got to show them a lot about the space threat. And I don't know for a fact, but they didn't have the names for the wings. I don't think they had those names in 2017, and they called the wings the deltas. And so I'm thinking that maybe they had our deltas, our red deltas had something to do with it, but we'll never know. That is all I have to transmit. I see a few minutes left here, probably for the time. So I did do a good job of eating up some airtime here, but I'll leave this rest of the time up for questions.
You're getting thank you, Kerr. I really appreciate that. There's some really cool comments in the chat about, you know, this sort of visualization is really necessary. We miss it a lot, and that this kind of stuff does translate to kids really well. So you know, I'm going to put in a plug for the Foundation for the Future, but they're working to do this kind of outreach to students, which is why we had the speakers we had yesterday. So terrific. That's good work. I want to make sure that you, if you're able to, stick around for Sean McClain, Major McClain's talk later. That big circle that encompasses the L points, I am a big fan of calling that the McClain line. He's got a really good argument. He will never say that. I'm embarrassing him just by bringing.
So I will double down on that. I've already been working with Sean and
great,
Joshua Carlson, and
small world.
I don't know if they think it's a secret. So maybe they'll file a lawsuit when they get on there, but we're working on a video game, and that cyberspace bullet you saw there.
Yeah.
We're on a video game with a company called Red Space Cyber, and they're going to hopefully put something together that's a demo that we can kind of go shop around, probably to organizations like yours and others, that says, hey, is this a game you think you would play on your phone? It's kind of like, I don't know, there's a few versions of it. We want to do a demo that just shows, hey, we can have a space game that's not blasters and lasers and all that. It's more focused on the context we're talking about. You know, it would have to do with moving materials and managing spectrum and stuff that most people would think that's boring. But if you're a space guy or a space gal, like, that's cool. That's fun stuff. So that's what we want to do. So I may not be able to make it around for their briefings. If you see me online, I'll try to jump in. I'll have my screen probably up, and I'll check the chats. But I have been working with those guys. And as far as this right here, the inspiration for this model. So when I worked with DARPA, I had a model that looked very similar, but DARPA really only cared about I'll call it the near Earth, even though their near Earth is deep space when you're talking about geo.
Right.
And so when I started working with Sean, and after I read Josh's book, which I'm sure I'll tell you about, I realized, hey, this need for beyond geo and all the way to Mars, I'm not going to go all the way to Mars yet. That's just red space, right? But but Moon, clearly, that needs to be part of an understood AOR. And when I point to a place and say, where is it? I can't say geo, I can't say cislunar, I got to be more specific.
Right.
And so now when I say, well, as long as you're within the McClain line, you're good. And the McClain line would basically be, if I drew one more of these, you know, out here, and I can almost do it right now in front of you, but that would be like
exactly right. It's all 5 L's. Lieutenant Colonel Garretson, retired Colonel Garretson, has a kind of a specific definition, but these are necessary pieces of the conversation. You know, several of you officers have used the phrase AOR. For the civilians on the call, that's area of responsibility, right? Like, let that sink in for a second. We're talking about an area of responsibility that stretches from L2 on the far side of the moon. Could you point to that? Yeah, thanks, buddy. And then all the way out to L3 on the far side of the Earth. That is a big circle, oval. It's technically an oval. Yeah, that is a big AOR, area of responsibility. So that's kind of all the time that we have. I'd love to kind of dig into this deeper. If you're interested, please share your, oh, hey, Pete Garrettson just said, hey, thanks for the shout out. He's here. So thanks, buddy. We appreciate your insights to this. Yeah, so we're going to switch over. We really appreciate your time. I think you've got, I love the acronym, by the way, just as a personal basis, as a guy who, let's just say, was academically challenged by choice. I like having simple things like that. It makes complicated things, it takes work to make hard things, complicated things simple. So good for you for doing that. That's helpful to everybody.
Well, thank you
All right,
again for having me on and giving me the time to speak here. I'll try to listen in, and if there's any questions for me in the discussion, hopefully I can help out there.
Right.
Sorry for being a little bit late. But
no worries, no worries. Thanks for your slides. Ed, it's over to you. Thank you very much.
All right, there I'm back. Jumping off the screen on me. All right, thanks again, Floyd. That was a pretty interesting topics you got there and some neat innovation you're working with. Moving on, though, our next topic is trade space, and our next speaker, Trae York, is a retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel working in Colorado Springs for Booz Allen Hamilton as contract support to Space Force. He spent over 24 years with Air Force in tactical, operational, and strategical level positions, which involved deployments to Afghanistan and Bahrain and supporting Operation Odyssey Dawn. He spent time as the Director of Space Forces for Air Force Southern, Operations Officer inside the Aerospace Defense Center in Colorado, and on Space Operational and Combatant Command staffs. He holds an MBA and has also completed the Air War College. It's so nice to have you, Mr. York.
Well, thanks for having me in. Good afternoon, everybody. So thanks to the Foundation for Future and the Space Force Association for inviting me to partake in this fantastic Blue Marble initiative. I've been listening in over the last couple hours, and I'm really impressed with the expertise that we're able to put together. Okay, so let's put my PowerPoint skills honed by long hours of action officer work to work, and let's try and share my screen. So let's see if I can make that happen. Here we go. Bam. All right. So hopefully you're seeing a black screen with some purple on it. Yep, got some thumbs up, so that's good. No? Oh, I gotta hit the share button. How about that? Yes, okay, good. Great. Okay, so do that. So Michael already hit on this, but just reiterate, so I am a retired lieutenant colonel, so not active duty. I live in the Springs. I'm working within Space Force as a contract support. I did spend the majority of my time in the Air Force working in space operations and as well as operational level planning, including stints at combatant commands, doing some international and interagency efforts, and space command and control units. Michael wanted to make sure I said this, so the view presented here are my own. These are not official policies. They are personal opinions and do not reflect official Space Force or U.S. Space-Com positions. So, Space Force Association asked if I was interested in talking to a group today about the current state of space operations through a strategic lens, and maybe then try to apply this to blue and brown theory. So I'm happy to be on the panel with the other speakers, and the Blue Marble has come up with some true expertise that's coming up. So I'll just kind of lay out some thoughts and introduce blue and brown, and then let the true experts weigh in. I think, though, after writing my thoughts and reviewing the agenda, that I'll help to provide some context to the challenges that we're going to have in transitioning the military to more of a blue water lens. It's not that me or any other folks are really against this. It's more that there are significant legitimate tensions that pull Space Force and Space Command towards more of a Brown theory and execution, for now at least. So anyway, let's jump in and let's see if I can move the slide. Yay, success. And I'll build it. Okay, so let's start with the vision of defense as set out by the National Defense Strategy. This was published under the direct guidance of Secretary Mattis in 2018. It is still the overarching guidance of today. The central theme is a move from terrorism-based conflict to the central challenge to U.S. prosperity and security is the reemergence of a long-term strategic competition. This basically means is a return to great power competition within China and Russia, because it is increasingly clear China and Russia want to shape a world consistent with their authoritarian model, gaining veto authority over other nations' economic, diplomatic, security decisions. Secondary concerns are Iran and North Korea. So the strategy recognizes that today we are facing near-peer adversaries and that our competitive advantage has been eroded. We are operating in a contested environment in all domains, including space. From this, the 2020 Defense Space Strategy further details that China and Russia represent the greatest strategic threat due to their development, testing, and deployment of counter space capabilities and their associated military doctrine for employment and conflict extending to space. So China and Russia have weaponized space to challenge our freedom of operation and decrease our military effectiveness. To counter this, the U.S. military is working towards 4 lines of effort. First is to build a comprehensive military advantage in space. Second is to integrate space into national joint and combined operations. 3 is shaping the strategic environment. And 4th is to cooperate with allies, partners, industry, and other government departments and agencies. Which brings us to some of the current documents. The Trump's White House's National Space Policy from December 2020. General Raymond, the Chief of Space Operations, Planning Guidance from November, and most recently, U.S. Spacecom's Strategic Vision that was published just in the last couple of weeks. These all basically expand upon previous efforts and then share similar themes. I will note that there is a tension between providing support to the terrestrial warfight and conducting warfighting in space. Both General Raymond as the CSO and Commander Spacecom recognize they really kind of got to do both. General Dickinson's vision recognizes that in order to provide combat advantage from space, U.S. military must have space superiority, which may require generating combat power to win in space. General Raymond must provide the trained and equipped forces, which includes ground structures, personnel, in addition to satellites to win. General Raymond plans to do this while remaining lean and agile, becoming digitalized, deliver capabilities at relevant speeds, develop teams, and my personal favorite, expand cooperation. But we're not going to talk about that today. I'll be happy to talk about that at some other venue. Okay, so now we've talked a bit about what Spacecom and Space Force are told to do. Let's take a little bit of a look at the threats. There are 2 publicly available documents that provide great insight into the threats that we are facing in the space domain. DIA, that's the Defense Intelligence Agency, published in 2019. I'm actually hoping for a 2nd edition this year. Their publication called Challenges to Security in Space. It's a decent look at China, Russian, Iran, and North Korean space strategy and doctrine, key space and counter space organizations and their capabilities, including their ISR, navigation, communication, launch and counter space capabilities. It also provides an overview of counter space threats and key concepts. The NASIC, which is the National Air and Space Intelligence Center, publication is very similar. It's called Competing in Space, and it provides a more generic look at threats, trends, constellation use, counter space capabilities, and provide some metrics of launch and satellite numbers. Encourage all of you to put these on your read list if you're not already familiar with them. They're open source, publicly available information that anybody can find on the internet. Also recommend Aerospace's Space Threat Assessment 2019, Secure World Foundation's counter space assessments that they put out on a regular basis. Okay, so I'm going to spend the next few minutes talking about threats. DIA in their publication describes a continuum of counter space capabilities. They have these arranged in escalating order from reversible to non-reversible, meaning the effects of the action are basically reversible or not. So starting with the foundation of space domain awareness, and then moving up to electronic warfare, so think jamming, denial and deception capabilities, directed energy, cyber threats, think of like SCADA attacks or disabling software, injecting errors, etc. Orbital threats, kinetic energy, like anti-satellite missiles, ground site attacks, like attacking a space base with a bomb, or special forces or something like that. And of course, the worst, it would be a nuclear detonation in space, a new debt in space. So interestingly, we've seen some of these in real world from China and Russia. Only recently has US Spacecom begun actually calling out the Russians in particular for their unsafe behavior. So messaging to our adversaries when we can attribute their action and we think is appropriate is actually a direction from the Trump White House space policy, which specifically says communicate to competitors the space activities that the United States considers undesirable or irresponsible, while of course promoting, demonstrating, and communicating responsible norms of behavior. So this has been a huge change in policy, which until recently really has been to say nothing. So what are some examples of this? So for example, Russia has been jamming GPS receivers on US UAVs in Syria. The People's Liberation Army has deployed GPS jammers to the Spratly Islands. There were reports of GPS interference in the Arctic Circle near Norway, GPS interference around ports and along sea lines of communication and around the South China Sea. These are examples of reversible counter space effects and are ongoing now in the competition phase, way before conflict. So on orbit, NASIC describes several scenarios for space-based on-orbit anti-satellite systems. These could include things like robotic arms and mechanisms, high-power microwaves, chemical sprayers, lasers, RF jammers, and of course, kinetic kill vehicles. What all these have in common is an ability to conduct rendezvous operations, or RPO, which we have seen both Russia and China accomplish, again, in the conflict phase, not necessarily, or in the competition phase, not the conflict phase. So the Russian Luch, which some have affectionately named the Lurch, basically slides up to other satellites in GEO, and we're not really sure, but likely collects information somehow. So you can see on this top graphic, this red line is the Lurch. The more straight lines are satellites in which the Lurch went and RPO'd around. So as you can see, it was very busy. I mean, most satellites in their ITU slots in GEO really don't change much. Every once in a while, they'll make a change, but this is a timeline from 2015 to 2019. But you can see the Lurch was all over the place. So I guess you could say that they were a little bit more aggressive because many of these are uncooperative satellites. The Chinese SJ-17 also conducts RPOs. However, the Chinese are practicing developing tactics with cooperative targets. Basically, they're going around their own satellites. The Russians have also conducted RPO operations in LEO. In 2020, a known Russian inspector satellite began chasing a known US satellite, matching plane changes and generally exhibiting behavior that General Raymond called as unusual and disturbing. And of course, the most disturbing behavior, an actual kinetic kill ASAT. China, Russia, India, and us, the United States, have conducted tests, conducted ASAT tests. Russian even conducted a test in December. Of course, not all of these tests were debris-causing events. Some of them are just tests. Okay, so that brings us to adversary use of space. Let's see if this works. Well, this is supposed to show us a video, but I'll tell you what it shows you. So our adversaries also recognize the competitive advantage that space-based capabilities can provide. So China in particular has been on a development binge, fielding capabilities for intelligence, communication, and precision navigation. They also blend the understanding of commercial and state capability. So this video that maybe we'll play is from the G-Len constellation of full motion video satellites. So let's see if it plays here. So keep in mind, this is a satellite in LEO taking full motion video of a missile test in the Gobi Desert. It's pretty fantastic stuff. Of course, the US has commercial capability that can do this, like Skybox. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was an RPA coverage. Okay, so in general, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance satellites like the Yaogan constellation provide capabilities like synthetic aperture radar, electronics emissions collection, electro-optical collection. Others provide early warning. The idea, of course, is that the satellite provides ISR of large areas and areas where they do not have air superiority, which would make air platforms impractical. So, of course, the best utilization of your ISR from space and of multiple constellations providing data for multiple phenomena is where it all comes together with the other domain capabilities to enable warfighting effects. Of course, this doesn't happen without significant command and control capabilities. The Chinese, in particular, understand this and have developed a multi-domain capability to conduct warfare. And they continue to build their space-based warfighting infrastructure. There were actually two launches just last week. The Tianhu, or sky drawing, to monitor the ground in both the visible and infrared spectrum with 2 cameras. With the cameras, satellite has a resolution of under 5 meters and a field of view of 25 degrees. And another secretive launch of the TJSW, shall we call it, satellite on 4 Feb, which could be similar to SBIRS, or it could be a KA ComSat, or it could be some sort of SIGINT collector. Open Press really doesn't know at this point. So with all of that ISR that China has been building, at this point, in my opinion, it's probably safe to say that a carrier strike group leaving San Diego is tracked by some Chinese capability that tip and cue each other all the way across to the Pacific, which really makes operational surprise all but impossible. I'd also be remiss not to note that Beidou is now fully operational after 2 decades. Of course, it provides worldwide navigation, position it to be a competitor with GPS. Okay, so that was quite the build-up to get us to a basic description of brown and blue water theory. The gentlemen after me have put a lot of thought into where we should be going with space development. They will expand upon these basic ideas and apply it to space, identifying orbits in particular. But to me, the whole debate is about prioritization of resourcing. What I hope I laid out for you today is that our current warfighters are very much still in the brown water, even if they do have an eye and maybe a finger hold in the blue. Space Force and US Spacecom are very much trying to figure out how they play in multi-domain operations, how they cooperate with interagency and other combatant commands, how Space Force will deliver capability to US Spacecom and other combatant commands. Right now, it is very much how can commercial deliver resiliency of our on-orbit capabilities so that the adversary counterspace capabilities are mitigated. What kind of capabilities do we need to counter our adversaries' use of space capability? How do we make our ground sites less vulnerable to cyber and ground attack? How do we field capabilities to attribute bad actions in LEO, MEO, and GEO? We have to remember that the charter for Spacecom and all the armed forces is to defend the nation first and take the fight to our adversaries second. The combatant commands have legitimate mission needs for Space Force and US Spacecom. Things like persistent tactical ISR and communications, all domain-enabled warfighting, counter space capabilities, space domain awareness. Space Force will be compelled to meet these needs, and this necessitates trade-offs with funding. So perhaps in a few years, Space Force might be fielding lunar ISR to keep eyes on Chinese actions on the moons, inspector satellites in L1 to attribute actions, lunar-based space domain awareness capability to surveil space beyond GEO. It'll be fun to see this play out over the next few decades. Just for fun, Space Force came out with their rank structure last week. There was a lot of moans and groans because the only thing that changed were the first 4 ranks. They are now all specialists 1 through 4. But all I can say is that Specialist Michael Burnham is pretty badass. So maybe Specialist isn't so bad. And
I like that ending. That's a good end. Wow, there's so much to chat about. I actually want you to bring your slides back up for a second. I want to talk about 2 of them. While you're doing that, I want to put a pitch in for warrant officers as part of the ranking structure. As the son of a very proud warrant officer, I definitely see the value in it. They fit in the Marine Corps environment very well, the Army environment very well. Somehow they seem to have been ignored by the Air Force and Space Force, and I'm pretty annoyed by that. So that's my own personal plug. If y'all have any pull, please put warrant officers into Space Force. They have a role. All right, so this one, I want to talk about this one for a second. For the folks that are not familiar, I know we've thrown a lot of military terminology at you. Josh, thanks for posting what SIGINT meant. Earlier, there was a talk about ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. There's so many acronyms and made up language, constructed language in this environment. But this image really shows very nicely what the difference is between a naval theory on blue versus brown, right? So you've got near shore, it's called littoral environments, and you have very different kinds of requirements there. A lot of folks know what the Coast Guard does. That is an entirely brown water littoral Navy component, almost entirely. Whereas this aircraft carrier, they're going out in the deep blue for a reason, right? They have completely different capabilities. We talked earlier, Dr. Martindale was talking about battleships. Battleships are mostly a near shore beat up your enemy from 30 miles away capability. That is a mostly near shore, and I know there's a lot of stuff that happens in the deep blue also, but I wanted to kind of describe this because that mindset is playing out in space right now. Like, this is a conversation / argument. The blue waters are kind of losing that argument right now. Because everyone's focusing on low Earth orbit, geosynchronous orbit as the near shore to Earth. So I just wanted to like clarify that. I know there's a lot of folks on this audience that don't necessarily have that background. So that was one piece I wanted to talk about. And I'm sorry, I'm like using your slides to talk. I know that there's some stuff that's missing, like to the audience. And then so come back, I think it's 3. Not though. Oh yeah, let's talk about you. Can you describe the Beidou system versus the American GPS system?
Yeah, well, just generally, it has different orbits, so it's not just a MEO. They've got a GEO section for it along with the MEO portion of it. But it provides, now that it's fully operational, it provides worldwide precision navigation for anybody that has a receiver. So of course, GPS is ubiquitous around the world, and there's billions of GPS devices. But China wants to hedge against that. They're trying to push against it. And Beidou provides arguably just as good a capability. But of course, they don't have as many receivers. So, they're hoping, and the Chinese military has already started on this, to add Beidou receivers to all of their capabilities. Of course, that makes them not vulnerable to GPS control that we may control the GPS signal. It gives them their own signal that they then control. So yeah, it also has some cool capabilities, like it can do chats. It can send communication chats to folks as well.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because it's a direct competitor from the GPS system that we've had for 2 decades, that we've been offering, we being the United States, have been offering for free to the world for basically 2 decades, providing literally trillions of dollars in value to the global economy annually, not just like as a group, but annually. It provides a lot of value to the global economy. But they're using it. We saw earlier the conversation about DIME. They are using it as a tool, both industrially and I forget what the other one stands for, but industrial and politically, I forget how they use that, but it's a component of the Belt and Roads Initiative. Like, it's an economics. That's what the E is. It's an economic lever as well. So these are taking place in that blue water, brown water conversation where other nations are crafting competitive tools. So I just kind of want to like dive into that a second longer. Trae, when you look at this, you also talked, when we were on the phone, about the cyber component and the down here on the ground. We always look up to the sky when we think about space. Shock was talking a minute ago about that cyber is absolutely indistinguishable from space. I fully agree with that. Talk about the ground piece of this that we hardly ever talk about.
Well, right. So, I mean, I think this graphic kind of helps out from the warfighting perspective, right? You've got your sensors flying around, you've got your guys on the ground doing things. Well, the only thing that makes it work, the only way it can work is if all that information has come together in some sort of operations center or an operational way where the data that comes from each of these sensors is put with knowledge, people, either in the loop or on the loop, and then pushed out to your doers, your effects guys. And so you've got to have robust systems in order to carry the data from the sensor. From how's the sensor that's transversing the Earth getting all that data into some place quickly. It has to get there, and it has to be relevant. Like it can't be what was happening 5 minutes ago. It's got to be what's happening now, so then I can tell the UAV or the fighter pilot or the GIMLers, the artillery launchers to fire. So in order for that to happen, you've got to have robust data streams. You've got to have standards so that all the information can talk to each other. It's got to come into a robust C2 system where you can understand all of that data. I mean, it's a huge growth area. Of course, some of it will be enabled by AI and machine learning. But yeah, it's a big deal, and it's necessary. And Space Force is they're on the hook right now to start helping out with what the military is calling the JADC2. And I know that General Salzman is way smart on this. So if later on, if you bring it up to him, he might have some thoughts on it. But yeah, that's going to be a huge enabler, and it's necessary. Otherwise, you've got all of these cool sensors acting as cylinders of excellence that can't help you with your all domain fight.
Right. And the last piece is that it has to be trusted data. Like we can't have, something that's spoofed or worse, more malicious. All right, Trae, really glad to have you here. Thank you for, enlightening that and kind of sharing that. Ed, over to you. Thanks very much. Appreciate it, Trae.
All right. Thanks again, Mr. York. All right, moving on. Our next topic is development theory. And to guide us through this is Mr. Josh Carlson. He's the author of SpacePower Ascendant, a unique book contrasting Chinese and American space theory and strategy, finding if China will win under the current strategy if it's not changed. He holds a master's degree in English and also a master's degree in military operational art and science, which is a mouthful, and is also the editor at Space Force Journal. His book, SpacePower Ascendant, is extremely timely and relevant as China just planted its flag on the moon. Mr. Carlson, it's a pleasure to have you. Welcome to Blue Marble Week.
Thank you very much, Ed. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mike, for inviting me, for everyone else. I appreciate this chance to talk to you. And so here we go. Before I get started, just a quick disclaimer. This is my own personal capacity. My opinions expressed are my own and not necessarily reflect the view of the United States Army or Air Force, the Department of Defense, or the United States government. With that being said, let's begin. So we just talked about blue and brown. What's the importance of blue and brown in the strategic context? And the question I want to ask is, what is your theory of victory? And a theory of victory is where everything in the military starts. This will determine the strategy you use to win, and this is the way that will shape your means and ends. And this is very important because just one example from World War II, the British had a concept of victory in the air, that they were going to just turn German cities into rubble and to break the will of the populace. The Americans, we looked at targeting the industry of the Nazis and looked at it as a system that we could target specific bolts and nuts. And because of that different theory of victory, our strategies were distinctly different, the air campaign during World War II. And it turns out that targeting the specific nuts and bolts like the Americans did, specifically the oil and some of the other industrial things, completely changed the direction of the war. And so having a good theory of victory is absolutely essential. And so what is the theory of victory in context of blue and brown? Just basically, brown is a military theory of victory. Blue is more of a commercial theory of victory, if that makes sense. In brown water theory, it is all about the military. Blue water theory, it's much more looking at the commercial and the society as a whole. Why is this important? Let's talk about two visions of space power. And so on the top, obviously, this is the moon landings. This was going to the moon for the demonstration of superior technological capability, specifically. The bottom, if you get a chance to watch it, it's a great show, is The Expanse. The Expanse, it projects into the future. I don't remember if it says exactly the year, but I mean, we're talking several hundred years. There's a settlement on Mars, a pretty extensive settlement on Mars. There is a settlement on in the belt, several in the various asteroids and the moons of Jupiter. And this is a much more expansive view of space. These are the visions of space, kind of contrasting brown water and blue water. Brown water, you might go somewhere, but you're not really staying. Blue water, the intention is to go and expand. How does this relate? Well, we've talked a little bit about sea power and how that relates to space theory. There are obviously differences, but the naval expansions seem like they seem to be the closest parallels, because in the ocean, you're ultimately traveling through a area that humans cannot stop and inhabit for an extended period of time. You don't sit in the ocean. You go from point A to point B on the ocean with some intent in mind, which is how blue water theory envisions the moon, Mars, etc., islands in the celestial ocean, if you want to think of it that way. So everyone is familiar, or at least most people are familiar, with Christopher Columbus. That's the picture on the top, Nina Pina Santa Maria. 1492, sails across the Atlantic. At the time, Europe was not a world power. It was embroiled in civil wars. It was threatened by exterior military and cultural threats, and it was struggling, quite honestly. The voyage in 1492, after the Spanish reconquered Spain, they sent this small detachment over in an effort to find a new trade route. Obviously, the rest is history, and so, but so the initial exploration across the ocean led to the expansion, which was the various cities and other foundations of society that were put into the New World. And then that led to, particularly in the sense of the British and also the Spanish in different capacities, exploitation of the resources. This exploitation allowed for the bolstering of national power, saved several nations from bankruptcy. These nations were on the verge of bankruptcy. This new wealth that was flowing in from the New World allowed them not only to continue to exist, but to eventually become the world powers that by the 1700s, Europe basically was around the entire world. They had settlements all over the world by that point. What's really interesting is most people know that part of the story. Most people don't know the other half of the story, which is China. Right around 1500, they also had a fleet that's a replica of one of their ships. These were supposedly much bigger than the ships that Spain could boast at the time. They were larger, they were more capable. There is a settlement from Africa that is almost exclusively genetically Chinese, because there was a Chinese ship that they had navigated over to Africa, and the ship was wrecked and the sailors interbred with the local population. All of this to say that they had the capability. China definitely had the capability, or was on the cusp of it, of also perhaps circumnavigating the globe. But this is why the visions are so important. The theory of victory is so important. And while Spain was willing to send ships across the Atlantic to try to find a new trade route to expand their reach, China, the Navy, Admiral Zhang, his successes were threatening, and the commerce that was coming in now from the outside was threatening the traditional hold-on power that the Chinese aristocracy had. And because of that, the Chinese aristocracy ended up destroying the fleet that was attempting to go out, either through outright burning or pulling the sailors off of the ships and allowing the ships to rot in dock. And the Chinese turned inward for about 200 years. Their theory of victory said, basically, we have everything we need right here. We don't need to expand. What did that lead to? Well, that vision, that theory of victory, brown versus blue, I would argue blue water above. This is a picture of England from about 1800. This is obviously bustling center of trade and power that is being able to be projected around the world. On the bottom, this is a picture of one of the sieges during the Opium Wars. China was able to keep its borders closed until European powers arrived, desiring trade. They used opium, which is obviously where we get modern heroin from, to open that trade and eventually basically be able to execute whatever they wanted to inside the country, because they were able to beat them militarily, because they had all those resources that they were now drawing from around the globe to be able to project that power. And so what does this show us for space? I would argue that there's also two potential outcomes from the current race in space and the economic capabilities that space offers. I know Dr. Goswami has already talked about China to some extent. I believe she mentioned that there was a Martian exercise, essentially. This is actually, the top picture is from the Chinese Mars space camp, where they are basically, it's out in the red desert, so it even looks like Mars, and their whole goal is to train the next generation of Chinese youth to think about the fact that they want to have a colony on Mars, and that this is the vision of their country. At the same time, I would argue, and once again, very much my own opinion, I don't think that the United States has that similar strategic vision, that unifying goal to be able to reach out into space as a nation with the idea of the betterment of the globe, to be able to draw on those economic resources, those energy resources. I know Pete Gerritsen is very big on talking about space-based solar power. We talk about the green energy and the importance of all of that, all of the things that are rolled into that. And space-based solar power and other forms of energy would enable us to completely avoid or sidestep a lot of these negative things that have been predicted to be occurring in the near future. So what is this? Why is all this? How does all this relate to space development theory? All of this is related to space development theory because this is the background. This is the backdrop that this takes place of. Space development theory argues and makes the startling argument that space is just like every other domain, and if you want to expand into it, you must follow similar steps. That nations always expand in a similar fashion. How do they do that? First of all, they have some difference between military and civilian capabilities. There has not really been a delineation up to this point in space with that. Everything is generally under space power, and so there's some definition of space power that basically encompasses everything. In my argument, I don't think that that's a helpful non-delineation. That in every other domain, in sea we have maritime are those economic capabilities, and sea power the military. Likewise, in the air we have aviation is all of everything, and air power is a specifically military component. Likewise, in space, my theory proposes we should have astronautics as the elements that are majority commercial or industrial in nature, and are the elements that allow projection into production, sustainment, training, profit, and expansion in the domain. Space power is specifically military forces that can exert influence and from the domain or create effects in other domains. Having this delineation first helps to be able to talk about the context, and most of what is done outside of Space Force would generally fall into astronautics. Space Force, Space Command, that would be in general the space power that we are talking about. Now that we've talked about the fact that there's a difference between military and civilian things in every other domain, I would recommend that we have that similar delineation in space. How do you develop a new domain? Well, let's go back real quick to the example that we had of the Niña Pinta Santa Maria. First of all, you have to have exploration. And I don't have an acronym like my friend Floyd did. I do have a alliteration, so that's almost the same thing. So the first E is exploration. What is there? How can I use it? And so, and all of these are drawn out as entry criteria. So when you enter that phase, actions are things you do while you're in that phase, and exit is the exit criteria. At what point can you safely say, I am leaving this phase and going to the next one? So entry criteria for exploration is you have physical proximity to the location. You can go there. You are able to observe, map, and evaluate. If you can't get somewhere, you can't explore it. And so it'd be meaningless to talk about exploring the American continent when we had no capability to get there, for instance, if we were in Europe in 1491. But once you can go there, now you've entered the area of exploration. Your actions, you're identifying key locations. One big part of this is identifying both key strategic locations, so things that will potentially be very defensible or important to defend, and also identifying things that allow you to move more quickly and easily in the domain. So key locations would also be things like trade winds, the currents in the ocean, for instance, mountains, any number of things that could be key locations depending on what you're looking at. Resources, this would be everything from very fertile soil. That could be a resource if you are looking at potentially planting. If you're going to the moon, for instance, and you find some soil on the moon that for some reason is very arable and you can grow crops in it, and that's the only area on the moon, that now becomes a key resource that you have. Lunar ice would be a particular and large groupings of it, because you can melt that down into water, separate it, and you can use that to create rocket fuel, for instance. And so that would be a key resource that you would be looking at, particularly on the moon. And then phenomena impacting access and exploitation. So this is anything, this is kind of a bucket, anything else that you are, that can speed or impinge on your ability to move, or return, because the theory of victory in space development theory is that you are going to this area to gain economic resources to bolster your economic capabilities so that you don't have to fight a war. You don't have to fight a military conflict. I really like the part of Nami's brief when the Chinese said that war is the breakdown of strategy, not the goal of it. And so that is very much in keeping also with space development theory. It is very much a Sun Tzu look at theory in space. If I have to go fight you, I have failed in my strategy, because I should never have to if I follow this strategy properly. So I'm there. I now know what's there. I've mapped it. By the way, mapping is very interesting. Ideologically, mapping claims ownership. It gives a name to something that had no name before. And incidentally, the Chinese name their things in Chinese, which means that now everything they discover has a Chinese name, which is a way that they are claiming initial ownership and forcing the world to use their language, their nomenclature for referring to things. Ideationally, that's fairly important. Expansion. So expansion is now that we know what's there. So once again, I know I'm flipping back and forth between lenses. I'm trying to make sure I can draw this together so it's understood in history and then what this looks like potentially in space. In history, we're on the Santa Maria. We've gone to the New World. We've explored. We know what's there. Now it's able to sustain presence. We are expanding to this new area. We are getting infrastructure. We are putting in infrastructure. We are putting in permanent facilities and communications and logistics capabilities. So entry, once I can sustain a presence, I have entered the expansion phase. In our current space environment, I would argue that we are probably in the exploitation. We'll get to that later, but we definitely are past the expansion, because we can maintain a presence in Leo, Meo, Hio, Geo, the orbits around Earth. We can largely sustain a presence there, even a human presence. The International Space Station has been in orbit for decades at this point. And so but that's the next step, is expanding once you can sustain presence. And I highlight either permanent or rotational. So you can expand to an area, even if it's not the same people there, but as long as you can rotate and keep people there, you've expanded. Your goal is to establish logistics, observation, communication, outposts, ports, living areas. Basically everything that allows you to be there permanently and lower the cost of getting there. That's what you're trying to do in expansion. And I would argue this can be either military or economic. An economic expansion would be something kind of like the 49ers in with the gold rush in California, where people just rushed across the middle of the country to get over to California, where there was gold coming out of every stream you could find. And a military expansion looks much more like some of the more measured expansions right after Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark would be exploration. Fort Huachuca in Arizona, interesting bit of history, it was founded to guard a local spring because that was the only source of water in that area, and it ran along a major route going east-west for settlers going to the going west. That was a military expansion, a military force being used to hold once again, a key resource of the only water in the area to make sure that they had access for the people going through. They were making it easier to move along that line of effort. And once for exiting expansion, the area in question, logistics, they're secure enough to begin exploitation. This means exploitation is almost always economically and commercially driven. And so it has to be safe enough from threats that you're not getting all your convoys raided or pirated. It has to be important enough that they're willing to go there, that they'll make money. And it has to be as low a cost as possible so that more people can enter that marketplace. And for exploration and expansion, both of these are net negatives to national power. And that means that it is costing us money to do these, usually. Not very much necessarily, but it's costing us money. We are not benefiting from this yet. Exploitation is where that flips. And now we are actually gaining benefit economically. We have a net positive of economic gain from that area. And so exploitation is when I start getting stuff back. And so the entry is that the gain is high enough, risk is low enough, commercial interests are willing to gather, produce, and distribute along these resources, whatever they are. Looking historically, this is where you had the trappers going over to the New World, and the gain was high enough, the risk was relatively low enough. They were willing to go and start trying to catch furs that were very expensive to bring back to Europe. And so they could make a lot of money doing that very quickly. And that was kind of like the French model. Spanish model was grab gold and bring it back. That didn't work out so well. And so I don't think that that's a particularly good model to do. The British, I think, actually had one of the best ones. And this is one of the reasons I default slightly to a British model for this, is they would set up whole cities. When they expanded, they brought whole cities to these new areas and generated whole new markets, as opposed to just trying to bring resources back to Europe and keeping the market constant. They grew the market itself to gain that economic benefit through taxes. The exiting criteria for this is that the resource is exhausted, or hostile forces can project sufficient force to cause supposition, or if promotion, then it is considered a key national interest, and that's where you also get into exclusion. In general, every nation wants to get and stay in the exploitation phase. If they can gain a net benefit, and this expands to, in my opinion, this expands to everything. So whether that is, we are looking at America in 18X, and they're expanding sea to shining sea, they followed this exact process and eventually trying to get exploitation so that they could get economic gain from all this new land that we were gaining and then we look at the space, looking at potentially going to the moon, setting up moon colonies. I think at some point, I mean, SpaceX is talking about setting up a Mars colony, and they're also going to have to follow a fairly similar stepped process, because you're not going to be able to, you don't want to just expand. The whole point is you don't want to land on the wrong spot on Mars, for instance, and you don't have any water, but there's water, 20 miles over that way, but you don't have any way to get there, or a limited way to get there. But if you just founded your colony over there, you could have saved that whole problem. That's why these steps are in the area they are. The exclusion step is the only conditional step. And I know I'm getting low on time here, so I'll try to accelerate as much as I can. Exclusion step is the only conditional step, and it is only when there is contested control, generally by hostile powers. And it is important, and the area itself is important enough that the national body is willing to fight over it. And so the actions in exclusion can be either offensive or defensive, either aiming to eliminate hostile occupation or prevent hostile occupation. So what this would be, so for instance, the French and Indian War, it's called in the Americas, was the war right before the war of 1776, the American Revolution. This was a war actually fought between the French and their Indian allies and the British and their American colonists. And George Washington was in this battle at Fort Ticonderoga. And as an example of the French were to the west of the American colonies. And as the American colonies were pushing further and further west away from the seaboard, this was starting to encroach on the land that the French and the Indians considered their own. And so in an effort to stop this encroachment, they went to war with the British and the Americans. The Americans and British ended up eventually winning this, but this would be an example of an exclusion phase being entered. Both forces, both of the French and the British and their various allies were attempting to exclude the enemy from a particular area that was contested. And the phase was only ended once the contested control was eliminated by one party or the other. In this particular case, it was through peace treaty. But in theory, it could have gone to the point where either party would have been more roundly defeated. Probably not, though, as this is usually a trading of pieces. Or another historical example would be the Great Game from the 1800s. England, by that point, they were at the top of their game, and they control their, the sun never sets on the British Empire, right? That was their whole motto. And so India in particular was considered their crown jewel. The Russians, however, were trying to project force down into India, and so the English fought a game in Afghanistan for a number of decades to try to prevent that Russian encroachment, for example. In this particular space context, in an exclusion phase, you would be looking at potentially, it would almost certainly be military in some way, shape, form, or fashion, but the other capabilities of national power are also going to be leveraged, as Mike already pointed out, the dime model. So diplomatically, you're going to be trying to destroy the enemy's narrative for why they have legitimacy and gain allies to say that, yes, we agree that they don't have legitimacy. Informational is very similar, but also projecting propaganda for one side or the other. And then economically, you're probably going to be targeting their economic capabilities that they might be gaining from this to reduce the benefit they gain, or to reduce overall economic benefit to them so that they can't fuel their military if it's going to be an extended fight. So these are the phases of space development as outlined in space development theory. And this is just a pictorial example of what this kind of looks like if you put it over a timeline. And let me see, it's been a while since I've done geometry. The x-axis is time, y-axis, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, we'll go with it. Y-axis is economic benefit. So going up is economic benefit, side to side is time. So over time, economic benefit continues to accrue until you get to the exploitation phase. And then notice it dips at exclusion. And that's because it costs money. They might not be getting a net benefit because they have to expend additional military or other resources to maintain that area. And then this just breaks this out in more detail. Talking specifically about each instrument of national power, we're a little short on time, so I won't get into each of these in detail. You'll forgive me. I'll give this briefing to Mike, and he can cover it, or he can send that out. But what's at stake is ultimately, in my opinion, the real takeaway. What's the theory of victory? What's at stake? And General Quast, retired now, quite honestly said that space is the Navy of the 21st century economy. And then skipping down to the quote, whoever gets to the new market sets the values for that market. And we could either have that market with the values of our Constitution, or we could have the values we see manifest in China. And Dr. Goswami already talked about that China has essentially a first come, first serve mentality, and that if they own it, it's theirs. And so I think that allowing China to set up moon space and other norms first is very dangerous, if not completely detrimental to American interests.
Thank you, Josh. That was terrific. You've got. I posted a link to your book in the chat, and then immediately, I'm not sure who Brian Reed is, but the very next thing is an excellent book, a must read, regardless whether or not one's interested in military aspects of national policy. So there's two endorsements, mine and Brian's.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that. We don't actually have a lot of time to get into questions, but it is really worth digging into this conversation. How we figure out, what'd you call it? The victory conditions?
What is your theory of victory? What is your strategic goal? Yes.
You know, I wish we had time to kind of dig into that a lot more. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Josh. I'm going to turn it over to Ed. See ya.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, moving along, we're going to start talking about space power theory now. And leading us through this discussion is Dr. Brent Ziarnick. He is an assistant professor of space power at U.S. Air Force Air Command and Staff College. In addition to having 2 doctorate degrees, he also holds a MSc and ME degree. He is a space power theorist, professional military education professor, and Air Force Reserve officer. In addition, he has authored at least 2 books, To Rule the Skies and 21st Century Power. Please welcome Mr. Brent Ziarnick.
Thanks a lot for letting me be here. And thank you very much for letting me go after Trae York and Josh Carlson, because I get to tailor my presentation a little bit off of their excellent ones. And I have to say to Trae specifically, you saved my bacon on some of this, because you went over a lot of the slides that I was going to feel I was going to have to slog through in order to make it in time. So thank you very much. But I actually have 3 books out, and I was going to talk about my first one, but I should get started on my presentation. So I'm hoping you can see this now. Hold on, sorry. No, come on. Slideshow. Okay. I would like to talk about the Blue Water School again. And I want to talk about it as an actual proponent of the Blue Water School. Something that it's definitely not new, but it's sort of it has a new lease on life a little bit. And again, thank you for to Mr. York about his great presentation. I would like to try to take it in a different way, which is, I would argue that the argument between the Blue Water School and the Brown Water School is not resource prioritization. It is actually cultural. But before I get into it, I just want to give you the standard disclaimer. I am an Air University, an Air Force employee. I'm an instructor. I'm a professor here. The views I have in this presentation are only my own, and they're governed and given in the spirit of academic freedom. So what is this brown versus blue thing about? Well, I want to go into caricatures right now, because honestly, a lot of what I hear about blue water thinking in the Space Force is a caricature that the blue water people want the Space Force to become Starfleet, and are thinking 200 years ahead. I would say there's a little bit of truth to that, but it is a caricature. I will respond by another caricature about the Brown Water School of Space Force, that they're perfectly willing to have a U.S. Space Command, our chief warfighting space officer, be an Army general in a uniform that is almost a century old. Those are both caricatures. So let's try to get in on what these schools actually are. Now, this slide is almost exactly like Mr. York, so I'm not going to get into it too much, but I want to bring up something that Mr. Carlson came up with, which is the big difference between the brown versus blue water space schools, are the theory of victory. I think that's actually very, very close to being accurate, in that the brown water folks tend to focus on joint integration, and joint integration specifically for terrestrial combat. It's very tactical, I would argue. Whereas the blue water school is definitely more whole of government, in that it is maritime inspired, in that why do nations go to the sea? They go to the sea for wealth and safety. And this is a very analogous thing to what we can do in space. And therefore, we have to be, the Blue Water School at least thinks that we have to be far more thinking about whole of government and more strategic oriented. But come back to where I'm, my cultural point. I would say that the Blue Water School is nothing but space enthusiasm applied in a military context. You're going to see a lot of the people that sort of spout blue water thinking in the Space Force be people that have been in the National Space Society for years, that read the Journal of the British Interplanetary Society, that watch Star Trek and Battlestar Galactica and stuff like that, because they breathe vacuum in a way that the early air power advocates were born to the air. I really do think that if you consider it from a cultural context, the blue water folks are mostly space enthusiasts at a cultural level. And our claim to resources, especially Space Force resources, are not as big as some people claim. But really, what is the practical reason for why this matters at all? What's the difference between a brown water school and a blue water school? Well, it matters when we deal with something not military related, like Starship, the SpaceX rocket that they're developing right now. It's not SpaceX specific. It could be anything. The Artemis Accords, Blue Origin's Blue Moon or New Glenn rocket, anything that's not, a space elevator or a lunar elevator. It could be anything. But let's use the Starship because I think it's a very useful example. Well, if you don't know what the Starship is, this is from the user's manual from SpaceX. It's supposed to be a fully reusable transportation system that can take people or things to Earth orbit, the moon, or Mars, be it satellites, any other kind of payload, crew, and cargo. Right? This is a cargo vessel for space. And its specs are, quite honestly, excellent if they get it to work. It is designed to carry up to 100 tons of cargo, which could be 100 people to the moon and Mars. And it has variants that we really haven't seen in space before. A crew variant, a cargo variant, and even a refueler variant, which is an old air, I was in the air power department until I was in the space power department. And I will tell you that nothing seems more beautiful to me than an old 1960s era SAC aircraft, with nice shiny aluminum. And the idea that a refueling spaceship will look an awful lot like a 1960s era KC-135 just, excites the heck out of me. So I'm still an airman quite a bit. But back to the specs, it will take a lot of mass to orbit, and it will take a lot of mass farther than orbit. And it represents an unbelievably increase in the amount of access whoever owns it has to the space domain. But now we have to try to consider what each school would think about Starship. And I would argue that the brown water school, which brown water people don't identify themselves as brown water people. Blue water people identify them as brown water people. But this school is mostly ambivalent to Starship. It is not what they're interested in. It's not their job. And they will say things that will indicate that they're not really thinking that much about something like Starship. Ambivalent. towards commercial developments that aren't directly related to military or joint interests. On the other hand, a Blue Water School thinker takes a look at Starship and says this is perhaps the most important craft in, space right now. Why? Because it's, to use an air power analogy and then a sea power analogy, it is the DC-3 of space. What is the DC-3? A commercial aircraft that opened up transportation to everybody in ways that it never had before. Or if you're more naval minded, you can say it's sort of the cookie cutter merchant ship that will allow you to transport lots of cargo around the solar system, at least the inner solar system. But what it is, it's a commercial interest, SpaceX, leading revolutionary space transportation breakthroughs in a way that we've never seen before, similar to commercial enterprise in the air and sea domains. Now think about it from a military perspective, the Starship. If you think about the DC-3, what do we know it as in World War II and Vietnam? Well, the C-47, which carried troops, paratroops, into battle on D-Day. It turned into the AC-47, which is the prototype for the gunship that we have today. The DC-3 is a commercial endeavor that was successfully transmitted to military use, good use in the military. And Starship, to Blue Water thinkers, could provide unparalleled space superiority for the United States if it develops correctly and the US keeps it to primarily itself. Why? Because the SpaceX Starship has the opportunity to move better than anything else and has a whole lot of payload that might allow it to shoot and communicate as necessary in a military context if purchased by someone like the US Space Force for use for US Space Command. It's important to note that some of this work is already being done, although mostly based on, not a whole heck of a lot of money and mostly out of enthusiasm for the topic in commercial industry and in some places in the military, such as US Transportation Command or Air Mobility Command. But not to get too much of an air power link to it, a better view of something like a Starship might be the old World War I and pre-World War I naval concept of an auxiliary cruiser, which means a commercially designed vessel that, if properly supported by the military or the government with certain military adjustments, could be pressed into service if needed as a military instrument of national power. Auxiliary cruisers were civilian ships that in times of war could be given a couple of guns and go out to harass adversary shipping or enemy shipping. The Starship might be able to play a similar role no matter what. But what is the SpaceX deployment plan for these things? Well, Mr. Carlson came up with it a little bit earlier. Elon Musk wants to have 1 million Martians by 2050. He said that. Do you believe it? Doesn't matter. He said it. And 2050 seems like a long way away. But the lieutenants that are in the Space Force right now may well be, one of them may well be Chief of Space Operations by 2050. This is not some futuristic thing. This is something that people that are alive now may well have to deal with. But how to do it? How does Elon Musk attempt to do this? Well, he wants to have 1,000 Starships in service, I think, for SpaceX itself. And by doing that, they're going to produce 100 Starships per year and have a 20 to 30 year service life for each. And with that fleet, he thinks he can transfer up to 100 megatons of cargo per year to Mars, with 100,000 people going there at about $500,000 a ticket. Again, it doesn't matter whether you believe that or not. Let's say he only gets to about 1/10 of that. that still means we're going to have to deal with 100,000 people on Mars in the span of hopefully a lot of our lifetimes. But if you think about that deployment plan from a military perspective, it looks an awful lot like an American flagged merchant marine, provided SpaceX stays in the United States and provided the US government supports it. Now, one thing that I do want to say is that it looks like a merchant marine, not a Civil Reserve space fleet based off the Civil Reserve Air Fleet. Why? Because the merchant marine is designed to do something else than military stuff. And when the military uses it, it's designed, the merchant marine uses, it does the same thing for, essentially military purposes, but it's still a money-making venture. Whereas a Civil Reserve space fleet, based on the craft, sort of breaks that that commercial model quite a bit. But we could get into a little bit later, but it takes a lot of discussion. So we'll just move on. That SpaceX may well develop a merchant marine for space. Now, will Starship happen? Well, even a couple of days ago, the SN9 mission sort of it flew beautifully. The landing could probably use a little work. So certain people are right to be a little bit skeptical. But the fact is because SpaceX blows up a lot of these. How are they able to blow up a lot of these? Because they build a lot of these and are flying a lot of these. And let's remember that it wasn't NASA that got America back to flying their own astronauts. It was essentially SpaceX. Now, of course, it was with a lot of NASA money, but NASA put a lot more money around Boeing, and Boeing still has not flown yet. So SpaceX tends to do what it tends to, what it tends to say it's going to do. And right now, it seems like landing is what the Starship's problem is. So it's just scaling up. One of these things that they've been doing with the Falcon for a while is showing a little bit of problems. I'm fairly certain that problem will be corrected at some point. But what does Starship mean for the Space Force? Well, here's where culture comes to play, and prioritization of resourcing isn't as much, or it's something that we have to think about, but maybe not in the way Mr. York was saying. If Starship works, brown water interests, this supporting to the warfighter and terrestrial services, space services being respected, that's going to be covered. Why? Because we're going to be able to move, shoot, and communicate anywhere in space and rapidly reconstitute, constellations that the Army and the Air Force and the Navy and the Marine Corps needs way better than we can now. So in a lot of ways, the Blue Water School can accomplish brown water missions better than the Brown Water School can. But more than that, we have to look beyond brown water thinking to determine why we will be fighting in space. And is it that we're going to take pot shots at each other's satellites for an Army version of space control, or fighting over the lines of communication in a more maritime inspired, thought of space control? We need to understand why before we can understand really how the fighting is going to happen. But even beyond that, are our adversaries developing a Starship-like capability? Are they buying it? Are they stealing it? We need to know. It would be better for us to be first. But if we're going to be second, we're going to have to be a fast follower. That goes with the equipment and the thinking behind it. And I would argue that Starship means the Space Force has to evolve beyond tactical warfare and into strategic competition, going from cultural brown water to cultural blue water. But I'm going to close with this by saying, as a blue water partisan, the Space Force needs the Blue Water School. And I'm going to argue that the Space Force leadership must acknowledge the legitimacy of Blue Water School thinking in the Space Force. They do not need to embrace it. It's a significant difference. The Starship is going to be built and flown using SpaceX money. They do not need Space Force money. It might help, but it's not necessary. so Space Force leadership can sit back and watch to see if the Blue Water School's hopes for Starship actually works. But one thing that does have to be done, let the Guardians that are in the Space Force now who want to embrace the Blue Water School do so without worry. I would say culturally, the Space Force, the Blue Water School isn't losing. Culturally, it's very ascendant. Blue Water started Cislunar discussions in that term in military operations, but it has been suppressed. And it's been suppressed mostly by senior leader dismissal of Blue Water concerns. Every time there was a document that could be considered, Blue Water thinking, there's been a response by people in senior leadership saying, well, that's not what the Space Force does. We need to educate our people better. We need to educate America better. I don't think that's good. I think we should say that we need to replace that's not what we do with that's not our focus at this particular time. And I think if we do that, we will change this, PR problem that we're just now starting to admit to, although many people have recognized in the Space Force. Is it really education that the Space Force needs to do? Or is it selling the Space Force to the American people? And American people don't generally think too highly or are very excited about brown water stuff, but they are very excited about blue water stuff. And when the Space Force says maybe your purpose on the planet isn't on this planet, that has a blue water connotation, but it does not, tie the Space Force's star to specific blue water issues. It can be blue or brown water, depending on how you think of it, but you have to, leave all the options on the table for the Space Force to figure out what it is supposed to do. And the US Space Force has used this clean sheet doctrine, they call it, mostly as a reason for not taking action on the Space Force Reserve, but I digress. We don't know what the Space Force is supposed to be like. We don't. I might be wrong as a blue water thinker. The brown water people might be wrong. And we are just not going to know. But the way that we compromise is by saying, however the space domain evolves, we pledge that the US Space Force will be there guarding those who love freedom everywhere on or off the planet. I think that is a much better approach than what has happened in the Space Force so far, because ultimately we need brown water folks in the Space Force to keep the wild-eyed people honest, but we need blue water folks to make sure that the Space Force advances the art of national power in space like it was supposed to do. So that's what I've got about the difference between the blue water and brown water folks culturally. Again, thanks to Mr. York for doing his stuff, because I'd probably be here for another 10 minutes. So that's all I've got. I will give you.
Terrific. Dr. Ziarnick, thank you so much. This is going to be a fascinating conversation. Just to let everybody else know, just after Major McClain, we're going to have a short, but I think pretty spirited conversation amongst these three plus Sean. You're all coming from slightly different perspectives. I think you all have your I would say your head in the game. I have to do my part as the host to remind everybody that these are personal opinions of the folks speaking. They have careers on the line. We can't mess with that. And especially the public affairs officers want us to make sure that we say that. So these are all personal opinions. But given that it's your personal opinion, I will say for me, it resonates with me. So let's talk about the future, but not the big future, not the 2060 that we were talking about earlier. 2021, the rest of this year, there's, some proposals going to Congress. We just found out that, that the force is called the Guardians. We found out that we don't yet have warrant officer ranks yet. We know that this is an evolving thing, right? Like literally every day, every week, something new that is evolving. So bring out your crystal ball. What does 2022 look like? It's right around the corner. What does 2025 look like? And where are we? If you're right, like lots of other people can be right also, but if you're right, where are we in 2035? So next year, 2022, 2035.
Gosh, it's hard to say because I'm going to try to dodge and say, the thing is, with the blue water folks, some people tend to think that we want to take the entire Space Force's budget. I really don't think that's true. The biggest space or the biggest blue water thing that I wanted at the very least was Navy ranks. That's free, or at least it costs us a couple of $100 for maybe new uniforms. But for me, if I'm right, next year for the Space Force, no change. Not really much of one, except for the cultural change where I would hope that more people would start writing, more of the young people would start writing. And you start to add into the FIDEP and other things like that, an experimentation squadron, buying a little bit of this off-the-shelf equipment and having our young folks, enlisted and officers and civilians, playing with it and seeing what we can do with it. Not a huge budget, not a whole lot of that. I've heard the chief scientist of the Space Force. Well, I did not want to do that. I've heard other people say that, if we could just play around with a little bit of the budget, we could really figure out what we need to do in the future. Leverage the heck out of the civilian community. That's what the blue water folks are all about. We don't need a whole lot of money. Buy a Starship before the Air Force does. That'll be a big one. But then when you get into 2025, maybe not a whole lot different. Maybe we start flying Starships as Space Force personnel, depending on how quickly assuming the Starship happens, right? And then 2035, if that happens, we did not revolutionize anything. We evolved the Space Force concurrently with commercial space to have a whole new approach to space based on a flourishing of our ability to access space. There was no big change. I think naturally naval kind of thinking, or at least maritime kind of thinking, is going to be recognized more and more as the way that we need to start thinking about things. Because even brown water is a Navy concept, but it would really be an evolution where, of course, we're still going to be doing GPS and a lot of our global utilities. My next hope is to try to get this global utilities idea back in the talk of Space Force thinking and stuff like that. But you're going to do a lot of the same missions that we've always done, because brown, support to the terrestrial warfighter is important, and it's easily done by the Space Force. But then you're going to see more of a being out there in deep space, along with NASA and the commercial entities more, will probably be there too. And there might be shore assignments versus deep black assignments or anything like that. But it's not impossible to go from there to here. It really isn't. So I hope I was sufficiently vague not to.
There was a lot of words with not a lot of answers. In all fairness, I don't expect anybody to have that crystal ball, but I keep asking because I want somebody to surprise me.
Well, I will tell you one thing. We're going up by 2035. There's going to be a U.S. Space Force base on the moon, based off of its Space Guard component. that will be specifically exempted from the Outer Space Treaty for safety of life purposes.
You heard it here first, y'all. That's a Blue Marble Week exclusive. I fully endorse that. So fingers crossed on that. We're gonna swap over in a moment to Ed and bring on Sean McClain. Really terrific. Thank you very much. Very enlightening conversation. So great. Good. Thank you.
All right. Yes. Thanks again, Dr. Ziarnick. All right. Now moving on to a topic, kind of we've been touching on it all afternoon, but a broader scope at the look of defense. Our next speaker, Major Sean McClain, is a thought leader on space power theory and an expert on cislunar space situational awareness. Major McClain is an experienced space operations officer in the orbital warfare discipline with over 13 years of Air Force service. He has an MBA from AMU and a Master's of Science from the USAF Air Command and Staff College. His recent work on creating a framework for cislunar space domain awareness in 2035 is the type of long-term thinking and advocacy that perfectly represents what this conference is all about. Everyone, please welcome Major Sean McClain. Excuse me.
Am I live?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to start sharing screen. Where am I? Let's see. Everybody see that?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. So I admit when I got the call to support this one, I just figured I'd do the same slides again. But as I was hearing stuff develop, it sounded like I needed to be a bit more prepared and on my A game. So I think this kind of meets the intent. And as I was listening, I didn't attempt to copy anyone's thought, but it definitely sounds like the last four speakers before me think exactly like me. So if I sound like I'm repeating any of it, it's not intentional. I was building my own deck while listening, but I'm building the deck based off of my paper and my own thoughts. So I do think that what you're going to hear is going to be along the same lines, but I'll try to convey it hopefully in a slightly different context, and hopefully it won't be exactly the same thing. Hopefully you'll hear it slightly differently. So again, here's my quick disclaimer. Most of this stuff will be coming from my paper, Celestial Sentinels, my ACSC thesis paper, and then anything else will be, again, my own thoughts, not necessarily representing the views of DoD. So mostly what I've been starting with, mostly what I'm known for, I guess, in these kinds of events are the Cislunar Space Domain Awareness Framework, and then the proposed architecture for circa 2035. So we'll just kind of briefly walk through what some of these graphics are. And now I just kind of added some bumpers just to kind of give a little more of a kind of a classroom brief walkthrough. This is what it is if you didn't want to read the whole paper. So what I essentially do is I break it out into sections, the thesis out into 4 main sections, spending a lot of time just going over essentially what are the main layers, what are the main pieces of what a military person needs to know or understand in 2035 about my proposed operational area of cislunar space. And so I start with the physical layer. Here's what's out there right now. You don't really need anything special. You just need to have, a few textbooks and you can quickly figure out this is what's out there. This is what it looks like. This is generally what we have. If we don't do anything with it, this is what it's going to be. And then we start building on that to eventually say, what is the art of the possible by 2035? And I use the legend to the left to just kind of describe these little graphics and icons about what's available in each orbit. I think generally, I don't give numbers to it. I just say this is generally how each of the orbits, the points, the Lagrange points can be used based on their orbital characteristics. And that's essentially all this graphic was meant to convey, combining physical layer with economic layer. So that's just getting into chapter 1 and chapter 2. So then I go into some case studies basically to start articulating, okay, we've got an idea of the economic, but let's do a scenario. Let's say we have a search and rescue mission, and if there is no specific United States Space Coast Guard, and it's all under Space Force, right? And there's no auxiliaries anywhere, and it's all under one service basically, it's going to be on the Space Force, I think, to essentially figure out what a what a planning to execution to recovery of, in this case, a downed or a in distress SpaceX Starship out in one of these orbits. They need help. What are we going to do about it? How do you even start planning for such a thing? How do you execute such a thing? What do you need to execute such a thing? And you need SDA. You need a basic sense of what's going on in your environment. You need a basic sense of C2 to be able to execute, command and control, do all that. And then you need some capability. So, from bottom to the top, you need a basic sense of what's going on. You need some kind of platform to go do it. And then you need to execute it and recover all that. So that's kind of how I'm just kind of generally describing this graphic in a little paragraph or two in my paper about what is required notionally, without really getting into specifics about how you think about planning for and preparing for, just kind of, if you're doing initial idea on a back sheet of a napkin, how you would write the requirements for Cislunar search and rescue, right? That's kind of one of the case studies that I use just to start mapping this stuff out. And then after I do that with a couple different other things, I came up with the proposed Cislunar SDA architecture towards the end of the paper. And that's what this was essentially, without all the other stuff on top of it. This is just the nuts and bolts. Here's what I think we basically need to have at the following locations. Again, no numbers attached, just basic capabilities. And then I finally finished my paper with the Cislunar operational area OV1 circa 2035. This is what I think and I guess it's the theme of today. This is what a blue water space officer in Space Force in 2035 needs in order to perceive their environment in the way that I would argue a naval officer views their proposed environment. If you're talking in the Pacific Ocean somewhere, they probably have a similar sense of where the trade lanes are, where the major ports of call are, where all the infrastructure are, where the shipyards are, all of that stuff. They just have a sense of where those things are and what they do and what their relationship is to each other. And that's what I'm trying to describe here, all within the green line, the operational area, the AOR. This is what Commander U.S. Space Command is in charge of, according to me, and this is what he needs to be responsible for and take action on. This is his backyard. This is his area. All right, so that's basically the slides. Sorry. Okay, so now I'm going to move into what I think is kind of the idea of where I'm going to try to add some of the defense stuff, the so what. And again, hearing it, not quite intentionally copying anybody. I think at the same time that I was writing this paper, I was trying to figure out, okay, so what does the military need to do about this? And I think essentially what I was thinking about a couple years ago, and it's kind of becoming more at the forefront, you heard it today from several other people. You can have the trade space between brown and blue. You can have that debate now, that's fine. I look at it like a target in the future, right? It is what it is now. It's probably going to be different in the future. Let's figure out what do we think is realistic for being in that future target date? And then what can we do about it to start shifting the culture, the operational focus, and the funding focus to start getting after a certain, a different type of Space Force than the one we have now, with a different focus, different mission sets. So I like to look at it in terms of what are the potential mission sets. I'm happy to send these out later. I don't really want to get into specifics, but the way that I had to do this, just to kind of do a bit of due diligence to myself, is I just had to bin stuff according to what I think makes sense. And I had to do it in a framework where I could be, I think Dr. Ziarnick said earlier, I wanted to be honest with myself. And if somebody were to grill me and put me on the spot and say, defend your answer, defend your thesis, I would say, well, I basically tried to be normalized relative to the joint functions and the other services, how they view their functions and similar terms. So I wanted to basically approach Space Force mission sets in a way that the other services did. And I wanted to be normal. I wanted to do it in the same approximate way. So I tried to break it down in a fairly straightforward manner. I tried to bin things that I thought would be approximately things that could exist in the future in a nomenclature of functions and mission areas that would make sense to any of the other services. And we could certainly have a conversation about what's what, but generally just trying to get at where things fit in a pecking order of, this is this, this is this, this is this, and getting into the details about why this matters later. So this is the approach that I used just to kind of normalize what those bins were earlier. So again, you've got the access, direction, cognition, presence, coercion, force, and exploitation on the left. Those are the 7 general functions, and they have their own different tiers, basically, which I'll get into a bit later. This is just, again, Sean McClain's approach, how I thought about just to get to the background about why those graphics were the way they were. This is just how I, as a Blue Water, self-professed Blue Water thinker, think about what this Space Force of the future looks like and how they think about their mission sets relative to each other. And this is overlaid with the, on the right, that's the current Space Force SCP service core functions, I think is the term that they use, core competencies. Those are theirs. I came up with my own, but I'm just using theirs just to use the same rationale and approach. And I'm going to do my stuff later. But I just want to show this is where the USSF sits right now, I think, relative to the other services and their proposed functions. And you'll see there's some gaps, which I find interesting. And there's definite overlays, which I also find interesting. But I just think that this is a way to start talking about a conversation, brown versus blue, in a way that I think would kind of help some of these other arguments is, why is Space Force doing this? Well, this other service does that. Why can't we do that? Or vice versa. You know, why are we doing this when the other services don't do that? Stuff like that. It just helps us have a normal one-for-one conversation. So then I tried to take that and put that on the shelf for a minute. And then I tried to approach it another way. And I said, okay, going forward in the future, we're going to have something that is, again, normal relative to the other domains. How do we think about our domain? And I think as a Blue Water thinker, you know, let's start with Corbett and Mahan and that notion of command, presence, coercion, force. Those are basically the 3 things that you use to ascribe command of a domain. It's all encompassing. It's all whole of government. It's just 3 big words that say, do you have a general command of the sea? Can you do what you want when you want? And if not, why not? And it's just 3 basic ways to think about what is going on at a given time between 2 or more actors in a global commons environment in the middle of the ocean somewhere. Do you have presence, coercion, and force? And if you have more of one and not enough of the other, what does that look like? So overlaying that with range of military operations, I wanted to take a look at another document from Joint Operational Environment 2035, overlay what another author said would be the 4 future main areas of the Air Force, but I think we're generally going to be applicable for the joint environment anyway. And I wanted to overlay a rough Rubik's Cube superiority military parity kind of chart, all to put together this general chart that outlines what command looks like when you start tacking on these 4 different mission areas and the general parity. And I'm trying to get to the point, and hopefully it's already been hammered home before, which is to say that I think brown water has a place and it does what it does because it always assumes that that middle layer of how I look at it, it always assumes that power projection is going to be available because it doesn't really question whether or not command is going to be 100% there or not. It doesn't assume, or it does assume that space superiority will always be present, I guess is the best way to put it. Brown water is possible because space superiority is achieved. If space superiority is questioned, then brown water operations are going to be in jeopardy or held at risk. So that's essentially, as a blue water thinker, I think that it's important that we have these, assuming, there's some other way of looking at this, but if you're going to have this stepping stone of roadmap to conflict or any other way that you want to visualize it, you want to have a well-balanced force presentation, a well-balanced force design to be able to meet and compete with your competitor along this spectrum of competition or the spectrum of conflict. That's really what this chart was trying to get at and just pulling it from whatever source. So basically you can use any other graphics you want, but the point of this chart is to just say that whichever way you want to cut it, we just need to have a balanced force design. And if we focus too much on being able to crush our opposition on this upper right portion, and we don't really take the time to be able to meet them in presence and coercion, we're kind of setting ourselves up for either a self-fulfilling prophecy or failure, depending on which way you want to look at it. Because if we don't have the things that allow us to de-escalate or win at these lower levels of conflict, then we're basically always going to be ramping ourselves up because that's the only area that we can win. And that's just kind of a backwards way of looking at it. So I'm just trying to use this chart to say we need to have a balanced force design. And that's where I think blue water tends to win out, because when we say that, we mean all of government. We don't just mean have the military hardware to win in a fight. We mean we want the entire government, all of our nation, to have the deep power, to have the economic power to win at that lower level of presence and coercion, and not necessarily escalate up to force and control. That's essentially, I think, the point that you've heard, but how I, as an individual, think about that. And that's what this chart is trying to show. So what I also built to kind of drive this home, so I showed you that chart now. So now that's in the center here with what I use as these tiers to basically demonstrate how these tiers are visualized and then how these things come together. So this is how the Space Force right now exists in my Sean McClain's approach and terms, and still, still working on it. But I think this is the framework that makes sense to me as a blue water thinker for how to describe what it is that we have now versus what it is that we need later. So if you look at where these things are binned on this chart, I think we have some gaps. I think that we have a force structure right now with some core competencies that essentially don't give us the sense of the required capabilities that we need in the middle for command of space. It puts a lot of effort and weight of effort in the center, tier 3, for what I would consider to be space power projection. So it combines combat power projection, and it kind of kludges space control and space power projection into this one term, combat power projection. But I think that's dangerous, because I think you've also heard that's kind of how the Brownwater School tends to kind of get around this subject. And it says, well, that's not what we do, but we focus on the brown water, and we don't want to focus on this stuff that gets us to the brown water. So we're just going to call it this one thing. And I feel like those two terms do kind of need to be split out, because they have two different schools of thought. And I think if we put them together and try to have it be one thing, then we're not really going to solve the issue of how do we set up ourselves for success on the command spectrum in order to give our warfighters on the terrestrial front the space power projection and the information mobility, in this case, that they need. So what I propose is just normalizing, kind of like the Navy does, and just split it out. Let's just say we have tier 3. What we provided the terrestrial warfighter, what the Brownwater School would want, is space power projection. They just want to be able to have that light switch, whatever that space effect is. That switch just stays on. They don't care they don't care what goes on behind it. They just want to have it when they have it. And that's space power projection. But what goes into that is everything in tier 1 and 2, essentially. So you've got your basics, your foundational, space domain awareness, space mobility and logistics. I also include JADC2, which General Salzman may or may not touch on. And we have the tier 2, really what I think is the blue water way of looking at things, is all in this tier 2 command. How do we get presence or security? How do we get coercion or space smart power, the DIE model? How do we get after these other forms of things? Because we don't want to get to control. And that's really why it's an escalation thing. It's in that order. It's presence, coercion, and force in that order. With the weight of effort, you want to do the most effort up front with just presence, by just being there, having security. Then you move up and you escalate a little bit to having some form of coercion, which could include deterrence. Then if you have to, you get into control. But at the end of the day, the control, the force, is what underwrites your security and your coercion. That's essentially the function of force and control. You want to be able to win in a fight if you have to, but you want to have these other capabilities in place so that you don't necessarily need to get to that point anyway. Kind of like martial arts, right? Many martial arts codes have that same thing. You want to be trained on it, but you don't necessarily want to have to use it. Well, that's basically the same thing here. You want to have all this stuff, and you want the enemy to know that you have all this stuff, so that they understand exactly how you're going to proceed along a certain general path of COAs or whatever. This part needs to be transparent. And if we don't make enough of this transparent, then again, back to the force design, we kind of set ourselves up for this, path to failure, where we have all this stuff in our back pocket. If the enemy doesn't know about it, then they won't act the way that we want them to, because we haven't advertised that we're going to do this thing with this capability at this time. So that's why this is presented the way that I say it, which is We had to have these capabilities because it normalizes the flow of progression of any kind of competition continuum, and it takes into account the brown water requirement for space power projection. And then normalizing it again too, relative to the other service functions. That's why I list it the way that I do. And that's why I think these are the functions that eventually would make sense in 2035. So I think that's the end of my slide deck. I'm happy to go back and cover over everything else.
Thank you, Major McClain. Sean, fantastic. Again, I still don't know who this guy Brian Reed is, but I'm going to read his comment. This is an excellent development of blue and brown water thinking into an integrated logical whole. Brilliant. It's not either or, but rather both and. So I'm just going to echo that. So thanks a lot, Sean. I really appreciate that. I'm going to take a few questions, and then in a few minutes, we're going to swap over to kind of a team sport where we're all on the panel. But while I've got you, just you and I for a few minutes, you know, to say that this is complicated is such a ridiculous understatement, right? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, your charts are, it's complicated.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. All right. Because it is, right? Because you are incorporating the other services, you're incorporating national power in all of its dime flavors. And so to kind of try to synthesize that into a single document, you know, to be simplistic about it, that ain't easy, right? So how did you get there?
It took 2 years, so it does not, yeah, you don't get it overnight. It takes a while to do the research, look at other services doctrine, look at your own doctrine, think about it, write, research, continue to write, think about it. And then, yeah, 2-3 years later, that's what those slides are, is a product of 3 years of just thinking about what that is. And really, that was, you know, if you actually look at my thesis, that's just a chapter, but it was an important chapter that was really needed so that I could articulate from a position of a certain amount of confidence that this was why the architecture needed to be what I said it was, because it assumed the, shall we say, the values that are inherently represented by the slides that I just showed you, right? If I have a slide deck or if I have a force structure that doesn't really take into account blue water thinking or command, well, then what's the point of an SDA architecture, right? It's back to that. If I'm not going to care about the cislunar operational area because, quote, it's not our business or it's not our job because brown water wants brown water and blue water will have to come later, well, then we're never going to get cislunar SDA. And we're never going to be able to get after commercial awareness and support of Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or any other company that goes out there and does stuff. And they're going to build it themselves. And then we'll be a paying customer to that. And I'm not saying that that's not part of the architecture. I'm just saying that the focus and the way that you have that conversation, I think Brent laid it out pretty well with his conversation. It's all in how you approach and state things with your PA campaign, with your talking points, just with all these different fronts, how you go about having that conversation and how you allow the conversation to proceed and see where things go. I think that will be a very important way to go after some form of what I just said.
So this whole environment, you know, commercially, we often refer to it as the cislunar econosphere or the cislunar econozone. You know, it's a big piece of real estate, and it doesn't have, there's no common language for it, right? you know, I've been advocating to call it the McClain line. I know that you're entirely too humble to, you know, commit to that. You referred to that big circle, the green oval on one of your first charts as the green line, and pretty you know, nondescript about it. But these things do need names. And just calling it the AOR of space doesn't really do it. So can you pull up some of your slides? I'd like to take a look at your lines of communication, some of the you know, the architecture that's up there, and you keep referencing SDA. For those folks that don't know that language, it's space domain awareness. So it's trying to understand who is doing what and where, and maybe how often, maybe all of those things. Who's doing what, where, and how often.
Can you see it?
No, not yet. And for everybody else to fully understand, I was one of many people that Sean interviewed for this report. So I definitely have a strong bias for some of the things it says. It's really smart, and we've linked it in the on the Blue Marble Week website. So feel free to go grab it. It's as he said, this is only one chapter. Well, I think this is 2 or 3 chapters, but this is only one part of a pretty damned comprehensive document. All right, so let's look at this for a second. I know that you've done this a little bit with our audience 2 months ago. I'd like you to dig a little further into it and just describe some of the things that are in some of the places.
Okay, so this is the OV1, so it has everything. It assumes that there will be an amount of economic activity. So just for fun, I came up with these icons. I do realize now that these weren't specifically named like these other ones. I thought they might be self-evident, but I said this would be agriculture, this would be power, this would be manufacturing, this brown box would be shipping, this would be mining, and this lower right would be construction. So I delineated between manufacturing and construction. I do think construction is going to be a lot larger scale. Manufacturing could just be like little widgets, other size things, but I felt that needed to be delineated. And I also thought most of that initially is going to happen in geo. You might have some of that eventually move out to the moon, but geo is going to be a big place of business in the future. So I wanted to make sure that that was represented here. I do think geo's real estate value is definitely going to go up. I think that the sea locks, as I named them, just are going to be, if not these specific things, or really there's going to be varieties, right? This is just the general archetype, shall we say, and then you could have different subtypes with different inclinations, all having different specific functions. If you're talking from a space traffic management perspective, which is a whole other follow-on conversation to this, then that really could go after the meat of how all of these things actually work relative to each other using the laws of orbital mechanics, and how you're actually going to assign a different, shall we say, flight corridor for different types of commercial activity. All of that can feed this thing even more to say how these work relative to each other. So, you could have something over here in geo that needs to make a commercial stop over at EML1, and it's carrying one type of cargo, and then it may get refueled, and then it may shift inclination and go either to the moon or back to Earth, or some combination thereof. And it's just going to be this constant activity based on the particular characteristics of the platform in question, right? So if we use the SpaceX Starship, as the vanilla example, there's going to be a few variants, and if we have different companies, different offerings with their own compatible or incompatible, but hopefully some form of compatible, then there will be this family of systems that can feed off each other and generally contribute to this overall economic picture. And they're all just going to have their own natural place within this OV1. So that's hopefully I answered that question and met the intent. I mean, there's a lot going on here, and I tried to keep it general, but still have a lot of content at the same time.
Right. And point out that this is 2035, right? So this is going to evolve. There's going to, we're not going to, this isn't all here, all right now, but it's not that far away. It really isn't that far away. For the folks kind of new to some of this stuff, those red dots, those 5 red dots are the Lagrange points. And the ones that are fully circular are semi-stable Lagrange points, and the ones that are kind of long oblongs are not PowerPoint errors or Adobe Photoshop errors. They are intentionally to show that those are unstable Lagrange points. So there's so much in this chart. It's every time I see this. And then the other charts where you're describing force and presence and the continuum there is so useful. It's very useful. All right, y'all, we're going to bring everybody together. So Josh, Sean, Trae, and Brent. Yep. Are you guys all on? Good. Excellent. Good. So what I want to do, so all of y'all have kind of had a moment in the spotlight. Really appreciate, where you're coming from. I really appreciate where you're coming from. This is not the kind of stuff we normally talk about at a space conference, right? Space conferences are all about PowerPoints and CGI of Martian settlements. Thanks a lot, Elon Musk. There's CGIs of elk in orbit. Thanks a lot, Blue Origin, for that O'Neill cylinder images, those O'Neill cylinder images. That's all aspirational, and it's pretty neat, and it is the kind of stuff that we like, right? I build space elevators for a living, right? You can only do that in imagery, and robots. We build a lot of robots. But this conference, the whole series of Blue Marble for the next year, that's not what this is about. This is all about, down here on the ground, right? We talk about strategic space from the perspectives of workforce. We talked about that a lot yesterday. Economics and industry, industrial base. We talked about that some early this morning and then a lot yesterday. So all of these things are part of this spectrum, to use words all of y'all have used, I think, at some point today. Workforce, industrial base. These are the things that make the hardware, right? We all want to build hardware and things that actually live in the sky. And then we've got this emphasis on what y'all are doing, the actual strategy of being in Space Force, in the Air Force, the other services represented. So now I kind of just want this to be a bit of a free-for-all about y'all riffing off of the other person's comments, right? All of you had some nuance. All of you had some different flavors. There are some, disagreements. So let's flesh those out a little bit. Where would you say the most obvious disagreements are and the most obvious concurrence?
I mean, never let it be said I'm not willing to jump in first. I would say that I think in hearing all of this, the most obvious point of agreement is that all of us agree that blue water is essential and that it should be a significant portion of the Space Force's strategic mindset. I think that perhaps disagreement is maybe exactly in what form, fashion, or at what point should what be included. But I mean, I think that we could probably come to a fairly synonymous answer on that. But definitely, I think just the agreement that we need to, it's the Space Force shouldn't just be brown water. It needs blue water in there, and a significant portion of it to be able to be relevant for the next half century.
Roger.
Yeah, so I agree with that. I guess I'm coming at it from a practical standpoint, and you guys have hit upon it, right? The culture has to change in order for us to get to more of a blue water type of mindset. And practically, it's going to take a lot. I mean, it is very ingrained to support the terrestrial fight. And that's where the majority of the funding is going right now. So yeah, it's going to be hard to answer Pete Garrison's question. You know, what would it take to change? And it's going to take a lot of leadership, and not just from Space Force, which would be necessary, but Space Comm, which would also be necessary, but also from our national leadership. I mean, you can see it right now with the change in the administration. There is going to be I guess I would just say a less emphasis on Space Force, right? I think that's probably fair to say. And with that probably comes less funding. With less funding, less ability to do the things that we want to go and do. It's unfortunate, but I'm afraid that that's the way it's going to be. And, you know, someone else had talked about having space vision move beyond administrations. And we just haven't been able to get there, unfortunately. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there will be some R&D money that can flesh out for space domain awareness and Cislunar, or even some R&D money for inspector satellites out in L1 or something like that, which I would be hopeful for. I think that those would be fantastic little steps that could be taken in the FIDEP to help us get there.
I would like to riff on that if y'all don't mind. I tend to agree. We're not going to see a whole heck of a lot of money coming, but I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing, because one thing that people haven't really, I think, realized is that the Air Force, thought of the Army Air Corps and the Army, the Air Corps before them, thought about what they were supposed to do as a service when there was no money at all, and relied almost entirely on civilian advances. And it was only, and they had a very, for so long, I've been focused on the relationship between the Navy and the Merchant Marine throughout, the centuries of naval history, and thought that symbiotic relationship was specific to the sea. But it really wasn't, because in Mitchell's writings in the 20s and 30s, he believed that there was this synergy between commercial and industry. It was only after World War II that the Air Force got big enough to crowd out, civilian airline purchases, to where during the Cold War, the Air Force got so much money, they didn't need to think about commercial anywhere near as much as they did in the past. And I think space is an awful lot like that. Still, if anything is going to happen, the military has to take the lead. The Space Force is going to be the ones that build these new systems and these new capabilities. And as much as I would love to see more, R&D for, advanced engines and propulsion's a big deal with me and stuff like that, that would be great. But the fact of the matter is, we probably have to realize that money is not going to open up for space until the commercial folks start scrambling out to everywhere. And then the government's going to have to play catch up of, hey, why the heck did you just let all those millionaires die on orbit, Space Force? Weren't you supposed to be able to protect those guys? What the heck are we paying you for? It's that kind of stuff. I think the Space Force could really learn to be lean and to be a partner rather than a purchaser and supporting and supported relationships are not just for the terrestrial warfighters and the space warfighters. It's for whole of government, whole of nation. So I don't think we're going to see that leadership come from the U.S. government or Space Force leadership. I don't think. I think it's going to have to be the government's going to be dragged kicking and screaming.
All right. Sean, do you have any opening comments?
Nope. I think everyone said what I would say.
Right on. All right. Then I'd like to introduce our reporter for the afternoon. So thank you very much, Sandra Irwin. She's going to be joining us for this next hour, partly for this panel, and then with Lieutenant General Salzman in just a little while. Sandra, if you want to chime in, if you got a question, you're welcome to do whatever role you want to do.
Well, thank you very much, Michael. Good afternoon, everyone. Apologize for jumping in late. I was busy with covering other events this afternoon. Unfortunately, it's one of those weeks where they have multiple space events going on at the same time. But I'm interested in your discussion on funding because going back to Peter's question on, does the Space Force make people aware of what they do, and is that going to be a problem with funding? But if you look at the Space Force budget, what they got last year, which could be very much the same that they can expect to get this coming year, most of the money that they have is for technology. Like from a $15 billion budget, $10 billion is for RDT&E. So it's a very technology heavy budget. So I'm curious, maybe you got some of you guys that are experts in this, maybe Brent or Josh, what would be, if the Space Force was going to get more money, if the administration wanted to give them more money, what would be some of the investments that they should be making to get to this blue water capability that you're talking about? I think it would be interesting to hear a little bit more of the specific investments that you think could be made. Thank you.
I'll try to go first. Hold.
Okay.
Sorry.
I have an obligation by Major Mercurio to make sure that I say that these are personal opinions. They do not represent the various governments that they're connected with. But this is an on-the-record report, so feel free.
Okay.
I just want to. Yeah.
I will say that this complete, and I have academic freedom here, so I'll go out and say it, that this in continual bugging in for this disclaimer is exactly part of the cultural problem. Yeah, this isn't, I'm not wearing a uniform. No one else here is wearing a uniform. The Space Force needs to be a lot more thick-skinned about differences of opinion. But what the government should do, what the Space Force should do with the money they have, propulsion is the biggest thing. Access to space is something that everyone, civil, commercial, and government, can use. And that it's foundational to everything that happens in space. It's foundational for defense. It's foundational to defend spacecraft, for doing anything that's worth doing in space. And it would more or less equally benefit every sector. I think that would be it. But really, one of the things that might be more useful is to have the Space Force play its role in getting the other parts of government out of the way to let commercial do what they need to do to increase American space power in ways the Space Force does not have the budget to do yet.
And what are those parts of the government that are in the way?
I believe there was a couple of articles that were in your publication just a while back, but beyond that, no comment.
Okay.
Not allowed to say that. So I would echo. There we go. Let me make sure I'm pointing to him, at least on mine. So I would echo Brent in saying that from his briefing, he highlighted that Space Force should be helping to invest in the SpaceX spaceship because it is a multi-purpose tool that once again has benefits for everyone, military and civilian. From my own personal perspective, I would also think that in-space construction is particularly important, and I think the Space Force should be looking at, particularly as it extends to lunar construction. As comparison to that, China is currently working on 3D printing in low gravity. And the reason for that is that once you have the printer in space, you can then print structures. And so you don't have to bring an entire base to the moon. You just have the resources you can gain there and build it there.
Mm-hmm. How does the Space Force address all these issues that you're talking about in the context of requirements? Because you don't get funding if there are no requirements, and even minor things, even like the small launch industry, they're like, well, why aren't you buying more small launches? Well, because we don't have a requirement. All these things that you're talking about, they don't have a requirement. So is anyone looking at that? I mean, is there an opportunity to maybe do like non-traditional partnerships or types of procurements that are not the traditional requirements based?
So having written the research paper, you asked a great question, and this is where I, as a requirements lead in a couple jobs ago, I kind of had the opportunity to just kind of, as I was figuring out my own job, figure out who writes the requirements and what's the left of all that. And essentially, if the combatant command doesn't write the requirement in a, shoot, I just blanked on the name, but they capabilities development document, CDD, I think, or capabilities requirements doc. Anyway, they each combatant command, geographic and functional, publishes its own list of requirements based on inputs that are usually some form of report that are usually figured out through some type of wargaming or other kind of general high-level analysis that says this should be a requirement. And if those requirements aren't written and signed by the 4-star, then it's really not, it doesn't exist. I mean, for lack of a better term, it's just not given any kind of priority. So you can have other transaction authorities do things that aren't necessarily a hard requirement, but it won't get the advocacy that an actual requirement will. And that's where it comes down to the funding and becoming a program of record. So if you are talking POM, every POM cycle is going to look at what is the actual requirement, and then it's going to rack and stack dollars against an actual stated requirement versus something that is not a requirement. So if it doesn't get stated, then it's not going to get that level of adequacy. So that's really big point number one. To Brent's point, the fact that we don't really have, as far as I know, thou shalt develop better propulsion as a requirement by US Space Command, I would agree. That's probably something that could very easily be listed as I would argue, dual use, like it benefits everybody. That should not be a very long conversation. There shouldn't be much analysis in let's make propulsion a requirement. Better propulsion is a requirement. A long-standing, it's always their requirement. And then same thing with construction, because we always want to get at better in-space construction and manufacturing of techniques so that we can build better hardware. Those two, I think, should be long-standing in US Space Command. Just like I think the other combatant commands probably assume, and maybe this is where the counterpoint is, does US PACOM or Indo-PACOM or EUCOM, do their individual components have something like, thou shalt make better aircraft carriers? Probably not. I mean, they probably have something the equivalent of thou shalt provide a capability that gets translated to an aircraft carrier or something like that. So I think as long as we just have a normalized conversation of what does the requirement need to specify, and then the people who look at the requirements business understand what is behind that and what that means, then you can still have the advocacy underneath that. So to answer your question, yeah, it's just about figuring out what does the requirement need to state, and then who knows what that requirement actually means.
So if I could jump in, so the combatant command provides an integrated prioritization list of mission needs. It's called NIPPLE, and it goes up through the JROC, the Joint Requirements Council, I think it's Council, to then prioritize those things. But I will tell you that if you go and you ask the combatant commands, what is it that they need? They're not going to tell you they need better work on propulsion for spacecraft or for even for launch vehicles. They're going to tell you, I need better, more persistent ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance of whatever. I need better, persistent tactical communications. I need, those types of things. And most of the time it's ISR. I need better command and control, right? So those types of things then get racked and stacked and they get looked at. And in the past, what's happened is that the joint staff has looked at that and said, oh, PACOM needs more persistent ISR. Let's give them more aircraft. Let's allocate more of our low density, high demand aircraft to that AOR. And then it's done. Oh, hey, we met that requirement. And then the next year, the IPPOs come up again and the same requirements there. And then the joint staff does the same thing. Well, shit, we gave them one more sortie last year. Let's give them another. And it still doesn't meet the requirement. But what was missing for the longest time, and that hopefully Space Force can fix, is the space voice. Hey, you know what? We can provide you with more persistent tactical ISR with Kestrel Eye, with imagery from that we purchased from Black Sky, from Harris L3's SAR capability, from ICEYE's capability, those types of things. I hope that will start happening in the next few years here. So that anyway, that's kind of my thoughts on that. To go back to your first question though, and this is going to probably throw a little, be a little bit controversial, but I would not give that money to Space Force. If I had extra money, I give it to the Department of Commerce and say, please go fix space traffic management. Take that off of the Department of Defense so the Department of Defense can focus only on those adversary things that we need to focus on. I mean, there is the man hours that we are spending at 18th Space Control Squadron in the back office trying to keep track and understanding where all the Starlinks are is ridiculous. That needs to be moved over to Department of Commerce, or if they change and make it go to the FAA, whatever, or Department of Transportation, whatever. But that needs to be funded. It needs to be funded tenfold where it is now. Right now, I think they got 15 mil for this year. It needs to be $150 million for them to go and figure out how to do this and take that burden off of the Department of Defense.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would agree with that. But going back to the Space Force, I mean, you talk about space traffic management and ISR. Space Force wants ISR of the space domain. I think it was General Lauterbach, the Director of Intelligence for the Space Force. She said, I want to have awareness of the space domains, just like the Air Force has awareness of the air domain and so on. So do they need money to do that? What would be, how would the advocacy work to be able to get space domain awareness, the type of systems that they would need to do that, or the type of people that they would need to do that? Is that going to be a challenge, do you think?
It is. It's going to be a challenge because, even if you build the best whiz-bang ISR platform in space, you spend a lot of money to build that thing. You got to think about the tail end of it, the PED, the processing, analysis, and dissemination capability, the ground forces that have to look at the information. That's it's a expertise that has to be developed for the analyst. You've got to find those people. You've got to train those people. You also have to come up with the systems to look at it. Now, we may be able to use Air Force systems. That would be great. But they're going to have to spend a fair amount of money in standing that up. And I don't know where they're going to get that squadron from, because it's going to be a new group of people probably. They're not doing it now. So that's part of it. Then advocacy for just building the capability is going to have to happen too. I think you will get a help from that from the space, US Spacecom. They will probably have that as a list of mission requirements because it fits underneath their mission of space domain awareness. They have to have awareness of the AOR, battle space awareness. And the only way to do that is through space domain awareness. So I think that there'll be some mission need that will help Space Force start that effort, basically, to build a spacecraft and then all of the infrastructure that has to go along with it.
But of course, the step number one is going to be to hand over the public space traffic management functions to a civilian agency. And that seems to be moving so slow. I mean, do you have any sense if the Biden administration is going to have any appetite to take that on anytime soon?
I don't have any insight into the Biden administration is what they're going to do, but we do it now. I mean, Space Force manages the catalog now. They have been doing it since it began, so they can walk and chew gum at the same time. They'll also be able to work on space domain awareness. It's not one or the other. It would be fantastic if, you know, the Department of Commerce could step in and take over space traffic management. But until they do, rest assured that Space Force will continue doing that mission.
Well, one of the blue water insights, if I could just inject here pretty quick, is that, you know, GPS adds $1 to $1.5 billion in economic activity to the United States per day. That was from a, an economic impact report from a few years ago. And I will tell you one thing: the Space Force is the only service that pays for itself for, a couple of times a lot. That needs to be pushed, because we do probably need to expand the Space Force to accommodate what's happening in space. And the Space Force cannot, and should not, and hopefully cannot, back away from every fight over manpower because they feel they're the junior partner. We have to be aggressive in, doing our part to defend the nation and the world.
Okay.
I guess, hey, this is Floyd Kerr from Red Space. I guess I would add that when you ask where's the money going to go, what's the first step? My thought would kind of goes toward realistic exercises, realistic proof of concepts, and taking the tools and the machines that we know of, that we see, that we can touch, and getting them most accurately represented, thrown into a picture like Sean provided, and then run the numbers in so many iterations that we see all the different ways it could fail. And by just default of science and numbers, we can start seeing some of those paths. But until the COCOMs decide that they need to see that, they're not going to generate COCOM requirements, which are going to drive over the terrestrial COCOM requirements. So until Raymond says, hey, I'm a space COCOM, I'm threatened here, I don't know what China's doing on the other side of the moon. I need a sensor there 24/7, and I'm not going to put one of mine there. Some civilian company needs to go put it out there, just like they're doing for all the other stuff. So who's it going to be? So maybe he needs to say something like that. Maybe he has, I don't know, but that's the language that needs to be used from the combatant commander level in order for a Space Force to say, okay, boss, that's what you need. We'll go make you up some of that. Now we'll use our commercial integrated data, and we'll use our civilian companies, which, just real quick, that goes to the politics side of, am I going to push Boeing and Lockheed and these big companies that have, the architecture and the networks in place and the lobbying that goes on that keeps them those contracts, or are they going to take risks on new companies and go this way? So it's up to groups like this, I think, to bring up those points. I hope that helps. Over.
Yeah. I wanted to quickly follow up with Brent on the propulsion question, because doesn't Congress have language in the NDAA to do investments in future launch systems? I mean, I know the NDAA is not appropriations, but they have some language in there, and they're interested in, I mean, they see the Space Force, Air Force, SMC being a little too conservative in their approach to working with the launch industry. So do you think that maybe this Congress that we have now would be willing to look at that?
I apologize, ma'am. You're catching me off guard. I'm really not aware of too much about that. What I will say is that if the government wanted to get involved, it would definitely try to. I would advise that you try to bind interests together for mutual benefit, because quite honestly, if the Starship works and it's funded entirely by SpaceX, whew, that is a win-win for everybody. you know, but as far as more money from government, it has to be smartly done because you can waste it pretty quick too.
Mhm. Yeah, well, SpaceX did try to get funding from the Air Force like 2 years ago, and they didn't. And then they took them to court and they lost. So the last thing we heard from SMC is that they're not interested in Starship. But I mean, things could change if they see success in the future. I don't know. I don't know what their latest thinking is, but that's been a little bit contentious.
Well, the cool thing about being an academic is you get to read a lot of history. And has this ever happened in the past? Every single time. Somehow the country is muddled through. I'm sure it'll muddle through this one. That doesn't mean that we don't have to fight for what we have to do, though.
Great. Well, thank you, everyone, for all your insight.
Thank you, all of y'all, for bringing your A game. I'm very grateful. Sandra, if you have any further follow-up questions, please feel free to reach out. We're happy to take your questions. I'm going to pop this briefly over to Ed, and then over to Bill, and then we'll bring on our distinguished guest, General Salzman. Okay, I'm out. I'm out for the rest of the day. I really appreciate all of y'all and your interest and attendance. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Great job. Mike, real quick, you said Bill. Is that that's not who's next, right?
No. You're going to read off General Salzman's intro. Bill's going to say something really nice, and then we're going to
hear. All right.
All right.
Thanks. All right. So rounding out another amazing Blue Marble week, our keynote speaker, Lieutenant General Chance Salzman. Thanks so much for being here with us. He is the Deputy Chief of Space Operations of Cyber and Nuclear for the U.S. Space Force. As the Chief Operations Officer, General Salzman has overall responsibility for operations, intelligence, sustainment, cyber, and nuclear operations of the United States Space Force. General Salzman is a graduate of Boston University and was commissioned in 1991. He has operational experience with missile and space systems as a Minuteman III launch officer and as a satellite operator for the National Reconnaissance Office. He also served as the first Chief of Combat Plans for the Joint Space Operations Center and later as Chief of Combat Operations. We sure appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to be here with us. Without any further ado, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Bill, are you not going to say anything nice about me?
Sir, I was looking forward to saying something nice about you. I also want to provide some context as well. Over the last couple of days and what Foundation for the Future has been doing with Blue Marble Week is exactly that, allowing the conversations to continue about what the space domain is. And this Blue Marble Week event this month was all about space strategy. And so they reached out to Space Force Association to see if we could come up with some speakers. And I tell you, it's been a great couple of days. So we talked all about the academic support to the space domain, the development of the future space warfighter. A lot of today has been focused on China's strategy and the PRC and what they're doing. And also the discussion that we just concluded was blue versus brown water space and the discussions associated with that. So, sir, it's been a great couple of days. Really looking forward to your insights as someone who's there and been there and done that. And it was funny because I think Josh Carlson said, I think the Chief Operations Officer is going to talk about this, or maybe it was Major McClain. And it was really more about the blue and brown water discussion. But so really looking forward to your comments here today, and thanks a lot for taking time.
All right, great. Hey, thanks, Bill. Thanks, Ed, and also to McClain. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm all about kind of continuing the discussion on space, and whatever forum it takes and however many forums we can leverage to talk about space, I'm all in. So it's another great honor for me to be here and contribute to the discussion. I'll just take a few minutes and kind of highlight some of the priorities that we're thinking about here in the Pentagon. I won't say across the entire Space Force, because I think we all understand that the real work is done out in the field, and I'm trapped here in the Pentagon talking policy, guidance, budget, et cetera. But that's still important stuff. So I'll talk to you a little bit about my priorities, and then maybe we could just take some questions. Does that sound reasonable? Okay, great. Well, so for those that aren't neck deep in Pentagon bureaucracies, and I'll tell you, the Space Force has a tiny bureaucracy relative to the other services. I'm the Chief Operating Officer, and we've chosen that title very specifically because we really want to leverage a new approach to how we do operations. And so it's an integrated approach where I have intelligence, I have the space and cyber operators, I actually have mission support under me, as well as deterrent operations. So that in the true Napoleonic staff, you would call me the 2, 3, 4, 6, 10. And that's just too much of a mouthful. So I'm the COO for the Space Force doing integrated ops. But we did that consciously because we know how important intelligence is and situational awareness for executing in our domain. Of course, we have the space operators, but we also have the cyber operators who are defending our networks, quite frankly, and making sure that we always have assured access to our satellites. And then you don't think too much about the deterrence piece of it, but between the satellite communications and our early warning overhead infrared satellites that provide missile warning, the ability to see, detect, and attribute any launches against the United States is a very important element of our deterrent posture. And so that's something we take very seriously here in our integrated operations staff. Just real quick, the priorities that I'm kind of leaning towards as we grow into what I've started describing as our service level responsibilities. Because as you guys know, we've been doing space operations for years under the Air Force. And so a lot of that hasn't changed. We're still going to fly the GPS constellation. We're still going to fly our satellite communications. That's all still true. But now we have service level responsibilities to advocate for new resources, to start to stretch the policy and guidance requirements that more accurately account for what we need in terms of national security space, defense space, things like norms of behavior in space, so that everybody will start to, all the spacefaring nations, all the spacefaring stakeholders will start to think about safe, secure, sustainable space environment so that we can all continue to take advantage of it. But my priorities from a space or from a service level set of responsibilities, I'm thinking about force readiness. Are the people and the equipment that we have at our disposal ready for the full spectrum of activities that they can be engaged in? And quite frankly, there's certain areas where we're completely ready. And then there's other areas in some of the higher end great power competition where I'm a little bit worried. I'm sure this crowd knows the investments that some of our strategic competitors have taken that start to jeopardize our ability to perform our missions on orbit. And we're trying to make sure that we can defend, that we have a resilient architecture and can preserve our strategic capabilities in space. And so readiness is at the top of my list. Things like advanced training, things like simulators to practice so our crews can practice and gain the experience they need. Ranges where they can test tactics and test procedures, where they can upgrade their equipment and see what works and doesn't work rapidly. All of those things enable our acquisition community to be able to develop capabilities faster. And I think that's the kind of thing that really does fall to a service to get better at. And so that readiness of the force is really at the top of my list in terms of priorities. But across my portfolio, you probably are aware that we just became the 18th member of the intelligence community. The Space Force just became the 18th member. And that comes a lot of responsibilities, from protecting and securing information that's made available to us to contributing back in an analytical way to the intelligence community. And so we're developing all the products and processes and procedures to make sure that that's done in a safe and effective way. For mission support, I think everyone understands that most of our space operations are conducted from the continental United States. And that means that our bases are not just where we go to work, but it's actually where we project power from. It's where we conduct operations for the combatant commanders. And so the power and the air conditioning and the civil engineering work and the facilities, that's all key to us being able to continue to conduct our satellite operations. And so the mission support that we're doing, we see that as just a natural part of our operations, an extension of our operations. And right now, because we've built ourselves a very lean force, we don't have the organic capability to do that. And so we're leveraging the Air Force, the Department of the Air Force and the U.S. Air Force to provide those capabilities to us. And making sure that we're demanding customers of them is at the top of my list. All the support agreements and how many people do you have doing the work, all of that is the devil's in the details, as they say. And so we're very in tune with making sure that we haven't lost anything as we separated from the U.S. Air Force. And then the last piece is that deterrence, making sure that our satellite communications that support our strategic forces, as well as our early warning radars and overhead persistent infrared satellites are operational, connected, secured, so that that's an assured capability, because how important it is to the triad, the nuclear triad. And so those are the things that get my attention on a day-to-day basis. But I've been talking for 10 minutes now, so let me just stop and see if I can field any questions.
Sandra?
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question, General Salzman. Thank you so much for talking to us. This is kind of a broad question, but we've heard multiple times from General Raymond, General Thompson, that in the second year of the Space Force, you have to do more integration with the services, with the COCOMs. I don't know that we really understand what that means. Like from your perspective, how do you do that? What are some of those integration issues that you have to fix in your second year as an independent service? Thanks.
A great question, Sandra. And I wouldn't characterize it as fixing it, quite frankly. I don't know that it's broken. What it amounts to is, like I said, we have to stand up to service level responsibilities. So we have to build our own budget to integrate in the Department of the Air Force so we can submit 2 budgets to our secretary to integrate into the Department of Defense budget. And so trying to build a service level budget it takes a lot of input. And so that's one of those integration factors. General Raymond now is a formal member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That means he sits with the other chief and makes operational decisions with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. As you might imagine, that takes a lot of preparation, a lot of staff work to make sure that he is advised of how any issue that's going to go before that session with General Milley, that he's fully prepared from a Space Force standpoint. And so we have to integrate with the joint staff to understand. We have to integrate with our other service members, other services, to see how their space capabilities might be affected. And so some of this, and I'll talk a little bit about some other areas, but some of this is about our young space staff integrating into the Department of Defense for the normal policy guidance, budget, requirement development processes that have to occur. And so we're growing those processes as we build our staff. That's one of the big integration efforts. The other one is we are now a force provider to all the combatant commands. And while the vast majority of our equipment and our operational squadrons are assigned to U.S. Space Command, obviously, we still have personnel that are assigned out into the other combatant commands. Well, those people that are assigned out there can't really work for the Air Force anymore like they were. And so we have to stand up our own service components to integrate into those combatant commands so that our personnel have a structure and the support they need to integrate space into all the other combatant commands. And so that's an example where we have to integrate and normalize the processes so that the rest of the Department of Defense knows how the Space Force is going to bring capacity to bear on all the challenges that we face. Does that help a little bit, Sandra?
Yeah. I mean, can you do that and still be a lean force? I mean, it seems like that's going to take a lot more people to do all that. I mean, is that fair to say?
It is fair to say that the beauty of it is that lean's a relative term. So I promise you, we are never going to look anywhere near like the smallest service that existed before us, the Marine Corps. We are always going to be far smaller than that. And so where the other services might talk about hundreds or even thousands of people, we're talking about dozens. And sometimes it's even smaller numbers than that. So we're going to have to punch above our weight, is a phrase that you hear a lot here in the Pentagon. We're going to have to be creative, dual hat people, et cetera. So we're committed to staying lean because that allows us more agile decision making, a flatter bureaucracy, if you will. There's always going to be a little bureaucracy in decision making, but the flatter we can keep it, we think that'll accelerate our speed and our ability to provide good quality information to the leadership. So we will definitely always be smaller and leaner, but there are going to have to be some decisions made about how we posture those people to do that kind of integration work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra, appreciate your questions. Thank you very much. General Salzman, I'd like to kind of share a moment about who this organization is and some of the folks that you're speaking to. Lila and Tim from the Foundation for the Future created this forum just a few months ago. This is just the third time that we've hosted this. I've had it described to me as a swan gliding gracefully across the lake, but furious paddling underneath. And it also does feel like we've still got our training wheels on. So we're certainly grateful that you took your time to join us. The folks that are on this call are not your typical space nerds, right? There's a pretty strong cross section from everything from the science fiction community all the way up to space professionals, commercial sector like myself, nonprofit sector like Tim and Lila. And so really, we're not really seeing this kind of conversation percolating out into the world. And that's really one of the things we want to accomplish with this. The themes, if you will, of Blue Marble Week has really been focusing on workforce development. So yesterday we had the Challenger Center in here. We had Emily Calandrelli to talk about really young kids, fourth grade, even younger than that. The Challenger Center, 5.5 million people that have gone through their program. So workforce development, Cal Poly is a partner on the technical side at the university level. Industrial base, we spent a lot of time last month talking about economics and launch. These are the themes that we're really trying to push. We're trying to say, yes, space is cool and we like space. I'm a big nerd. But we're also trying to have our feet firmly planted on the ground. This whole conversation is boxed between the ground of Earth and the cislunar environment. We're boxed between now 2022, something we can do immediately to influence 2025, to influence 2035. So this is not about CGI images of Martian settlement. It's not about CGI images of elk in orbit. As much as I like the Blue Origin imagery, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about real world hardware. So yesterday we talked about potentially harvesting orbital debris. 2 months ago, orbital gas cans with Orbit Fab, Momentous with their in-space transportation system, Made in Space and Redwire, construction in space, all real world examples of hardware that's building this infrastructure that's so important to us. So I just wanted to give you some scope and some understanding about kind of what we're doing and what this is all about. And we're hosting this event for the next year, from December to December, every month, to really drive home these couple main points. Infrastructure, architecture, workforce, cybersecurity, and of course, the defense component is very important. So it's a very broad cross section. And I just want to let you know like where we were at. Tim and Lila, if you'd like to kind of chime in and say hi for a second. And then General Salzman, if you can just kind of share with us what kind of, I will say, tomorrow looks like. I put all of my speakers on the hot seat for a second, and I ask about what does 2022 look like. That's really what we want to know what you're thinking. So Tim, Lila, any comments to say hi? And I'm going to turn it back over to General Salzman.
Yeah, thanks for being here, General Salzman. I left the agency last year and came here so that they and Space Force could maintain the lean force as we at the Foundation push Congress to build the sort of infrastructure that enables the commerce that Blue versus Brown was talking about is needed to drive innovation, to drive the sort of impetus for action. And the more people, money, and equipment that is in space, that is that interstate highway to, from, and through space, the easier it is for our guardians to do the work and gives what they do that much more visibility. Satellites may not have mothers, but you can sure bet that a billionaire at the Hilton in Leo are going to have a lot of complaints if their satellites are not properly defended. So that will be as good as a mother here soon enough. So thank you for being here. Excited to continue moving these events forward.
Thanks, Tim.
Well, so then what does the immediate future look like? 2022, I know a lot's going to happen this year. A lot did happen. We named guardians. We left warrant officers out of the new rank structure, so I'm a little annoyed by that. And you know, what happens now? What happens this year? What happens next year?
Well, thanks for that. And that's exactly the kinds of questions that I'm asking every day. It's like, okay, we're not going to sit back and rest on our laurels. There's work to be done here. So what's next? And I'm kind of taking a ground up approach. And I say that specifically and literally, quite frankly, because I'm the operator of the current systems, not necessarily the designer of the future systems. And so what I'm looking at is what can we do today to make things better? And part of it is taking advantage of being a new service to think about training and education of our workforce differently. So how are we going to develop our workforce over the next 2 to 3 years so that the people that are inheriting these new systems have the skill set they need to be effective? And I'll just throw out some ideas, and none of these have been executed yet. These are just the things we're thinking about as we move forward. We want to break out of the old mindset that we grew up in, quite frankly, in the Air Force or in the other services about, kind of a dogmatic approach. You go to your school and you learn your doctrine and you figure out, how it applies to a current problem set, et cetera. We want to kind of, there may be a perfectly valid reason to have some of that for the Space Force. So we're not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but we're not going to stop there. So for instance, we're thinking about fellowships in industry, where we send people for a year to go into Amazon, into Google, into all of these other companies and learn how they do things, learn how they protect data, learn how they launch satellites, and bring that experience back. even if we have a slightly different model for how we do those things, just broadening their perspective on the art of the possible, I think is going to be value added to what we're trying to accomplish. But that's going to mean we have to have people who understand the technology, who are digitally fluent. You hear about, General Raymond said over and over, he wants us to be a digital service. That's what he means, is when we send our people out, they've got the basic training, the basic skill set, so they can take advantage of those experiences and those opportunities to learn as much as possible. You can't go to France and learn if you don't know a little bit of French. And I think it's the same way. If we're going to put people into industry, into commercial ventures, they need to be able to understand what it is they're absorbing. So that's one of the things that we're really focused on, is new and different kinds of education and training opportunities for our workforce. The other thing from a ground up standpoint that we have to recognize is the data management component to space operations. And the way I like to phrase it is, the satellites on orbit are terrific at what they do. But without the connectivity back to the Earth, without the networks on the ground that move the data, move the information around, store it, and allow it to be fused by a decision maker, those satellites are useless. And so we're really trying to upgrade our game in terms of the terrestrial side of things, the network components, data management, so that if you don't have to be in a single ops center that receives the data in order to take advantage of that data, that it's available to you more broadly. There's a lot of security things to work out. There's a lot of network resiliency and self-healing paths and a lot of things that we're trying to leverage to get better at that. But that's all state of the art or state of the world technology. There's nothing really groundbreaking there. It just hasn't been in our habit. And so I can see in the next 2 to 3 years really ramping up our ability to move data around, have virtual structures where data is more accessible, improve our cyber defenses. And so that I'd say the workforce development and the ground terrestrial piece that you can employ a little faster, that's what I see in the 2 to 3 years where we can really be force multipliers.
That's terrific. I'm sure Tim would like to connect with you at some point to talk about the program that we're working with Cal Poly that is specifically cyber focused, because we don't really see a distinction between the hardware and the ones and zeros that makes the hardware work. So super excited about that. I'm gonna wrap it up from here. I'm getting the all clear signal, the shuffle off signal. So I'm gonna wrap it up from here. Any last words, sir, before we close down? Bill, do you want to say anything? Lila, Tim?
Sir, thanks for taking time today. Really do appreciate it. As Michael said, these are ongoing discussions. So as we continue these discussions to bring these conversations to light, any insights from the Space Force leadership are always appreciated. So thank you for taking time, and looking forward to future events and having you on future speaking engagements. So thanks again, sir.
Well, thank you, Bill. And I'll just kind of wrap up by saying, I think we all appreciated General Raymond's comments that satellites don't have mothers, but satellite operators do have mothers. And so, I'm trying to focus on making sure that the people component and the ground component is as effective as possible as we develop our new capabilities. And sometimes that doesn't get as much press or doesn't get as much thought as the on orbit, the out there component to what we do, but it's a critical piece. And we've got such incredible guardians coming up. I got a chance to meet some of the young folks and swear them into the Space Force the other day, and they're excited, they're creative, they're innovative. It just does my heart good to see them and their excitement for this. And I just want to remove all the challenges and all the barriers from them, because I know they're going to do such great things for us. And so this is a really exciting time to be in the business. And I appreciate this forum to continue the discussion. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Terrific. Thank you very much, y'all. With that, we're going to close down for the, that concludes another Blue Marble Week, our third. Lila, it's all your show. Bill, thanks very much to you and your Space Force Association folks for helping out. This has been a great event, y'all. We're really grateful to have our numbers continually grow. We'll have some stats afterwards, and there will be some follow-ups. So appreciate everybody here. Thank you very much. I'm out. It's your show, Tim, Lila.
Thank you, Michael. I love that Lieutenant General Salzman closed on this high note and reminded us that it is about people, right? This is all about people. You know, I think we forget, we get very fixated on the technologies, and obviously that's, you know, what it's going to take to get us to space. But one thing I've learned about talking to people in this industry is everyone is so almost nonsensically passionate about space. Like there's no rhyme or reason to it. And it is something that captures the imagination. It is something that's exciting. And yeah, getting people up there, I mean, that's an interesting thing. And I guess it is. It's all about people. So anyways, I'm Lila Gislason. I'm co-founder and Chief of Marketing and Development for the Foundation for the Future. Thank you everyone so much for joining. This has been another phenomenal event. High energy, great discussions in the chat. It's why we're here. It's, you know, to talk about the things we're talking about and to get people excited. And I saw someone had mentioned something about making new friends today and making new contacts. And I love that. And so many conversations have come out of the post Blue Marble Week discussions, which has been great. And it's all moving our goals forward. And just to restate our goals, we're talking about near-term space infrastructure development through, you know, we're educating, we're connecting, and this is all urgent, right? This is near Earth, near term, now. You know, what can we do now to make sure that change happens in the next 5, 10, 15 years? Also, just to be a credible resource. I think we've had a phenomenal lineup of speakers, great resources. We're connecting, we're sharing ideas, and there aren't a lot of venues for that right now. So thank you all. This does take quite a bit of effort from our team. We're always looking for volunteers. We're looking for speakers. If you can share to your network of friends what we're doing, that's greatly appreciated. We share our content freely. You can find it. You'll be able to find video recordings on the Liftport YouTube site as well as the Blue Marble Week YouTube site. And please just keep coming. Next month, March 9th through 11th, we'll be talking about elevators, space elevators, lunar elevators, all kinds of elevators. So you can even register for that event now on bluemarbleweek.space. I'll drop that link in. Thank you again to Space Force Association for co-hosting and sponsoring. Without great sponsors and partners, and Bill, you really stepped up. So thank you so much. If anyone is interested in co-sponsoring, hosting events in the future, I'll drop my information in the chat. Please reach out. I'd love to continue the conversation. There's a lot of great benefits to it. And again, thank you all for attending. Really appreciate it. And with that, I will kick it over to Tim.
Thanks, Lila. Thanks, Michael, Bill. This is once again highlights the strength of people coming together around an idea. And we like to tell people that at the foundation, we don't have all of the ideas, and those that we have mashed together and refined are not ours. We're just delivering them where they need to go. And so it is exciting to see the sort of passion and excitement that animates this community. And as Lila was saying, what you all see here on camera is probably a third of the impact, if not less, of these events. As I mentioned this morning, overnight, the sort of introductions and letters to representatives that were generated from this, the budding partnerships, Bill and Space Force emerged from a previous Blue Marble Week event where we partnered as a result of that. Offline, I talked with a number of you, including Anara at Galaxis, about how can we integrate the sort of people already excited about space, but may not be working it. Those that are passionately fans and excited about the potential of living and working in space. How can we engage that community to make the dreams real? And that's the sort of community we're trying to build and in turn then represent as we go forward to Congress. So again, thank you all for being here. If you're interested in partnering with us as we reach out to Congress, Lila dropped our contact info in the chat. Shoot us a note. Our government relations team has the sort of stock letter. You would be depressed at how little is actually required from a constituent to get a meeting. I routinely mail letters because that's the official transmittal method for Congress. And once I put it in the mail and say I've put it in the mail, I then can have a meeting. They don't have to receive it. It's a beautiful, arcane Pony Express style system that we have, but we work it and we use it and we'll go with it. So again, thank you and see you in March.
Yeah. Bye all. Anara, thank you so much for showing up. It's as Tim just said a minute ago, it's great having new friends. So